A lifetime of time on the water.
Digging. Stay on there. Stay on there.
Come here, girl.
A lifetime of watching.
Yes.
Learning.
Let's go. Let's go.
Doing.
Got her.
Of making mistakes.
Please, God, stay on there.
And figuring things out.
Got it.
A lifetime of pressing the issue. Asking questions. Questioning yourself.
No! No!
Then, somehow, you get in. You make it here to the World Championship. Fishing for the ultimate prize.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
So, 3 days to do it, starting right now. Right now, anything's possible, including a first-ever three-peat. Every day is crucial, with so much on the line. We are ready to roll with day one.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
It's always been true, the most important single tournament in the sport of fishing, the Academy. Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Let's take you down to our playing field for the fourth time since 2008. South Carolina's Lake Hartwell, our host city. Greenville and Anderson, South Carolina. We have 55 anglers who've worked so hard. It is not easy to get here. You don't know how many chances you will get throughout your career, but this is where you get a chance to shine, where you get a chance to change your life, gentlemen.
Yeah, no doubt about it. If you've ever been to a classic as a spectator or competed, there's nothing like it. You can't imagine the emotions going on through these fishermen's heads this morning.
Yeah, and you know, this has been compared to the Super Bowl of bass fishing. Some people have compared it to, in our sport, something bigger than that. And there's a reason why this tournament is a monster. We have covered so many Bassmaster Classics, and Davey, you can attest to this. The whole week is a process from practice to media day. And that process starts really today on the water. And this is going to be a different Lake Hartwell this time around. It's going to have a lot more, diversity than in years past.
Well, it's going to be a fun week for all of us, a fun start to the day. We'll share that with you in just a minute. Welcome to the Bassmaster Classic Expo, sponsored by Marathon. The two guys, as I always say, you want to sit and watch the Classic with for 3 days. Davey Hyde, Mark Zona, and we are just about ready to go. And this is your chance. If you're a competitive fisherman, guys, this is your week, this is your tournament, this is your day. It could be the moment that defines your career, so no pressure.
Well, there's a lot of pressure. I know you said that jokingly, and you could see Jason Christie. I mean, he's got as much experience as anybody in a professional fishing, and he is wired up this morning. No surprise. This is a Super Bowl of fishing. The fishing is great. A lot of these anglers really feel like they've got a chance to win this week.
Exactly, and really there's been every single classic that we have covered, and a lot of you that have watched the Bassmaster Classic on Bassmaster Live, there's always this weird, eerie calm. A lot of the classics that we have covered here on Lake Hartwell, very, very cold. The fishing's a little slow off the bat. That is not the case. There was an eerie calm for like 3 minutes this morning.
Big bonanza this morning as we slide right into our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. This place is a perfect test to find our world champion.
Exactly right. And it's a monster. 56,000 acres, just under 1,000 miles of shoreline. And really taking a look at these images in our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, it's a different beast this time around. A lot of the anglers that we've seen in years past trying to get to that dirty water. There's not as much dirty water this time around. And here's the thing. Watch for the diversity this time around. You're going to see a lot of guys start this tournament offshore looking at their front-facing sonar, but watch the transitions as this day wears on and the water temps start to warm up.
You're exactly right, Z. Looking at the Humminbird Unlock Lake, it looks like the lake's a little low. It's only a little over 3/10 below full pool, the highest water level we've had in a Bassmaster Classic. That and the warmer temperatures, these fish are going to be caught less than a foot deep, some fish in the afternoon, I guarantee you.
Well, it's what you call an upland reservoir here in the upcountry of South Carolina. And the Seneca, the Tougaloo, and the rivers forming the Savannah, providing our backdrop today. And what a day we have had to start this day. A giant crowd at the takeoff. I mean, this place is known for that. We may have had the biggest one yet.
Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me the way the Bass fans show up. The fans show up on the first morning of the Bassmaster Classic. Reports of over 3,000 people there this morning.
Yeah, Dave Mercer, our tournament MC, said it was the Bass fans definitely showed out in a big way earlier today, and a lot of people thought coming into this day one of this Bassmaster Classic with the warming temps, really from their official practice day on Wednesday to today, a little bit chillier this morning so far, but very, very warm in the afternoons, and the biggest key, very warm at night. And look for here's what's really strange, and we'll break this down about this tournament. We are going to see fish, as you said, Davey, caught in 1 foot of water. We're going to see fish caught out to 50, 60, possibly 70 or 80 feet of water.
It's truly going to be a great classic to watch, because who knows what's going to be the winning pattern at the end of the week. We've heard these anglers talk about it, and Lake Hartwell is known as a lake that you can pattern. But which way do you go? Do you fish out there in 40, 50, 60 feet of water, or do you fish less than 5 feet all week long?
Take a look at the 10 anglers we will be covering all day long, in the boat with them all day long for you. Here's the man who's looking to be the first ever to three-peat back-to-back-to-back classics, Hank Cherry.
How's it going?
Morning's going okay. We got 4. No real big ones yet, but it's a pretty good morning. They're moving awful fast this morning, chasing the bait. I like what I'm seeing, though. I just got to get 1 more and then start culling up from there. Hopefully throughout the day we run into a couple 4 or 5 pounders, and then you add that to what we got and we'll be right there. So that's the game plan. Pay attention to the live scope as long as possible, and just have fun. A lot of sleepless nights. Just want to have fun.
North Carolina's Hank Cherry hoping to open up a brand new category in the classic record book. The first ever, as we say, to go back to back to back. Earlier at the takeoff, our own Robbie Boyd was with him.
There's only been 4 anglers that won back-to-back Bassmaster Classic championships. Nobody's won 3 in a row. Hank, what's it going to take to do that?
And I'm just going to have to stay with my game plan, make every bite matter, make every bite count, put every bite in the boat, and at the end of the day, if I beat the fish, hopefully I can beat the rest of these guys. I've got some great buddies fishing. History's going to be made one way or another. We're going to have a new first-time champ, or we're going to have a first-time three-peat. So whichever way, I'm going to be part of history, either handing it or holding it. I'm just excited to get it going.
Last year I went out with you at practice in Texas. You won that event. I could see the confidence even in practice. Here, I'm seeing a lot of the same thing. It looks like things are heading your way. With the wind, the weather, the way it's stacking up, does it look like it's going your direction?
It definitely could be, but this is a huge lake with a lot of fish in it. We're just going to have to play the day out and see how it goes. You can't win on the first day. You can lose it on the first day. So I'm just going to try to, like I said, my goal is 12, 13 pounds throwing jerkbait, then go fish for largemouth and try to coal up, get to 15, 16 pounds and see where I lay.
Trying to make history here at the Bassmaster Classic.
Robbie Floyd with Hank Cherry earlier this morning, right before the takeoff at Green Pond Landing here on Lake Hartwell, and this is some of the action early on for Hank Cherry. He said he likes the way things are setting up.
Yeah, and really, if you look at a lot of the anglers that we're going to be covering this morning, kind of fishing the ditches, the little pockets off of the main lake, playing a little bit of meat and potatoes game in this tournament, just filling that limit, catching some, quality spotted bass. And here's the interesting thing about Lake Hartwell, if you have not watched tournaments in years past, is that herring bite. Number one, it makes the fish act a lot different from other bodies of water that we go to, but there is a window in the morning in the low light conditions that these fish will feed up, and really kind of watch through the morning how long these guys will push that. Either there's going to be 3 different deeper zones, 10 to 12 foot, there's a 20 to 25 foot bite, and then there's that 40 to 50 foot realm that guys are vertically fishing. It's going to be interesting to see who kind of pulls the plug first and then goes up shallow.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Z. There are a lot of these anglers that have a 1-2 punch of meat and potatoes, as you called it, that they're starting in these ditches early. Hank Cherry certainly one of them, and the wind direction has changed. I noticed some of the other anglers that we've seen this morning, very flat, calm. Hank Cherry is an angler with his jerkbait. He's always looking for that wind, and he's got it going on this morning.
Let's take you up lake just a little bit now to Jason Christie. Many eyes on Jason Christie. We go to him live right now in 2018. He came within a fish of winning this thing. Came in with 4 fish on the final day. Would like to exact a little revenge this time.
Guys, looking at some right quick. That's the problem with, there's schools of 4 or 5 running around, and they're mixed. They're not all the same size. So you just want to, I just broke a rod. You just want to, you gotta hope that you get the right one. You know, I've kind of, I mean, if we don't get another bite in here, I've done what I wanted to do. I started, got me some fish, got me a, you know, one good one. And now I can just go, you know, do my shallow deal and because I'm not going to get near as many bites fishing shallow. There's a bunch of them right there. Like this ought to be. Ah.
There's Chris Zaldain.
Oh gosh, big largemouth. Oh my gosh, stay on there. Stay on there. Oh, you better stay on there, girl. That's a heavy one, dude. Stay on. No! No! That was a big one. I saw it was barely hooked. 4-pounder plus. That was a big one. Had one hook in it.
Go from Chris Zaldain. Bit of a disappointment right there, but it's early on, but you just got 3 days to get it done here at the World Championship. We heard from Robbie Floyd earlier today. Great interview with Hank Cherry, and you're going to be moving around all day, Robbie, and I know you're with John Cox right now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I've made my longest run that I've ever made here at Hartwell, and I went all the way up to Seneca.
Dang, dude, that was a nice
one guy that we weren't covering that I needed to see what they were doing, and that guy is John Cox. And he come all the way up to Seneca, and there's one pocket that he's had success on before, and it's kind of a confluence of 3 little creeks, and there's a ditch running through it. The one thing is that the exact spot he wanted to get to, there was a recreational boater, a little John boat got in there, so he didn't go to that spot. So he stayed just out in deeper water. He says it's about 6 to 8 foot deep, but he was catching them cast after cast after cast after cast. Not the bigs that he knows could possibly live in here, but he is getting the numbers. His largest fish about 2.5 pounds, but the numbers-wise, that numbers game is just unbelievable. Tommy.
Robbie, one of the things that we knew coming into this tournament, Davey was talking about it actually after his day on the water Wednesday, that the Tougaloo and Seneca were going to get a lot of attention like they have in years past. Is John Cox left alone this morning up as far as you've gone?
Yeah, there was one boat that I saw that came up to Seneca as far as we went, but other than that, yeah, he's alone. We've got 3 spectator boats, maybe 1 recreational fisher, but he does have this area to himself. And the thing that he was really keen on this spot, he said, I'm going to hammer it, Robbie. He says, all these fish are, living in that ditch, and I'm just going to run it through there. And the one thing that I've noted about this lake is that I've seen a lot of 2-pounders living with 5s. It's not just all 2s. You catch one, that next one could be a 5. And he said before on this body of water, he caught 100 fish to catch that 20-pound limit that he was looking for. But you catch 20 pounds on day one, you're looking good.
So, Robbie, we're all curious here. We had a good bit of rain just about 4 or 5 days ago. Wondering, way up the Seneca River, do you see the water clarity a lot different than takeoff there at Green Pond?
Yeah, around Green Pond, the water's definitely clearer than it is up here. It's dirty. Mind you, I hear it's even dirtier in other spots. But, yeah, the water clarity changes, and that's one thing. This is my 4th Classic here at Hartwell, and I've never been this far north, and I always heard how dirty it was. I saw clear water around Green Pond. You know, down south towards the dam, it gets really clear. But, again, the clarity is not necessarily the issue. It's just how they happen to be stacked up. It was cool. When we came into this pocket this morning, it was really cool here, where down lower and out in the open, I felt warm. I just needed a light jacket. But also one thing to note is he's running a lipless crankbait. You know, pre-spawn, you're going to see that a lot. He just made a bait change just a second ago to a frit side. So he went from the Berkeley War Pig to the frit side, and he actually got a big hit. Broke off one and had to retie. So he's changing it up between those two baits a little bit deeper here.
Robbie, thank you so much. Thank you. Good stuff from John Cox right there. A lot of eyes on John Cox. He's had a great start. A lot of momentum from the start of his Elite Series season so far. Just hasn't been able to close on the final day. Let's get out to another man who has fished his share of Bassmaster Classics. 2-time Angler of the Year, Gerald Swindle.
All right. I've bounced around. I've hit a few brush piles. And I've got a deep rock pile here that have been a few good fish on. I kind of bounced in here a little bit. Still fishing at 20 to 35. Just going to peck around. I feel like if a man could catch a couple like this deep, kind of get everything going for me and then move back shallow, gives him a little bit of breathing room. But right now I'm just doing a little drop shot out here on these rocks. I can see the rocks really good with a 360. I take live scope and get on top of them and see a couple of good fish on them. So there's been some largemouth coming up in here on the blueback. I don't want to burn a lot of time here because these are hard to catch, but 1 or 2 key bites. I'm going to just give it 10 minutes. Just trying to stay nice and slow. I've had a few more fish come up on just reeling that fluke on live scope. They just didn't get it. So we just kind of just fishing slow and easy, baby, slow and easy. Nothing fancy. These big largemouth live right out here with these spotted bass deep. A lot of them do. They're not all up under the docks like everybody thinks. There's a lot of them out here, so these out here seem to get less pressure than the ones on the docks.
Gerald Swindle's been around long enough to know sometimes the guy who does something a little bit different is the one who triumphs in the end. We'll take a look at some footage from this morning, and you told us he vowed to do different from everyone else.
He said he is absolutely married to this, which kind of surprised me. Gerald Swindle, all the way back to the Hungry Fisherman Tournament Series. If there was a dock on the lake, Gerald Swindle was going to fish it and every other one he could find, and he made the comment, it's just not fast enough fishing the boat docks here that we saw in years past. The last classic that we had here, docks were a big factor. And he said, look, man, I'm going to stay away from them. And I said, has forward-facing sonar changed to Gerald Swindle? He said, 1,000%. He goes, because in years past, with a warming trend, you would think they're all going to the bank. As you say, Davey, the blueback herring keeps a big population of bass like that and largemouth offshore their whole life.
It really does. I mean, those fish that he's fishing for probably only move up and spawn, and they'll spend only just a week or two up in that shallower water. But very interesting what Gerald Swindle is doing. We know his style from back in the 90s, and you don't often see him committing to offshore like this.
Again, Gerald, one of the 10 guys we're going to be in the boat with all day long, showing you every move. Also one of those guys is Scott Martin, fishing in his first Classic. Very much a big, big goal for him, as he told Robbie Floyd earlier this morning.
Special day with you for the family, but all the emotions here, your Bassmaster Classic finally.
I tell you what, it's I'm pretty emotional, to be honest with you. Coming around the corner, looking at all these people, it's pretty awesome. So I've got a job to do. I've got all day to do it. I've got hopefully fish 3 days and try to pull off something special, but you know, something I've dreamed about my whole life. I've been on this side of the fence many, many times. To be on this side is pretty special.
People talk about pressure. Are you feeling any pressure at all? Because, I mean, it is the biggest event in bass fishing.
I mean, look, it is the biggest event I've ever fished in my life. It's the biggest spectacle of bass fishing. Yes, there's pressure, but you know what? I've been here. I've been doing this for 20 years. It's the kind of pressure that's not going to affect me. I'm excited. I'm going to be leaning forward all day long and just fishing my guts out.
Breathe deep, take it in.
That's right. Thank you.
Be a nice accomplishment if you could not be overexcited, overamped by the classic situation. But Scott Martin feeling fairly comfortable right there. As we say, this is a big, big goal of his, a lifelong goal for the man from Florida. Caleb Sumrall, South Louisiana on top right now. These are unofficial scores per Bassmaster. Jared Miller from Oklahoma, John Cox of Florida, Joey Nania, who lives now in Alabama, and Shane LaHue out there doing very, very good on this day. Such and Ronnie and all the rest coming up when we come back. We're having great, great fun this morning. What a great, great way to start your morning at the Classic.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
Day one of the Classic. We are so happy to have you with us for live coverage, Bassmaster Live all day long in this first of 3 days of fishing. 55 anglers trying to make the top 25 after tomorrow so they can fish for that trophy that means so much. There's a good look at our beautiful host city, Greenville, South Carolina. Fantastic host city, as it has been 4 times now since 2008. Incredible views here in this landscape here, the bottom part of the Appalachians. In the upcountry, the upstate area of South Carolina. Caleb Sumrall on top of our leaderboard. He's been there for quite some time right now. Been double digits for a long time. Jared Miller, Daisuke Aoki, Japanese angler with a lot of people eyes on him. A great, great deep water specialist. And we're seeing him catch a few deep this morning, that's for sure.
No doubt. And the one thing looking in that top 10 right now, the classics of years past on Lake Hartwell, there is already probably 3 times the amount of limits this early than any classic that we've had. It also helps that it's not 7 degrees out.
Well, that's that too, but
it's just a factor.
Greg Hackney's been here 4 times. Interesting. He said it's the best I've ever seen it.
Right. Health-wise at the lake.
That was the goal in the Classic, get started. Got 2 large brown now we just called out. One's real small. Small limit, we're going to basically have to cull everything out. There's a bunch of them right here, we're around a bunch. But really just got to weed through them and see what we can do. There's so many right now, they don't want to eat anything dry. I'm hitting them. I just hit the crankbait and you can feel it, and they wouldn't touch it. When they get in that weird mood, like I just had one grab that shaky head and he spit it right back out. You just kind of got to find them set up. That's almost the problem right now. They're so scattered. About as scattered as I am right now, scatterbrained, because yeah. When he thumped it, I just went ahead and set the hook. I didn't even let him hold on to it. Oh, shaking head. In a minute, we need to beam a bunch of them fish.
Yeah, 5 fish for a good while now for Patrick Walters. Great to have a limit in the boat. 3rd Classic for the man from South Carolina, Patrick Walters. His best finish was last year, 10th place at Lake Ray Roberts.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of experience here from the lower part of the state of South Carolina, not the upstate, but had an open win here just a year ago. Patrick Walters with a great start to a very young career, and we always want a camera on him on day one because he's always around him. He uses his electronics so well, and you can bet he's going to always be around some fish.
And you've seen him already make adjustments on how he's catching them, starting out with the jerkbait earlier this morning, going over to kind of a A little bit of a Demiki style bait and then to a shaky head, and he said really his main key on Hartwell this time around, he said, I really feel like the best average size bass is from our takeoff at Green Pond Landing all the way to the dam, and that's where he's going to concentrate the entire event, he said, this time around.
Let's expand our coverage a little bit right now. Some bonus coverage. B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line with Jared Miller. Jared, obviously a great start this morning. Can you tell us about it a little bit?
Pulled up to a little pipe you can see, a tunnel or a bridge or whatever you call it, and got some good bites this morning. Number 5. Number 5. My family's up on the bank. Can you see them? Whole family's up on the bank. Bassmaster Classic. Y'all still there?
B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line. Jared Miller, if we can, real quick, choosing to fish a lot of the dirtier water here, and there's not as much this time around as Classics past. Is that your main game plan, to stay in that color water all day today?
It's all I'm gonna do. It's what I'm good at, and I'm not getting near the clear water.
So, Jared, with your whole family right there on the shore, you anticipated catching your fish there to start the Bassmaster Classic. Is that like your one place that you really going to focus on today, or do you have other places like it?
Oh, no, there's nothing else that I found like it. But I knew I was going to start here for sure, so I told the fam to come out and cheer me on.
Yep, we have seen stuff like this in years past in the Bassmaster Classic. So besides this area that you're in this morning, Jared, what else do you have in your back pocket?
Oh, under this bridge right here, there's a lot of water behind it, and I got quite a few bites back in there. Got number 5. I'm not sure if I want to leave this alone. There was a couple guys trying to get in here on me this morning. They'd left, so I might scoot on up and try some different stuff here in a little bit.
So Jared, are you going to leave that and go back in there and fish? Do you think, are there other anglers or just people out, recreational fishermen out?
Heron already went through and has come back out, and another guy fished behind me, Hanselman, and for first 30 minutes, and he finally left. So I'll probably leave in a little bit, try to save some. But the current, I caught the first 4 with 0 water movement, and the water just started blasting through here on that last number 5. So I might stay and see what happens.
Fantastic, Jared. Thanks for catching a fish for us. Thanks for having a great start today. He summed it up, everything about his family's there on the bank. All these guys have their families there. This is their moment.
What a morning.
He had his moment.
Right?
What a morning.
How great to have a spot where you can just tell your whole family, hey, just park right there. I'm going to put on a show for you this morning.
I would say unofficially took the lead with that fish he caught there in front of him. Back to Chris Zaldain. Had a good one come off a minute ago.
Yes, sir, Tommy. That was our 6th lead change today. Miller was the 12th boat out this morning, so he must have got right there, that spot first.
Spot. Little 1.5-pound spot. Oh, dude, the bait is here. Oh, it should be every cast.
Saw Chris
Those
Zaldain.
big largemouth.
solid one earlier and lost a big one between 4 and 5 pounds.
Yep.
Zaldain, one of the anglers that said this wind today, and we're supposed to have some wind for at least the first 4 or 5 hours of competition here on day one, was going to help him in a big way. He's going to be throwing something pretty familiar, a 6 and an 8-inch swim bait. As the sun gets up and positions them on the docks a little better. He has a dog named Michi. That's exactly nothing.
Give him a shout out.
That's right. That's what I do, bud. That's what we can do.
This is going to be so interesting. You see these anglers catching fish in these ditches this morning, but Chris Zaldain missed the one good fish that he had on. Is it going to be to their advantage to go in and catch 8 to 10 pounds in the first couple hours, or should they just be fishing for those largemouth?
That's interesting you just said that, is you saw Jason Christie, obviously guys like Patrick Walters, Hank Cherry, Greg Hackney. He said, man, I got fish in ditches. I've got fish offshore. He goes, I know what is up shallow under these docks, and there is no way that I cannot dedicate my entire day for fishing for those largemouth.
Basically the same thing from Brandon Cobb.
It's just slower.
But you just see them down in the pack, and you know that's going to change. That is going to change. And, you know, and Brandon's got a lot of experience here. He's won a lot of tournaments here, and he's like, I don't think you can waste your time trying to catch 2-pounders. And we talk about all the time, it's great to have a limit in the boat and to get the pressure off of you. But a limit of 2-pounders, I don't think Lake Hartwell at this point in time is going to do you a lot of good.
So let me ask you, Davey, you've fished many classics. Is that a case of, let me get the poison out to calm me down, let me just catch 5 bass, ease the nerves?
Absolutely. We all want to do that. That's why you have to commend a Greg Hackney, a Brandon Cobb, some people that we know are like, hey, I'm not looking for those fish. I'm going for it.
Spotted bass.
That's exactly the type of fish we were just talking about. You know. Mentally, does it help you? Yes.
Look at that.
But in the end.
Baby blueback. Baby bass. Gosh, he's hammered that swimmer. Yeah.
This is going to be a very diverse tournament.
A lot
you can already tell that.
Yeah, and a lot of threadfin shad in there too. Not as much blueback.
Well, you can bet we're going to be with Seth Feider all day today and possibly beyond. A Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year for 2021. This is his 5th Classic right here. Went 4th place a couple of years ago at Lake Guntersville, and he's made the top 25s, made the final day in all 4. That's saying something right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's one of those guys that he enjoyed being here the previous 4 times. He wants that trophy.
Yeah, just got my first bite of the day. Tiny little 12.5-inch largemouth, but it's getting to be that time of the day where I start catching some fish, so hopefully we start getting some big ones. But pretty slow start so far. Definitely didn't use boat very well, but away she goes.
Well, and you talk about that game plan, Davey. That's exactly what Greg Hackney said. Seth Feider.
We're going to get a little more out of there than that.
Committing the majority of their day to largemouth fishing, and if they catch a spotted bass, it is because it was in their way.
That's exactly right. We'll see how it unfolds. I like that mentality. Here to win it.
Yeah, there's some under here.
But it's nerve-wracking knowing that there are fish schooling in those ditches.
Got our first 4-pounder come across the board from Justin Hamner. His first fish of the day.
Well, he is our defending Angler of the Year. Made his big speech the other night at the Night of Champions. It was a wonderful thing. It was terrific. Let's take a look at our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year watch board this year right now. Tennessee's David Mullins on top. We talked about John Cox and the quick start he has gotten this year. He's come, and then a little bit of winning the first 2 events. I mean, you can't do a whole lot better than that. Micah Frazier, who is not in the Classic this year. His brother is Mark Frazier, Stetson Blaylock. Buddy Gross, Jamie Hartman, Jake Whitaker, Brandon Lester, Scott Canterbury, and Ray Hanselman Jr. Big tournament for Ray at the Harris Chain of Lakes. But what a great year for our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year, Seth Fire.
Oh my God, yeah, I should have boat flipped it. Oh, that's fun. Freaking 5-pound smallies on a chatterbait. Let's go.
To do the handoff.
After winning Angler of the Year, the Bassmaster Classic is my #1 goal. I need one, I want one, I'm gonna get one. And I don't know if it'll be this year or down the road, but I think if you got both of those, you're kind of in a real small group of anglers and kind of solidify your place as, one of the legends. And I want that trophy, and I'm going to do everything in my power to get it.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Well, there it is, that iconic trophy right there, the one that changes people's lives. Every angler that has taken that trophy after 3 days of fishing in the World Championship has had his life changed, and that will be the case this Sunday, Championship Sunday, Greenville Tours Wellness Arena. Gerald Swindle has been in pursuit of that trophy for more than 2 decades right now, and just by 2 Angler of the Year achievements, he's still waiting on his first one. Could this be the year?
No, it could be striper. Could be striper. If it ain't a striper, it's a big largemouth. God, he's pulling like striper though. I don't think it's a big spot. I mean a giant. And I don't know how good he's hooked. Big largemouth.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Yeah! Yeah! That's worth screaming over, baby! Yeah!
5. Thank you, Jesus. Oh my God, I knew I could figure out how to catch him there. And he wasn't the only one that hit it. Remember I told you I missed one? Heading again. Let's go. Fire them up, take them down. You got every tool you need to be a champion, son. Put them all to use. It's a DT8, our new color they call green gizzard. Now he ain't the only one there, dude. You remember how many I was just sitting there telling you I'm looking at them? And that, dude, they just, I got it going fast enough, they couldn't stand it. Whew. I told you, I said.
All those years, that adrenaline is still flowing. 2 of those, a couple of 3-pounders, he could run away from everybody today a little bit, couldn't he?
Yeah, that's a great fish for Gerald Swindle. Shallowed up a little bit. He was out there over that 20 to 25 feet of water, and he's got in there throwing a DT8, probably fishing around 7 or 8 feet this morning.
Yeah, and that's the really bizarre part about whenever you're on Lake Hartwell, you can catch a bunch of little bullet spots, 12, 13 inches. And that shows up, and we heard it, that they live together on this lake.
Oh, we can't wait to see more of that. Of course, we're here in the Expo, the Bassmaster Classic Expo, sponsored by Marathon. The crowd's not here yet. They'll have the ribbon cutting at 11, but we're going to cut the ribbon on our great associates, Ronnie Moore and Mike Suchku, and Ronnie with the screen of knowledge fired up, ready to go. Why not?
We got to get it warmed up, Tommy, and I'm feeling kind of torn on that Gerald Swindle catch. All week I've been saying this is his 19th Classic. Could he get it done this week? This is setting up weather-wise for a Gerald Swindle Classic. And yesterday I made the big decision to swap around my fantasy team a pick or two.
Wow.
And I took Gerald Swindle off my fantasy fishing team. So I want to go ahead and if we did this set yesterday, it would be totally different. But I wanted to look at our Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing team for Lake Hartwell. Based on the five-man lineup, bucket A through E, we kind of set the lineups very tough at the top. We put a lot of the heavy guys at the top, the favorites, and I chose Jason Christie. That kind of reassured my pick earlier in the week when I went with him on Wednesday, seeing what he had. And then I said, Brandon Lester, one of the hottest anglers in the sport right now, he loves fishing this way in those ditches, tight lining, also getting up shallow. Matt Herron, Josh Strassner, purely the dirtier water and dock fishing picks. And then Joey Nania, that tight lining, that Demiki rig style, the spotted bass. I feel like he's going to be a very consistent pick for bucket E, which is a lot of those guys who don't normally make a classic. And then when it comes to Drain the Lake, I did switch it kind of 4 and 4. Two different approaches, 4 on each. I got Brandon Cobb, Hank Cherry, Matt Airy, and Jason Christie. I'd expect these are some of their favorites for the Classic. They're some of those guys who will keep deep and shallow honest. And then I've got a couple finesse guys as well that will definitely live out there where those fish have been. There are a lot more fish deeper than we think. They haven't all pushed to the bank. A lot of fish, including largemouth, out deeper. So guys like Jeff Gustafson, Taku Ito, Brandon Pollock, Joey Nini, I expect them to be in the running, at least after day 1 and day 2. Not sure if they're going to need all largemouth, though, to surpass them on Lake Hartwell, which is a very special place. I'm so happy to be here. It's such a dynamic fishery, especially with the weather that's rolled through this week.
Ronnie, I know you're happy to be here, but it's definitely not been your year so far in fantasy fishing. I got to ask, you are listen, you are a stickler for the rules. Is it fair for everybody at home that you compete against in your Beat Ronnie Moore club? Is it fair that you went practicing with Jason Christie on Wednesday and magically Jason Christie is on both your fantasy teams now?
Well, he's on my fantasy team.
Is it fair?
I put him on my team on Monday. I just want you to know we did the whole Bassmaster podcast, had him there. But the only switch up I made was Gerald Swindle out, Brandon Lester in. That probably, it may not pay off, who knows. But Swindle with a 5 this morning and a big 3+ pounder from spotted bass, a bonus fish.
You're being watched, Ronnie.
Yeah. A viewer wants to know, Ronnie, did you take Gerald Swindle off your Drain the Lake team as well?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
All right.
Just the 5-man.
See Jason Christie here. He's left the ditches.
Yes.
Boat docks on the radar right now.
And here's what Christie said. He said, look, man, I'm going to live up shallow, but I'm going to calm myself out deep the first basically hour of fishing just to get comfortable, get settled in. But what you're going to see Jason Christie do this time around compared to when we've covered him here in years past, especially, Jason Christie said, look, man, all the secrets where I caught him a few years ago, they're out. Those areas are getting throttled, not only from local pressure since then, but a lot of pressure from the classic anglers. He said, I'm going to ignore that entire part of the lake, this event.
When I went with him on Wednesday, final practice day, I had to ask him before we really left the dock or when we got to the first spot, what is your intentions today? Some guys go out on Wednesday, and you know this, Davey, they're looking for more stuff. They didn't do enough work the first 3 days. Some guys trying to eliminate water, and Christie said he wanted to eliminate a section of the lake, and he said, I feel like I still have it in play if I want it to, but I have to be disciplined on that.
Okay. Yep.
Takuito fishing his second Classic.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean? Okay. Yeah, I need a big fish, so I fish in a shallow dock. So 10 minutes before, I saw a big fish here, chasing my bait, but no bite. Yeah, so I know a big fish under the dock, but a little bit nervous, no bite. But maybe I have a chance. Yeah, under the dock is many big fish, but not easy. Fish chase, but no bite.
A little surprising to me to see Taku going shallow under the boat docks this early in the day.
Yeah, but you're literally the last 15 minutes you're seeing that transition.
Yes. With Christie?
Yes.
Yes.
Limit in the boat for Taku Ito. This is some footage from earlier today.
Yeah, Taku said that spotted bass like him almost as much as smallmouth. He got to tell us that yesterday. And spent, get ready for this, gang, watching on Bassmaster.com. Taku spent 25 to 30 days alone practicing here.
That's staggering.
Now get ready. This is the best stat. He has 1,500 secret waypoints.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, if you think about spending 25 to 30 days probably in a row.
Yes.
Here on Lake Hartwell.
They were broke up.
You want to win the.
They were broke up in two different
So
brackets.
a dozen days or so in a row, two times, just to give yourself a better chance to win the Bassmaster Classic. I mean, that's dedication.
Well, and we talked to him, Davey, Tuesday with the interviews. We said, I said, Taku, why are you so good? And he said, I don't have Christmas. I don't have New Year's. I have bass fishing and hard work every day. I wake up and I fish hard because I want to hold that classic trophy. Yes. I want to win the elite trophies. I want to win, so I have to work hard. I don't take any other time to do other things. And so he's definitely dedicated his whole life coming from Japan for a moment like this and a week like this.
And we've watched him enough. I can see a different gear in Taku. Right? I can tell by just his body movement, his motions, and he's always focused. But you can tell it's the Bassmaster Classic.
Yep. Finished 41st at his first Classic last year on Lake Ray Roberts in Texas. Notched his first Elite Series win last year to St. Lawrence, Lake Ontario.
And I can say this. It's more difficult to hit that 3-inch little gap between those two black floats when you're in the Bassmaster Classic than it is when you're out there practicing.
Yes. You know, and the other thing, I want you to really watch the different docks that we're going to see today. If you like dock fishing, this tournament is going to be for you, and we'll be able to break down all the different kinds of docks that these bigger ones are on. Back over to Seth Fighter. Seth Fighter did say he thought he had the potential for a 20-pound stringer from what he saw in practice.
Spot. Not the right ones. Oops, sorry.
There we go.
One of the favorites coming in, Brandon Cobb.
Yeah, it's it's about 9 o'clock. I got two fishing boat, 2 spots. It's not really intending to catch many spots today. I'm kind of just biding my time, trying to catch a few here and there. I probably could have caught a limit in the area. They caught 2 spots, but I feel like one big fish early would be more beneficial than catching a limit, 1.5 to 2 pound spots. So kind of just fishing for big ones is what I'm trying to do. I know it sounds weird considering I'm throwing a spinning rod, but just the areas I'm fishing, trying to catch some big ones. And one 3 to 5 pounder in the morning would be better than catching a limit of spots. So I'm just don't really expect to do much damage till kind of afternoon. Hopefully it'll start about 10 to 11, but anything I can catch in the morning is kind of a bonus. Got 2, but they're just place fillers. I don't intend to weigh them in if I can help it.
Like I mentioned, Brandon Cobb was a lot of experience here. Grew up here fishing with his dad. A lot of experience here. Won a lot of local tournaments. When we've talked about it this morning, he's one that doesn't think that
just said it.
Those spots you're wasting your time, so to speak. We'll see. We'll see. A
3.5 pound largemouth instead of having a little 5 bass limited spotted bass. He has 2 in the boat right now. And the interesting thing covering him here when he won the Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, he said, I'm more familiar with fishing the Seneca River stretch of this just from growing up in this area. He said, I know that there's a better average size bass on this lake from really mid-lake to the dam. You hear that a lot. We saw a Classic 1 there the last time around. But he said, I just know this stretch that he's in better than everywhere else.
We talked about that. He does fish that more than some of the other areas, but he's got a plan. And if it works out, you'll see him in other parts of this lake. The pressures, there's so many people. Right. Once that sun gets up, they're going to be fishing these boat docks. You're going to have to move around on this lake, not just stay in one arm.
Let's go to another former Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year, Greg Hackney.
Greg Hackney with a very, very good practice.
Big one. Man, I hope she's hooked good. Come on, baby. I see the jig sticking outside of her mouth. Kind of worries me a little bit. Come on. Come on. It's a big old fat one. Oh. Yes, sir. Get in there. That'll work. I picked up, it just went ding, a little old light bite.
Very certain kind of dock. Not the dock itself, but the kind of bank
That's
it's
what we're
on.
looking for. We may not catch many. We're going to spend the day head hunting, I promise you. I promise you. Woo. Yeah. I was like, it's a freaking big one. I didn't know how big, but I was like, it's a big one. Because I brought the wood.
He's going to be a headache all weekend. There is
Absolutely.
no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Rotating around.
You're not going to see him chasing 13-inch spotted bass in a ditch. It's not going to happen.
I think he laid that out for you pretty emphatically earlier this week, didn't he? Greg Hackney couldn't stand the thought of being out there with those big ones running around close to the bank right there. Jared Miller, though, of Oklahoma in the Bass Nation 2021, coming in here and taking over the lead. 12 pounds and 12 ounces. Caleb Sumrall had his big limit for a good long while now. Daisuke Aoki, Lee Livesey moving his way up into the top 4 right now. John Cox, Shane LaHue, Wes Logan also bouncing up there. Got plenty more to come for Lake Hartwell.
Yeah, fishing the Classic is still a tournament on the water. Nothing, like I said, I've been everywhere. Fished every tournament organization there is on the planet and pretty much won at every level. And there's nothing that compares to the Classic. It is, I know it's a cliche, the Super Bowl of bass fishing, but I don't even think it's bigger than that. It is if you're a tournament bass fisherman. It's heaven on earth.
champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
Lake Hartwell's a lake that I really like. It's a pattern lake.
I mean, you can get on a pattern and run it. And that's one of the things that I love about this event. This is a lake where I feel like I can win. The weather's really right for what I want to do.
You look at the weather pattern, you look at the water clarity on Lake Hartwell.
I have Japanese techniques, so many finesse. Sometimes so finesse is strong with the Creole.
What I love about Hartwell is it's ever changing.
And that's really what we're seeing here this week, right? Warming trends, a dip in the weather, cold rain. It's going to dirty up some places, and then it's followed by a warming trend.
So coming in, I prep to fish a little deeper, a little slower to try to stay more consistent, but you're going to see Hartwell throw everybody everything.
It's not like in my backyard like Lake Norman, but it's still comfortable being here.
A lot's happened to me on Lake Hartwell. I grew up fishing with my dad here. We fished club tournaments. I've spent thousands and thousands of hours on Lake Hartwell, so I just feel comfortable out there. It's a place that kind of molded my fishing style that I use all around the country.
55 guys who could not wait to get started here. They've been working for it all their lives, all the months of anticipation before we finally get out here and go fishing. We're out there fishing right now, day one of 3 days of competition at the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. Jared Miller from the Bass Nation qualifier from 2021 on top. The man from Oklahoma, Caleb Sumrall, having a good day so far. Daisuke Aoki, Lee Livesey, and John Cox rounding out our top five there. What a contrast to, well, the second time we were here, back in 2015, where they launched at 10 degrees. These guys were launching 50s. It's going to be a beautiful day. Gorgeous.
I'm going to rewind back to the first Classic that we covered here, where we did it outside. And here's what it was. It was not pleasant throughout the evening.
We sat and shot all night because we were making a show to air in the evening. And it was, it's a much more comfortable, what a perfect Chamber of Commerce day today.
Week.
Here in
Week
South
it's
Carolina.
been.
And week.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt.
Didn't it snow the morning of day one in 2008? I thought it was snow.
I probably did.
More than likely, yes.
We've got great weather. The lake's fishing better than it ever has, according to these anglers, when we've been here in the Classics. Just a perfect storm.
One huge thing, Davey, as well, looking at Gerald Swindle's jersey right there, top left, a little bit of wind will be huge. It'll be vastly different. The weather's great, but if we have that kind of wind throughout the week, it'll be 5 pounds better for winning weight than it would be.
It is not supposed to blow the entire
No, it's not.
Right?
But it is supposed to blow today, and there's that's a double-edged sword. It really is. It's going to help some anglers that are wanting to cast and wind, but just that ripple that we're seeing right there makes it much more difficult to skip in those really tight places, those little small openings under these boat docks.
Davey height for our friends at home that we have not talked about this. Number one, water temps generally from about 53 to 58 degrees right now. A lot of people saying that by Sunday, by Championship Sunday, we may see some sight fishing in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I don't think there's a doubt. There's not a doubt in my mind that there will be fish on the bed, if not today. And I'm going to even say by tomorrow we'll see some people sight fishing.
Other thing about a lot of guys that you're going to see on docks today, one of the things that Chris Zaldain said, he's catching a lot of, I'm not going to say a lot, he's catching a number or getting a number of bites on a big swim bait, a 6 and an 8-inch swim bait. We've seen him throw in the past. And he said that wind is critical for that bite. But in tournaments we've covered in years past, especially on day number one, this lake has magic docks, okay? And I'm not talking docks that you can catch one big one on. I'm talking docks that you can catch 18 to 22 pounds. We've seen it with Dean Rojas in the past, the first day of the tournament. He caught all of that weight off of one boat dock. And there are anglers that we're covering today that have visually seen those boat docks.
So that's why I think that Brandon Cobb will be so dangerous come Sunday. He's got a slower start today, but we saw Charlie Hartley, we saw Dean Rojas, we saw them have great days because they found a great dock or maybe a great stretch of docks. But Brandon Cobb knows those stretches of the docks, 620, Seneca, Tougaloo. I mean, he knows where those stretches or docks are, and it's just a matter of putting it all together. But he knows the right ones for those fish to be under.
You talked about the need to be able to cast and perfect little casts in perfect little spots. You spent the day with Brandon Cobb, and you said he's the man for the job.
Very,
right?
very impressive.
Yeah.
You hear those baits, you hear the jigs banging on those floats or hitting a pontoon or something like that. Those fish,
not like a big wad. He can see so well that, I mean, he can just chase them around and pick them off.
That's Greg Hackney's other approach. A lot of these little bit flatter ditches. When you get to these flatter ditches where it's in like 5 to 8, he has caught some big ones.
Place right here where we are right now.
On a lipless crankbait.
He caught one earlier. One of the fish we saw him. What you have at Lake Hartwell, it's just a very short little, Brandon Cobb was calling it fuzzy grass. I've heard it called sand grass. It's just a little moss that grows on the bottom, and you'll see these green patches. From some of those aerial photos, you can actually see it if you pay attention. That's what those fish are relating to in these places like Greg Hackney's fishing.
And it's funny, Greg Hackney said he doesn't get a lot of bites from spotted bass doing this, but when he does, they are those magnums, 3.5 to 4 pounders.
So we'll notice this week, you'll see those magnum spots in places like that, and they look green. They look black almost. Those are the ones we'll see come to the scales. But those smaller, the 1.5, the 2 pounders.
Is that right?
They have a little yellow tint to
you
them.
Don't
That's
like
not
those.
the ones you want. We don't
like
like those. We don't like those.
Ooh.
Let's check back in. It's been a little while since we looked in on John Cox. Had a good start.
I had to crush it here a minute ago. This one right here, this is the Berkeley War Pig. You might say, well, they don't have that Berkeley War Pig color out yet. But they will here shortly. That sucker was catching them this morning. We just got to get back into them. I just wish the water was just a little bit dirtier back here, but I'm just throwing it out, letting it hit the bottom, yanking it up off the bottom, and boy, this morning it didn't even make it to the bottom.
That's John Cox with your Berkeley right bait, right time.
We'll see a couple of those this week, a couple different Berkeley right bait, right times. We'll see some of those flat-nosed minnow, maybe on a jig head in the ditches like we've seen, and maybe by Sunday we'll see that general wacky rig. Like, it's going to be different every day. That's what's going to be so fun about this event. Not even day to day, just hour to hour, Davey. It seems like it's going to be something different.
I think we'll see the leaderboard change more in this Classic than I can ever remember. You'll see some people like, what's wrong with them? And then by this afternoon, they'll be right there where you expected them to be. We'll also see some of these people that made their hay early in these ditches that slow down in the afternoon.
And what's different about this tournament compared to the other classics that we fished, it is just, you can tell this lake is just further along, obviously much further along than, the first 2 classics that we fished here. But it's almost like this tournament feels like it's about 1 or 2 weeks later than the last event that we fished.
And it's concerning because in those classics, we saw some anglers that were fishing deep, and we had a pretty day on Saturday or maybe just on Sunday, and they're like, the fish left me.
Right.
We've seen it in those classics. So you just have to be concerned about the ones that are playing the deep game here this week.
What's incredible is that, when we had the Elite Series event here in 2019, the first week of April, there were fish locking on bed. You were able to go down the bank and catch them on a wacky rig. That's like next Thursday. Like you know what I'm saying? Like but we're just barely getting into March this week.
Yes.
It's very, very intriguing because it happens so quick. That's what 2 weeks ago I asked some buddies who fish Hartwell a lot. I said, I don't even care if they're biting. I don't care how deep. Just what's the water temp? And they said 55 to 56 in some places. And I was like blown away that it wasn't 47 to 48 with how winter has been, snow in these areas. When it got warm real quick.
Yeah. Weatherman was on TV this morning talking about the highs during this week and expected later. He said we're in mid-May highs.
Right.
That's what
exactly.
we're almost in June.
And here's what's weird though about this body of water. If you don't, and you know this as well as anybody, Davey. Anywhere else we really go in the country that does not have blueback herring, when you have this explosion of warmth, the population generally, at least the bulk of the population, pushes shallow. The blueback herring, no matter how warm it gets, it will hold a percentage of that a very large percentage of that population that stay out there, live out there, spawn out there on top of a lot of those humps, and that's what makes this unique to where the bulk does not aim its nose at the bank.
Yes, exactly right. But you've got enough that you've got to watch out for a Jason Christie, a Greg Hackney, a Brandon Cobb, those guys that are going to be shallow. But, be honest with you, when I heard Gerald when we talked to him on Tuesday saying I'm going to fish deeper, I was like, man,
I know.
It might not be a bad plan at all the way this is unfolding. Because, like you said, we've already seen 4 to 5 pound fish caught deeper than 15 feet this morning.
What's incredible is Swindle said that, and I looked at you when he left the room, and I was like, "Are you? I don't. This is the classic that you go do your strength." And then the same kind of thing with Christie on Wednesday. We went in clear water, stained water, and dirty water. We went from the Tougaloo all the way as far as you can go, 6 and 20, all the way to the dam, everywhere. And he was trying to eliminate the dirtiest water. He was trying to get that out of his mind.
Said Jason Christie never.
I know.
Right. Exactly.
He caught a fish or two doing it, and he was like, well, I'm still confident in it, but not an 8-hour day deal. But there will be a time where maybe they linger in there for a period of time to catch one good one or something.
Scott Martin just made a move into 3rd place.
Wow.
He's got that 312 early, a 3-pounder, and he just filled his limit. 3rd place with 11 even. And that would be a remarkable story.
There's a shot of Seth Fider making a little bit of a move this morning. He did not expect to do a lot early today. He said, my time's coming later.
And really, just like Brandon Cobb, Davey, you got to get in the boat with Brandon Cobb, and I don't think he took you to all of his juice.
Oh, I think like 0.
Exactly.
But that's fine. I understand that.
And that's one of the things of a lot of the anglers that we're with today that we have on camera. They said the real fireworks are not till about 10, even towards 11 o'clock.
We were texting back and forth on the water Wednesday, and I said, how's the practice? Thumbs up, thumbs down. You said medium, and I was like, that's the worst thing you could have said because that doesn't tell me much. But you said,
what about a medium?
Yeah, you said, what about for Christie? And I said, he's kind of going through a lull. He might have made a move too soon. And I said, but he's starting to call his shot. He's starting to feel confident. The next 4 docks, he was able to catch him. So there is a time where these guys know that they need to be there.
Come on. You know the fish are right here.
It's just so interesting to watch this unfold because these guys, like you said earlier, Z, that Jason Christie knows a lot of what he has fished in the past. These other competitors know the areas. Do you go fish those docks so you're not fishing behind a Jason Christie or a Brandon Cobb or a Greg Hackney? Or do you wait on the time of day where it's supposed to be best in the afternoon there under those docks?
Dude, if I go in a pocket and Jason Christie is fishing docks, I am not going behind him.
Yes, but if you want to be there before
later.
Yeah, but if you wait, if you go there first thing, so you're ahead of him, or the fish set up yet.
Exactly, and that's one of the things, it doesn't matter if you're dock fishing in anywhere in the country, generally, especially this time of the year, into mid-spring, it takes an hour or two for them to set up.
You mentioned those docks, Davey, and that little bitty gap between the floats that these guys have to make. And I was talking to Christie about that. I said, there's 55 guys. All of them deserve to be here. Out of those 55, there are 20 that are comfortable fishing docks all day. Out of those 20, there's 10 that can make that cast. You got to make that cast, and you do it. He saw one suspending under a dock, and he said, you mean like that? And he skips right underneath there, and the fish turns and bites his jig, and he pulls it away from the fish. But there will be guys that are on the right fish and have to make one great cast to get that big one, and whether they do or not will be the determining factor.
Well, a big flurry to start the day. That was so much fun to watch.
It was, wasn't it?
First of 3 days fishing here, and things are going to change. As you guys predicted, they're going to change hour to hour as we go through the leaderboard, as we're looking at right now. It will change hour to hour, but right now, how about it? Bass Nation angler Jared Miller on top.
Former elite pro.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
We had him below a dam one time.
Yes, we did. Caleb Summerall, Scott Martin making a big move up the leaderboard. Man on a mission, that is for sure, but all these 55 guys are on a mission. Dice Karaoke, Lee Livesey rounding out our top 5, and right below, there's Hank Cherry. That's how he's doing today. Not bad at all in his quest for back-to-back-to-back. So many stories working here on Lake Hartwell on the most important 3 days of fishing.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
Hope you're having a great Friday. We are having the biggest Friday of the year. First day of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. We're bringing you this day one action, about 7 hours of it, live from Lake Hartwell here, 4th time ever. For the Classic to come to this iconic lake in South Carolina. The man who won last year at Lake Ray Roberts, the year before at Lake Guntersville, Hank Cherry. Let's get out on the water with him right now, hanging in there in the top 10.
Still a ton of them down there. I don't know. I may have to just divide some up. So quit picking around so much.
I just don't have
over there.
Back out to Chris Zaldain.
Again. Every single one. When you have a thought, you got to run with it. That's why.
That's why.
Big one. Stay on there. Oh my gosh, stay on there. They're on the secondary points. Oh, stay on there, girl. You gotta roll with the thoughts. Come on, baby, stay on there. Go, stay on there. Come here. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, you big old thing. Yeah! Woo! Yes! What'd I say? I was like, all right, let's leave. Let's go to the swim bait juice. Pick up a crankbait, first cast across that point. God. That's a giant, dude. Oh. Dude, that was amazing, man. Hey, when you get that thought after years and years and years of experience, you get that voice in your head and you got to stick with that voice. I almost pulled up the trolling motor, made a swim bait cast across there. I was like, just one more cast, let's continue on. Threw a crankbait across there, bam, that's a 4-pounder. Aaron, look at that one, dude. Yes. Nice call, boys. Yeah, just pick any one of these. Any one, just choose one. There's good enough. Good enough. Man, this is a nice little secondary pattern for me. And the secondary points, it's gotta have, look up there, the chunky clay rock, the clay boulders. And when they're not in the docks, they're on these little secondaries like this, but you have to have wind. As the day progresses and that sun gets higher, those shadows in those docks get smaller, and that's where those big largemouth are hanging, right? You know, like midday. But first thing in the morning, the first couple hours are real loose, so these secondary points are money.
That is the third big bite we've seen.
Old school cranking on him.
Yes. He lost one. We saw a big fish from Swindle doing that.
The wind is helping all that. The wind is certainly helping that.
And this is not how Zaldain's biggest bites came in practice.
It's the same type of thing we saw at Lanier from some of our anglers maybe 2 weeks prior to this, but in 2020 or 2019.
Them today, like everyone. You got to have like 3 swim bait fish in the bag today. Yeah.
Dude, that is so great. He just catches a big one on a crankbait and instantly says, I have to have 3 big swim bait fish.
3-pound call for him got him in the top 10 at 6th place. And jumping right above him is Chris Johnston.
You know, it's great to have something that you're really, really good at and something that you like as a tournament angler. But sometimes you wonder, just like you said, he just caught his biggest fish on a crankbait, and he can't stop talking about big swim baits. They've been good to him, but
like we're
going to
wreck them today.
Psyched
like
out
everyone's
about
going to have 16 pounds, 17 pounds, I feel like. We really need over 20 today with the wind.
And that's going to be Zaldain's problem tomorrow. He said he cannot get that swim bait bite to activate when it's calm. And tomorrow, guys, is going to be.
That swim bait did for me in practice was it showed me where the population of huge largemouth are. Like, I got a lot of bites, but I also got a lot of followers, and it just tells me, you know, which cuts are holding a population of big largemouth. So every one of these cuts you got to just go into and think, well, you saw some big ones in practice, so just figure out how to get them to bite. But like I said, once those shadows on those docks get smaller, it's game time with the swim bait. It's only up from here.
Uh-oh. What is that? First one of the Bassmaster Classic in 2022, my friend. You know exactly what that music means. Power pole replay of the day is pretty easy. But I got to tell you, I've got a little anxiety. I'm a little stressed out. I don't have many words. Such, do me a favor. I have never asked this from you in my entire life. You, my friend, need to take this power pole replay of the day. Go ahead, Such.
Oh, see, that's your job. You kind of hogged that. Well, let's see here. Chris Zaldain throwing his crankbait, getting the big bite that he said he was going for. He's going for 5 big bites, going for the win. You know it. You know he always goes for it. He's going to go for it. He wants to win one of these one day.
I like that in the tone. It represented my friend. And Chris Zaldain, you are the power pole replay of the day. And not only that, you too, Such. You are the power pole replay of the day. Big one right there for Chris Zaldain, putting him kind of ahead of the curve right here. And he made the comment, he has to do work later today with that swim bait. Should be really interesting because he saw some huge bites.
You just got to think, Chris Zaldain, unofficially, Bass Track saying he's in 6th place.
Yeah.
We saw him lose a 4.5-pounder. He's been so close so many times.
At his B.A.S.S Classic 2019, Fort Loudon Tellico, wind, swim
Yes,
bait.
yes.
Poised to win on the final
Yes,
day, did
yes.
not get the wind from the right direction.
That Humminbird bird's eye view is exactly what he was just talking about. He said when those shade lines tighten, get smaller, get confined, there is a certain part on those docks that you're looking at in that Humminbird bird's eye view where his big bites are coming. Here's the problem. We're going to kind of dissect when that bite starts later today. It's one thing getting them to bite. It's another thing landing them.
We got co-leaders. Caleb Summerall called. He's tied with Jared Miller.
Suits, you nailed that power pole replay today.
It was good.
You went into deep, rich, guttural, thought out.
I'll give you guttural.
Man, I'm not going to. Yeah, so, you know, in practice, I spent 3.5 days throwing this big swim bait and another swim bait. I got a lot of bites, but I had probably 3 or 4 times as many followers. And what that does is it shows me where the big population of big largemouth are. And on some of these docks and some of these cuts, I mean, 3 and 4, all 4-pounders would come out of these docks and chase this swim bait. And there's no other lure that would do that for me in practice. So that little cove right there, I rolled into and fished the exact same spots from practice. They weren't there. They kind of pulled out overnight, and they're on these little secondary points. But I almost pulled up the trolling motor to get out of here and keep going to the backs, the cuts, and the very backs of these. But something told me after years and years of experience to throw a crankbait across that secondary point, and I caught a 4+ pounder. So what I think is happening is overnight they pulled out of those guts a little bit, and they relate to these chunk rock clay banks, and they have to be secondary points in front of those docks that those swim bait fish were in. As the day goes on, they start getting in those docks, and as those shadows shrink, and wherever you have a real small shadow on those docks and wherever the wind is blowing on it, if it's on the back corner, there are some absolute magnums in this lake. And in practice, I caught a 6-pounder, then a 5, then I had to roll my hooks back, and I had so many big ones chase me out. So we haven't even scratched the surface on all the waypoints here. So we're gonna have a good day. We have a good start. We're gonna finish strong. Lots and lots of time. It's only 9:30, and I know I could get, 4 or 5 bites on that big swim bait, and they're all gonna be 5-pounders.
Glad we got a camera with Chris Zaldain.
Absolutely.
Very confident there.
Yes.
I know I can get 4 or 5 bites that are 5 pounds plus.
There was 2 anglers in our field that texted throughout last weekend's practice, not Wednesday's official practice. 2 anglers that were texting actual pictures of big ones. One of them was Chris Zaldain. The other one was an angler that does not do that, and that was Hackney.
Wow.
He does not do that. You do not see Hackney posting the Instagram FaceTime. You don't see it.
Yeah, during practice especially,
Good for him.
So Instagram and FaceTime.
I don't know.
That's what he did for you. Okay.
Sure. Don't
Just
know.
making sure.
Nope.
How he delivered the goods.
Direct message, the whole thing.
Oh. I
don't know.
His MySpace. And Classics past here, the big bass has been a 6-pound, 11-ounce. It was done the last 2 Classics in 2015 by one Aaron Martins.
That 4-pounder by Chris, that's one of the precious things around here. That's something you can believe in and know you're going to take it to the weigh-in.
But you can already tell in this Classic from prior ones, we're going to see a lot more of those than today and the next 2 days than we've seen. Those are like gold, and they're going to be mandatory in this one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the previous classics, you could 16, 17 them a day and win.
It's not going to.
You're going to have a 20-pound day to win. Maybe 2, but it's just not that 15, 16, 17 pound a day kind of lake anymore.
And really, also what this warming trend has done is help the field. There was a lot of people in this tournament that really wanted it to stay cold, where these groups of offshore fish were really confined, grouped up together. Look, man, it doesn't matter what Elite Series tournament we have throughout the country. When that water just gets near 60 degrees, the field as a whole, it's a fastball compared to when it's 20 degrees.
So, case in point, Brandon Cobb, who said multiple times before this, I wish it was cold.
Right.
I wish it stayed cold here. I'd have the advantage then.
Yes.
Where we had, in our Florida tournaments, they were very, very top-heavy events, not spread out. This one will be spread out.
Totally agree. Because there's, there will be fish, just like you talked to start the show. There will be fish caught over 50 feet of water all the way up to 1 foot of water, and that's why, most of the field will catch their limit.
Can you imagine the gaggle of people who's going to be around that 25 cut mark tomorrow?
Oh, wow, yes.
Big time disappointment.
Because if you're not gone now.
Well, get on down.
Get on out of here now.
Go on now.
Slide on by the expo now, boy.
I just saw Bob Cobb walk by the way.
Fantastic.
Like, that's what, everybody
That's why you love
shows
this week.
up to the Bassmaster Classic. That is, if you're important, you're here.
The exhibitors are showing up, coming in, filling the booths up, getting ready to open up.
Cutting the ribbon about 11 o'clock local time today. The public to come in.
Come on down. We had a fantastic attendance at the Shimano Classic kickoff last night.
Really?
And
they said about 5,000 people
morning.
came in.
Wow.
And the ramp this morning, too, had really appreciate the fans. Keep coming on out.
Big morning so far. So much fun watching these guys. So many of them, as you say, Davey, catching them. So many of them going to have limits, all of them, by the end of the day. I think both of you guys have mentioned that. Jared Miller, though, we got to see him with his family sitting on the bank, catching the fish that put him in the lead there. That is what this thing is all about. Jared Miller on top right there certainly could be life-changing for him. Caleb Sumrall in a tie with him right now. Scott Martin.
Stay on there.
And this one earlier from Chris Zaldain.
Come here, big old thing. Yeah! Woo!
Oh, what's it going to take to win for a guy like Chris Zaldain?
Leave. Let's go to the swim bait juice. Pick up the crankbait first.
Is Chris Zaldain a closer? Most people would think no.
Stay on there. God, he came off too. God.
But I like these 3-day tournaments. I like these tournaments where you could go all in, commit to one thing, and when the conditions, the weather conditions, things get right. I noticed that after 10 years of fishing and coming close, all of these years, I understand when things could happen, and I'm gonna do everything I can to allow those things to happen to win here this week.
22 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Rapala, and by Progressive.
Day one of the 52nd edition of this World Championship, the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook in this beautiful area. We are having absolute Chamber of Commerce weather. Spring may be 2-3 weeks away by the calendar, but it has sprung here. The way it feels today, look at the high there, almost 70 degrees. A low of 48. I think it's going to get higher than 70 degrees today.
Exactly. Looking at your TH Marine weather report, tomorrow high of 70, a low of 56, and really today is the coolest day of this entire week so far. I mean, it has been warm nights. Going into Sunday, high of 77, as you say it. Davey Height taking a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. That might be the day that we are going to be eye spying there.
Yes, when the wind calms down and those temperatures continue to rise, I think we will definitely see some of that. And with that, I think we'll see the leaderboard changing.
Striker Daily Trivia, we got to have that at the Classic. How many Classic runners-up are in this year's field? How many runners-up, second-place finishers? Is it 2? Is it 3? 4 or 5 Classic runners-up and Classics Pass in the field today?
Think hard.
We're going to answer it right now.
Suchenstein.
Ronnie Moore.
Oh, give me the least amount of time to think. I'll go 4, Tommy. I'll go 4.
I go 3.
I'm going to go 3.
Yeah. I'm with Ronnie. I'm going 4.
Name them.
You're so.
Name them? That's not the question.
Eric, Christie, Kennedy, Polinick. I named them. Good job, Tommy. We're 1 for 1 today.
Right.
Let's go.
That was too quick. You got to let these old minds think on stuff like that.
I'm good when I think less, right, Davey? They give me less time to think, and the commercial breaks make me run.
There's the way our 10 anglers were in the boat with all day long today with our live coverage, 7 hours of it. That's the way they are laid out across Lake Hartwell.
That's very, very cool. Sorry to interrupt, Z. Go ahead.
The other story that's going on, and we don't want to break this down, but if you really look at Lake Hartwell, kind of where it divides, where it goes into the Tugaloo, into the Seneca, up into 6 and 20, there is a predominant area right now that is shining, at least for the big numbers of limits this morning. We will start to get into that more as we get into the weekend, but there is a general region that has fired.
There is, and I agree with you. We probably shouldn't break that down quite yet, but there are some faces that I'm seeing on certain areas of lakes that's very surprising to me.
I agree with that, yes. One of the things Hank Cherry said, and this is any Classic we have, if you ever rewind to when he won on Lake Guntersville a couple of years ago, anytime you have the Bassmaster Classic, you have a lot of spectator boats. And Hank Cherry said that he really thought, you talked about it, Davey, that spectator boats were going to be an issue, especially for your shallow water fishermen in this tournament.
Hank Cherry, we're talking with him on Tuesday. Said he's fished here since he was 12 years old. Feels very comfortable on Lake Hartwell. We saw him win at Ray Roberts where, gosh, it looked like kind of out of his wheelhouse, so to speak, in those willow trees and bushes, but feels very comfortable here.
We are supposed to stay unbiased on this set, and we're not. That's the real truth of it. Hank Cherry said that if he wins this tournament, he was going to take our hunting group on a free hunting trip. I'm not going to lie. It's a little place in my heart rooting.
You're all in. You're all in, aren't you?
You know, I must say, I remember him promising that.
Herring out there. It ain't a bass out there. Go hit the other corner.
A little wind, a little riprap. Hank Cherry, 101.
Yes.
Made it work at Guntersville for sure.
Hank Cherry, like Greg Hackney, usually very quiet about his practice, doesn't like to show his cards before the tournament begins, but he did that at last year's Classic, was pretty outspoken. He was on him, and this was one of those tournaments where he said, no, I had a very, very good practice, and like Gerald Swindle, said, I'll be in that mid-depth range. I'm going to try to keep myself away from the dot game all day long, like we're seeing Jason Christie has adjusted to doing here.
We also got to remember in April in 2019, Hank Cherry got a top 10 here at Hartwell on this same riprap stretches.
Jason Christie fishing his 8th Classic.
He's good at them.
Oh, yeah, he gets up for him, I think. I think he places some special emphasis on Classic. His 3rd place, well documented right here at Lake Hartwell. 4 fish on the final day, a huge disappointment. 2nd place at Grand. That was his 2nd Grand Lake Classic there, and he did good in his 1st Classic too, but just fell off a little bit in production as the Classic went on. 7th place at Grand Lake in 2013.
You know, and really the tournament that we were here the last time, and he catches 5 bass, he wins the Bassmaster Classic. Jason Christie obviously left bass for a couple years.
I really plan on fishing.
The reason he is back is this tournament.
And I started way out there in the pocket. I kind of know where they've been biting at, and got to bite in the exact right spot. It wasn't a great begging we were looking for, but it cold a little bit. Just need 3, 4 bites. And literally, you can go 10 docks, 15 docks, 20 docks and not get that bite and catch them. You know, they're in those little wolf packs.
Seeing Jason Christie start this tournament with a spinning rod in 25 feet of water, you don't want to see that.
No, you
want
don't
to see this right.
We talked about that, and you said, pre-tournament, he said, I'm going to have a spinning rod in my hand a lot. But
yes,
it didn't take very long this
not.
morning. He's got a big stick in his hand.
Kicked your butt, buddy. You had me over 2 tables. You don't go away. Oh, red. All day. I just want to make sure I'm at the spot. I haven't looked at him in a while.
And guys, for Christie, he couldn't really verbally explain it. He could not explain necessarily the watercolor he was looking for, but when we would roll into a pocket, he would be like, this is so close, this is so close. It's not that dirty water we expect. It's that real in-between clear and dirty, and it is almost just like dropping on a pot of fish on live scope. It's automatic. When he finds the right dock and the right watercolor, it is automatic. First cast most of the time.
Hey,
if he
Ronnie,
puts it there.
Did he shake a lot of fish off doing this?
He hit a couple. He hit a couple to make sure. I don't know if there were regions he wasn't planning on going to, but was testing. But he did miss one. I mean, pitched in there, doesn't hit the bottom, swings it, misses it, pulls the trailer off, and you see a 4-pounder just slide out from under the dock.
No slinking,
And so he said, he said he was prepared to do this the rest of the day.
One more question on that.
Yeah.
You were with him all day on his official practice day Wednesday. Did he fish those docks like this with a jig, or was it with a spinning rod?
Or jig.
Jig.
Big time jig. And a heavier one than you'd think.
Really?
Or like a bigger,
big profile.
Wasn't messing around.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I got two nice largemouth in there in 3 spots. You know, I started out kind of in a drain, and I was catching them quick. But in my eyes right now, you got to take advantage of this wind. And I'm just fishing, you know, in practice, like I would fish one pocket, get a bite in it, and then just change like completely different areas of the lake. And I did that on purpose because during the tournament, I want to fish all fresh docks, like all fresh everything. And as long as the wind's blowing into them, there's a little bit of shade in there. There could very well be like a 5 or 6 pound largemouth, and there's like literally one bait that these big ones are biting. And that's a big swim bait here. So with 2 nice largemouth in the box right now, I mean, I've got all day to just land 3 swim bait bites, and we'll have a big day. So I'm Steve Kennedy's back there. I feel like he just fished this stretch of docks. And I know he's a swim baiter too, so I don't want to be caught behind anyone, that's for sure. But this next move I'm gonna make is gonna be a little bit further south, and there's a lot bigger ones down there. So in practice, I was getting a lot of bites on this thing with my hooks rolled back, and they were absolutely crushing it. But it happens from like about 11:30 on up. And you know, you just gotta be ready. All your equipment's gotta be just top notch, ready to go. Because when one bites it, you know, 5 or 6 pounder bites this thing in the Classic, you have to get them in the boat. So we got all day to get 3 bites and land 3 bites. Let's move on down the lake now. Let's roll.
All right, we promised a swim bait rampage about 11:30 today. I look forward to that.
He's very confident that he's going to get those 3 or 4 5+ pound bites.
There he is, the big one. Oh gosh, he had it down his throat and it just came out. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Big old spot. Come here a little bit closer. Gotcha. Big old spotted bass. You know, maybe I'll just have to catch 5 on 5 different baits. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna do what I can do. Remember I told you that this thing had some really big spotted bass in it? There's one. Just one at a time, just do what I do. I mean, that answered one of my questions though. Now I'll know what bait to throw shallow. That small jerk bait, little IU. Now if I can get 2 between that dock and that one right there, we might just go back to the bank. Ow!
Needs to be careful with that sweatshirt cord right there.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Really
Micah
needs
Frazier.
to.
If he doesn't do something with that,
now before I get up and get
it
serious
will
on that.
become an issue.
He's got cords coming out all over.
Oh, man.
That's a 200
Bass Pro
KBD.
Shop's top lures, taking a look at what Greg Hackney's doing. A Strike King, I believe that is a 200 size color IU. That is a bite getter, and as you heard Greg Hackney, one thing we said, he is not catching many spotted bass up shallow. Said in the backs of these ditches, the bites that he does get, they are a way better average size spotted bass. That's about the biggest one we've seen so far today. Greg Hackney definitely not on the quantity game so far, but the quality has been there. That is your Bass Pro Shop's top lures. We did see one big jig bite so far from Greg Hackney.
I mean, that's the reason we've been winding. I might go back to winding. I don't really care how I catch them today. It's just as long as I catch them.
And he is currently not, real quick, not in 49
No,
play.
I got my odds up here. I can catch 2 more on 2 different baits. But I can tell you this, I've not caught a big spot up shallow like that till today. That's a good sign. Well, I mean, just backing something. All of them have been main lake oriented. My jig had a little tingle. A 3-pounder?
Christie said the same thing. Almost every fish he caught at the docks, largemouth. But when we get to the docks that had a little bit more depth, less flat banks, spots were on the end of those docks early.
I mean, it is. I was looking at the time, you know, I'm like, I mean, as long as they're the right ones, I could care less, you know. But I know, you know, it does help if I'd have had a few more, you know. Now I feel like I can slow down. You know what I mean? I don't have to be in a hurry now. I've caught enough. So I probably got as much as a small limit, you know, in 3 fish. So I'm like,
what we talked about.
Yes. He's ahead
Not
of schedule.
trying to catch those numbers
He's
to
ahead.
catch that 5 that weigh 9 or 10.
Yes.
But he's got 3 that weighs that.
He is ahead of schedule.
Yes. Even though he's only got 3 fish.
Right. Not in a hurry now.
And some of these guys who do that ditch deal for maybe the quantity, Christie said it when he caught that spotted bass that was bigger earlier this morning. He said bonus fish. Even though this is a game plan, it wasn't like it was something off the wall. It was, some of these guys don't want to go catch 5, but if they catch one good one, then they know that that's one less they'll have to use on a dock to cull, and that's the bonus. But
we saw Zaldain lose his bonus fish.
Yeah.
But you're right. That's what those guys are hoping for.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, to get some 2-pounders in the boat, but hoping they'll get a bonus fish. But
I ain't had time, man. You know, I've been busy. Couldn't pull my coat off.
That is the longest string in the history of sweatshirts.
It's warming up. Taking jackets off.
Taking jackets off. Sweatshirts are coming off. There's our leaderboard right now. Unofficial per Bass Track, but Jared Miller of Oklahoma and Caleb Summerall have been in a tie at the top for a good long while. Scott Martin has been residing in 3rd place and Jason Christie in 4th. Chris Johnston of Canada has ascended into the top 10. We saw Lee Livesey jump up in there. John Cruz won the first elite event of the season down in Florida. Hank Cherry right behind him. Cherry again going for back-to-back-to-back classic victories. Wes Logan, Joey Nania on Ronnie's team, I believe he is. Tristan McCormick, our college champion from 2021. Brandon Card, Brian New, who is from this area, former winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Taku Ito, we spent some time with him out there today. Matt Robertson, Matty Wong, also a nation entry into this one. Taylor Smith and Brock Mosley. 55 guys in it, and it's, boy, great to see all these guys with fish. I mean, there's many a tournament that we will not have half the field with a fish at this point of the day after 2.5 hours.
Absolutely right.
I mean, this is good. This is what you want. You don't want anybody going hungry out there. Drew Cook and Ray Hanselman, and that might just be a reporting error or anything. I bet they've got them too.
Cook's Bass Track is dead right now.
Oh, okay. So there you go. They probably got fish as well. You just don't know how many classics you're going to get to fish in your career. Without certainty, you don't know when you'll be back. You got to take advantage. You don't want to miss it.
The biggest thing I ever missed when I didn't fish the last 2 classics and I didn't fish in 1 year in the Elite Series, I missed those fans. I missed those people, and I missed that energy. I don't know if a few years ago I went through a midlife crisis or what, but I found what solved it, and it was coming back to the Bassmaster Classic. I can imagine not having it as a goal because I spent 1 year not as easily able to qualify. Yes. Not fishing for the Classic made bass fishing feel like a job. You know, deep down in my gut, I mean, there's one reason that I'm here, and it's for that trophy that's in the next room, and that's why I came back.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
Great day, day number 1 at the World Championship, the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. We've had a great morning so far, lots and lots of fish catching, and we're not even close to the halfway point of this first day yet. Jared Miller, the Oklahoman, on top of the leaderboard, tied with Caleb Summerall. Scott Martin lurking right under them right there. Corey Johnston and Chris Johnston, both of our 2 Ontario, Canada entries into the Classic this year, finding their way into the top 5.
And Jared Miller just caught a 3-pound, 3-ounce on Bass Track. He's up to almost 14 pounds.
Wow. That is great work.
And one real quick thing about Jared Miller is obviously starting on a very, very solid area. He was culling in all of about probably 15 to 20 minutes. It is a very well-known spot.
Yes.
It is a very, very well-known spot that will be hard to start on the next 2 days of this tournament.
Yes.
Because because of his
correct
launch position.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The guy he beat to the spot, Ray Hanselman, is our angler we know does not have a fish yet. At least not on Bass Track.
Gerald Swindle, we saw him catch a good one about an hour and 20 minutes or so ago.
Back live. We don't like many more stops, and we headed up in the creek. In the creek, as we call it. I thought I could catch a couple down here, and I've caught a couple, but luckily I've caught one of the ones I really needed. And I think I'm gonna head up to Connie Ross Creek and just kind of slow down and fish my pattern I seen the other day and try to fish the most recent information I had. And just let it rip, man. I'm gonna go up there and jerk, flat side. See what we can get into. Hitting a couple more pieces of brush, though. You just never know in this brush. Some of these piles are super, super small. I'm right there in that one. There's a limb.
That's a great shot. Gives you a little glimpse of what a little wind or a little boat traffic will do on those red clay banks along Lake Hartwell.
These.
And Gerald finished 2018 finished 10th place up here.
Yeah, his best spring classic, really, since it moved since 06. And Davey was in there. I said, gee, I got to kind of preface this a little bit. We've known each other for a long time. But since we moved the classic to the spring, to be frank, you've pretty much sucked in the big dance compared to your summer classics. And he said,
potty mouth.
I have no idea why I can't figure out those pre-spawn colder water fish like I can in the summer, and I enjoy fishing those. But he does resonate with this body of water, and it's getting to that time of year.
Gerald's got a lot of experience here. Back in the Jerry Ryan days.
Exactly.
Oh, man. Hungry fisherman he was.
I'm going to let him look at it a little bit.
And, and this is one of those weird tournaments where there's so many things going on as far as how you can catch them. This sets up for him where it's not just a one bullet in your gun tournament.
Yeah, you see him here earlier today catching what we think's his biggest fish. It's the biggest one we saw him land on a DT8. He's cranking in that 7 to 8 foot range. You see him now fishing offshore, fishing brush piles. You just see him do a lot of different things. The Classic where he finished 10th here. He caught some of his fish on a vibrating jig, some skipping a jig under boat docks, fishing offshore with a shaky head. I just remember those three off the top of my head. He mixes it up, does a lot of different things.
And he said that deal that he's got up in Connie Ross, he found late on the day, Wednesday during official practice.
You get ready to go up there, I'm going to clean a lot of these rods up, strap down, going to haul, do equipment, going all in. So I need 3 bites, 3 of the right bites.
Get a little bonus coverage going right here with a man who is certainly making a difference on day number 1 of this 2022 Classic. He's been pointing to this day for a long time. It's our friend Scott Martin. Scott, a good day so far. I kind of lay out what you're looking at and what you're doing today.
Well, I've switched gears. I'm up doing largemouth stuff. I've caught everything offshore. Not schooling fish, just individual. So I got I'm happy about. I'm waiting for the sun to get up a little bit, and then I'm going to get back to the spot bass. Or the largemouth one got beat up bad. Here, see if I can't get another.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. Scott, can you kind of dial us in of your history, not with the Bassmaster Classic, because obviously you have a lot of history with the Classic with your father, but your history of this body of water?
Well, I've fished here, I don't know, half a dozen times behind the back at the falls. Like the lake, I don't need an expert, but I understand how it understand the pressure that the lake take areas. I'm fishing really stuff. Something. I mean, you got to find something special. You gotta catch those big fish. I've got a couple.
Scott, thank you very much. We let you fish on right there. Scott Martin having a good morning. Day one of the Classic.
Yes, sir.
Lee Livesey with a 4-pounder jumped up to second place, a little over 13 pounds.
It's like a low-key BFA. It was a big enough fish to be a big BFA, but you made it a subtle one. I like
Tune
that
him up, Ronnie.
I like
Tune him up.
Well, he just expects bigger
Tune
ones
him
to
up.
come later.
Don't be scared.
That's all I can say.
Yes,
One power
I
pole
do.
replay of the day, and everything else is just kind of a dull moment for Such.
And Z totally lied. Like day 4
Don't
at the
listen
Harris
to him,
chain,
Such.
he threw the power pole replay.
Pace yourself.
Yeah, big fish alert, guys.
No, it wasn't that bad.
All right, let's get back on the water right now. Kind of about mid-lake, from the dam to mid-lake. Back out with Taku Ito. A little bit of a slow morning so far.
Yeah, a little bit further along. Okay, let's go. I need it.
Well, look now, but birthday week boy Matt Aries in our top 10, 10th place.
Getting over to Patrick Walters here. Currently 33rd.
There's 2 of them around it. They're out here just be bopping around, but they're not in a good mood.
Patrick Walters trying to piece together the puzzle. Get something that works well for now. Great to be with you this morning on Bassmaster Live, coming to you from the Bassmaster Classic Expo, sponsored by Marathon, presented by Marathon. So happy to be here. The ribbon cutting is going to happen within the hour here, and then the big crowds will start fogging in, and this will be the most popular place in the world of fishing right now. One of the most popular screens in the world of fishing is the Screen of Knowledge and its owner and operator, Ronnie Moore.
Tommy, I wanted to bring it in and show you guys a little bit of what I got to see with Jason Christie on Wednesday for the final day of practice. Lake Hartwell predominantly a clear water lake, but with that rain, the snow a couple weeks ago in this region, it has funneled off and changed some of these creeks and tributaries all the way in the backs of those places. And this is an example. You can see probably some of the rocks. It wasn't very deep, but you could see all the way to the bottom, every little pebble, every little rock. And this was kind of the normal watercolor you're going to see in most creeks, in most tributaries. But then you get to some areas of the lake, maybe halfway back in some of these longer creeks, maybe the ones that have shorter pockets, not a long creek that's going to funnel a bunch of water in, but just a little bit of a runoff, and it gets a nice greener with a little brown to it. Then when we got a little dirtier, you could barely see some logs in the water, even though they extended down multiple feet. You could barely see some of that, and it's a great place for those shallow fish to get. And then there's another deal that was completely different. It was chocolate milk in some areas. This is a very well-known area that Jason Christie's done well in the past at, and this is an area that he wanted to cross off his list. He wanted to eliminate it, but one thing I noticed, guys, was in this watercolor, in the sun, 4 to 5 degrees warmer water temperatures than elsewhere. We were in an area just like this, but in the shade, completely covered in shade, and it was at least 2 degrees cooler. So that sun heats up that dirty water, that chocolate milk, much faster. So those guys fishing shallow may linger to that as we get closer to those warmer temps today. But Lake Hartwell is throwing us a lot of different watercolors, a lot of different water temperatures, and these fish are going to be on the move every single day of this event.
Ronnie, that last pick that you showed right there, that is an area that we have covered Jason Christie in the past. Did he get bit at all in those areas?
He did. He caught 2 or 3. That was the deal, is he wanted to eliminate it and never did. And I guess most people would be like, that's a good thing. But it does have a little bit of a pull to him. So if something doesn't go right with his ditch pattern or docks in that clearer to stained water, this is a bullet that he does have in his gun for maybe later, or if he needs that one big fish to completely seal up the Classic, he still has confidence in it, but it's not confidence enough to roll with it for 8 straight hours.
Great pictures there, Ronnie, but did Jason Christie tell you why he's avoiding that dirty water? Because we know he typically loves to fish that.
I honestly feel he mentioned it 3 times. 6-pound lead going into the final day of the Classic, and he gave it up here because he was maybe a little too stubborn. So I think he wanted to be more open and more versatile rather than more stubborn, because he can always get stubborn in a hurry if he finds something well. But he wanted to make sure he kept his game plan open.
Back out on the water right now, Chris Zaldain live, nailed the screen of knowledge.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Bet.
Ay, ay, ay. Spot. I think it's a small coal. I mean, I don't even, maybe not. Ooh, look how jacked, yeah. It's a small coal, I think. Yeah. Hey. Oh, come on, bud. It's a little coal. Look at that thing, dude. Ugh. Tiny coal, tiny coal. Those are all gonna be out of there anyway. Small coal. Let's go. I knew this ain't right. This ain't right.
He just does not like to catch bass on anything but a big swim bait. I mean,
at all.
He just made a call. He'll be throwing a swim bait
I
again.
did see him make 3 casts with a spinning rod this morning, and then he had a 8-inch in his hand about 30 seconds later.
And Jared Miller is back at it again, another 3-pounder. He's up to 14 pounds, 15 ounces on Bass Track.
Z, Davey, Tommy, will we see 20 today? Will we see the day 1 leader have over 20 pounds?
I go yes.
I'm in agreement.
Yes.
Yes.
I think so, yes.
I got some great photos of that as well.
Here comes.
Oh, got him. That was awesome.
That is cool.
Not very big, but I'll get in here. That was really cool. He's not very big, but it was really cool to watch.
Good shot of.
It was like, there's the fish, there's the bait, there's my bait, there's the fish.
There.
Now the fish and my bait are meeting.
Brandon Palaniuk in his 11th Classic, debuted back in the Louisiana Delta.
Yes.
Finished 4th place, and they're
Lake
great. Katawachi. We said that 5,000 times.
We did.
Of course, of that week.
We really did.
A lot of fun.
It was amazing how many anglers that started that tournament down in Venice and just ended up in Lake Katawachi by the last day.
Just
You
darndest
don't see
thing.
those folks anymore.
Darndest thing. Great Classic history. Angler of the Year titles. Needs to win one of these things, though. I think that would kind of complete the bookshelf for Brandon Palaniuk and his fabulous career.
What's crazy, Tommy, is that this sets up great for Brandon Palaniuk's style, and he's got like a mid-20s finish here and dead last. In 2015, the coldest class, dead last almost. Very, very interesting that he hasn't had a top 10 here despite being in the Classic multiple times.
His best finish was, would you say Tulsa?
Okay.
Second place.
Okay.
2013.
Okay. Good one. Okay, nice.
Do you guys notice how quickly Taku lands a fish now compared to when the first time we saw him on camera?
All right. Yeah, I got it. It's
First year, it took him like 3 minutes to land a bass.
No.
Taku's strong now, powerful, remember?
Eat beef every day.
He eats beef every day.
Okay. Yeah. It's a female. Thank you.
Good solid fish
Taku,
there.
good job.
Shit.
Yeah.
Good call there for Taku.
Bye-bye.
Remember what a tough time he had holding that Elite Series trophy up front? Yeah, exactly. Well, I asked him about it. I said, Taku, are you physically, you're gifted enough skills-wise, are you physically able to hoist that classic trophy if you were to win after 3 days?
Yeah, 3 pounds.
And he gave a very candid
He just
answer.
said yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
The trophy does not weigh 3 pounds, but the fish did. Yes, yes.
Well, it was kind of an unforgettable moment when he tried to get that trophy. But he's changed. He's changed. He's going to be able to lift that classic trophy.
Yes, I'm no powerful.
Takumi Ito, ladies and gentlemen. Got it? You got it? Takumi Ito! Forever! It's a best!
I can't hold the trophy too much heavy, but I every day eat a meat, eat a beef, and I fishing every day. So hold on a handle, fishing hard, a little bit so powerful this year. Maybe I can hold classic trophy.
Got it? You got it? He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
First day of the World Championship 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. 55 anglers have worked hard, gotten the job done. Not an easy thing to make it to the Classic. It is never a certainty, but so glad to be here, so glad to be able to take advantage of the opportunity. And how about the Oklahoman, Jarrett Miller, and his first Classic. Leading a good margin right there. Lee Livesey, we saw him knock out a record-breaking day on Lake Fork in Texas last year. Caleb Sumrall's been in that top 3 for pretty much the full extent of today's day 1 action. Chris Zaldain sitting there in 4th place right now. Why don't we just get out to Chris Zaldain? He has shown us some fireworks today. Got one great one, a 4-pound plus in the boat, and very, very excited about his prospects today. This will be Chris Zaldain live.
Look at it! Oh! What? What's going on? Oh my gosh. Well, that was a disaster. Disaster boat flip. Go down. I had like 20 feet of line out and I boat flipped that one. Yes. John, Give me some. All right, there's our first swim bait bite of the day, and that's what we're doing the rest of day one of the Classic. Dude, like hammered it. So good. 3 largemouth. And we're just gonna keep getting rid of these spots throughout the day. Oh, notch back, get rid of you. Look at that thing, dude. Looks like my dog took a bite out of it. All right, got 2 spots in here. 3 nice largemouth over here. Oh, nice. Dude, like just slow winding it, slow winding it. Boom. Hey, that was a disaster, John. He's in the boat. 3-pounder. It's on now, Johnny. Johnny knows. Johnny knows what's going on. Doing this the rest of the day. That was a disaster. Maybe. Something like that.
Should be a 1.5 pound cull pushing Chris Zaldain into second place.
Three of them are fighting over it right now. They're just. I'm gonna definitely I should catch one of those guys. Coming back. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Get me freaking fired up right now. One more like that. Might be for America.
We love the numbers we are seeing today, but once again, the power of a single big fish to change your whole outlook on things. This was Patrick Walters just moments ago. Look at this good one right here. At that point, before he hooked up with that one, 29th place. And now he's all of a sudden just outside the top 12. You think it is?
I think it is a Phoenix.
Make the
rising.
pronouncement.
And I'm going to be dead honest with you. Looking at Patrick Walters' day so far today, very, very steady, very solid. But this is not my sponsor Element. It belongs to Such. Do me a favor. Nail this Phoenix Rising. What did it do for young Patrick Walters?
Oh, Mr. Walters, a fantasy high pick has risen up into our top 15.
Yeah,
Phoenix Rising. But Mr. Jared Miller
Phoenix
his
rising.
biggest fish of the day, a 3 1/4. He's up to 15.7. Pushed it
All
back
right,
a little
excellent
bit.
job, Susan. Very nice.
Nailed it.
Hey, great. Our first VIP guest of the day, 250-plus tournaments with the Bassmasters, 6 classic appearances. Unfortunately, not this one, Mark Menendez, but we're happy to have you here. We want to hear, very much want to hear what you think about the proceedings as you see it.
Well, I appreciate it, Tommy. It's great to be here as the local old guy. It's great. It's always, respect your senior citizens. But, I was on the water this morning on the Yamaha boat taking pictures, doing TV spots, and I got to watch Caleb Summerall catch his complete limit.
Really?
In just a matter of minutes. And it made me think, now seeing these clips now that I'm in studio, to see, has the largemouth started to play, or is it going to be a spotted game? So I'm interested to see and watching Zaldain catch that big one, watching Patty Mack catch that good one right there. The largemouth are going to start to play a little later in the day.
Mark, you fished a lot of classics, and you know we call this tournament, this is a process. Every day is its own animal. And one of the things that we are noticing, at least so far in this tournament, is the mindset. There's obviously no points involved. There's really only one place in this tournament to take. Talk about the mindset this time of day, if maybe it's been a little bit slow, to save face for the weigh-in later today compared to a guy like Zaldain or a Greg Hackney and what they're doing.
Well, that's true, Mark. I mean, look at Jared Miller. He's leading. He's not fishing to save face. He fished with us a few years back, so he knows the big stage. But to save face, to catch those, get a limit, just to get a limit. A lot of times that settles a guy down, but sometimes, when you're just trying to get that limit, just to walk across the stage, say, I caught 5, versus a big bait guy like a Zaldain, like a Hackney. I mean, on Bass Track, Hackney's a little behind on his numbers. They're going to come, and they're not going to be 12 inchers.
Mark Menendez, recently married. Are you using this as kind of a honeymoon? Going to the classics?
Well, my beautiful wife Melissa is here with me. I think she is getting a little touch. The massage going on right now, a little beauty there. So, no, this is not our
at all.
No, we went to Jamaica, boss. We went to Jamaica, man.
Well, let's get out on the water with Seth Feider and Mark Menendez. You can help us massage the commentary here a little bit.
Yes.
Make everybody feel better. Give us some insights as to what, of course, Seth Feider, what a tremendous 21 season, just one of the best ever.
It was, and, Seth is a great angler. He knows the 3 species of fish that we fish for on tour so well, and he knows the value of what he's fishing for right now, a largemouth. That goes a long way. He may not get many bites on that jig today, but the ones that he does get are going to be dangerous.
Jig. I'm hooked 3 different ways. There's one. Okay, is that a limit now? 3 dinks, 1 I can't do nothing with, and a big.
It's the classic when Lee Livesey's main sponsor, the lead singer of Whiskey Myers, just walked by and asked for credentials and listen, I'm going to their concert next week. He got credentials just now for me.
I took your advice. I heard them on the radio. They're pretty good.
Very solid.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing, looking at Seth Feider right here, we are seeing one area of this lake, one region of this lake playing. Not the dirty, dirty water up the rivers, not the very, very, very clear water down near the dam. It's that beautiful green. Talk about this time of year finding that right region of the lake.
That's the thing. The fish that are in the lower lake, Mark, they haven't gotten the memo that it's warm. It's time to slide up in the lake. They live deep so much of the year out there, 30, 40, 50 feet. They'll be here next month. The ones that are in the middle part of the lake are sliding shallow just because you've got that good green. Made a second cast, caught another keeper there. And the upper end of the lake may be a little bit slow because that could be some fresh water coming in. That could be ultra muddy, and those fish don't tend to bite there.
Starting to see the shallower game play a little bit more than it did early this morning. And the other mindset that we have seen so far in this tournament is guys that would start on the potatoes, go out there in the ditches, catch some spotted bass, and then creep up and try to upgrade with largemouth. But there's been some guys that we have had on camera today that have scrapped any of that outer realm stuff, any of that blueback herring, and just going for it with all largemouth.
Well, it would have been hard for me not to do the same thing. The big ones here, that 3 3/4 to 4 pound average is what you're looking for. That's your goal. My question today, Mark, is will we see one angler blow out a 20, 22 pound bag and have him some cushion going in tomorrow?
Which we do traditionally see on this body of water.
On my boat.
That one put Seth in the top 40. He said earlier today, I'm not going to get going until after mid-morning. So he was not expecting a quick start today.
Mark, did you notice what he did? He caught a good keeper, that good 3-pounder, and then he made that same presentation again. Note to all bass fishermen, when you make a good presentation, regardless of what it is, and you catch a fish, before you put that size 12 on that trolling motor move on, make that same cast. You will get rewarded.
And you know, something I talked to Davey about. This is one of those weird lakes. We go to places like Amistad where there's a magic tree. You know this as well as anybody. A tree that can hold 20 pounds, 30 down there, 30 pounds. This is one of those weird lakes that has those magic docks.
Very reminiscent of our first trip to Clear Lake.
Yes.
Where tennis shoes were thrown under the docks, big giant swim baits, and you could watch the watermelons, Tommy, the 6, 7, 10, 12 pounders swim out and investigate. This place sets up just like that. So you better watch Zaldain with that big swimmer.
I also noticed on Wednesday when I went with Christie, he wasn't throwing a big swimmer, but he was giving some bigger jigs, a big profile, a run. Every time, though, Z, he would swing the bat on one and hit one, he would immediately like point the rod straight at it and not pull it out of the dock immediately, and it would slowly come out of the dock, and he would see multiple with it. And that told him right there, I don't need to make another cast there, but this dock is not a solo fish dock, it's a 5-fish dock, or a, especially when the water gets real dark, it's maybe a 10-fish dock.
Now, obviously this is the warmest classic. It was way further along in the Elite Series tournament that Brandon Cobb won here, who has, by the way, had a pretty slow day so far, who had a great practice. Traditionally, it is very, very hard to make this game work for 3 days. It looks real flashy for one day. With this weather, can this hold?
I think you're going to see more come. You see Seth kind of in the middle of the creek right here. You may have to just kind of ease on back down the bank and get further back in the creek as it warms up. So I think you can continually make this happen. Slinking down the bank. Absolutely. Seth's on fire right now.
One good bite. I don't think I'm gonna. Probably got what I needed off of it. Let's get that jig in there again. See if the bucket won't get a hold of it. God dang it.
Interesting, we did a B&W trailer hitches on the line earlier, your unofficial leader, Jared Miller, and he is in that same area. So he is more than likely probably has some company around him and burning that little culvert down today because, as we said, it's a pretty well-known culvert that he more than likely will not have tomorrow.
Perfect. Your cast, the presentation, there's always that gap. There's that 9-inch gap, and if you don't skip it just right under there, you're not going to get a bite. You have to hit this angle right here, and you want to aim for that corner of that walkway. And if you get just that 3 to 4 foot slow retrieve in that little pocket right there, that's where they're hanging out. Big giant ones. Big females are like hanging under the docks but looking at the bank. So yeah, you could cast across here. That's where the spotted bass are. They're at the end of the dock, but the big largemouth are in that little pocket right there, and there's a cable there every single time. So if your presentation's not perfect, you absolutely will not get a bite. So you have to stay focused all day long, and you gotta practice your accuracy. When you make that money skip under there, you will be rewarded for it. And like I said, we just pulled into this pocket here. This is one of about 8 pockets that have got some big largemouth in it that I have marked. I feel like I've got to catch over.
Let's get out to Jason Christie.
You feel like any second he's going to crack on one that's going to...
We were on this dock on Wednesday, Z.
That is a law of average with him, the way he's fishing, the way we're seeing Greg Hackney fish. You cannot go through that many bites doing that.
Yeah, the thick ones, they're just not the big ones.
He's catching Cracker Jacks right now.
Yes. No, I mean, that ain't a bad one.
That's a decent fish.
That's right.
It's a good one.
There's been a few cold weather events here that was golden.
You're correct, Mark.
Christie, let's get over to John Cox. Been a little while since we checked in with him. He had made his way pretty high up that leaderboard. He's had
About
slow
time I got a bite.
Yeah.
Come here. Come here. There we go, baby. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I don't know if it's time to show you guys yet. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble, but right there, that's the Berkeley slobber knocker. Oh my gosh. It's so much more weedless than a original bladed jig. I mean, I was able to pitch it in that tree and pull it out, and oh, that was awesome. They're just wanting a little bit slower. All right, let's see. I'm guessing probably green. Green looks like the little one. There we go. Maybe we just need to slow down a little, right? It's not a bad call there. A 3-pounder. Man, I just flipped it in that tree and it was like, donk. That was on the slobber knocker, Berkeley's chatterbait thing. Oh. Yeah, I know. I'm like learn. Yeah, and it's like I think they're there. They're just sitting still, like.
All right, that voice you just heard, John Cox talking, of course, to Robbie Floyd, who was out there. Robbie's been with him a good part of the day. He's had a little bit of a slow time there, right, Robbie? And has he done a lot of moving around?
He has. That original area, he was trying to throw that lipless crankbait in, and he caught, back to back to back cast. And I thought this was going to be so money, and then all of a sudden it shut off. And he went over to the place that a wreck boat was at, and that was supposed to be the juice, and really, got a couple of bites, but nothing of consequence. So he went to the back half of Plan A and went, I don't know where the North Carolina border is, but we got to be close. I think we're 13 miles into to 12 mile. I don't know where we are. We're as far north as you could possibly get. But he told me earlier he thinks they're just a little further along than he thought. So now he started bank beating in this dirtier water. His primary spot, actually, when you asked me earlier, guys, if it was what the water looked like, it was a lot cleaner, he said, than what he expected. But up here it is dirty, and he's been bank beating, but no results until he caught that one just a moment ago.
Robbie, you said he's made a pretty massive run up there, something you would kind of expect a John Cox to do, and you might see him, We might get to see him do a little sight fishing before this thing is all said and done. Obviously, he's fishing a lot more color right now. What kind of a water temp does he have up there?
Water temp has been, what did we get up to? 59, I think. Yeah, we got up to 59 degrees, and that's the warmest that I've seen. When I was more around the middle of the lake, I'd get up to 54, maybe 55, 58, 59 up here. So it's warmer, and maybe that's why they are farther along than he thought. The sun's coming out. It's warm, but there is a pretty decent breeze, which I don't think is going to affect him at all up here. But, all the stuff he's fishing now is all this flooded timber, all the stuff, everything in the bank. But he said they're just kind of sitting there. They're just not really doing anything right now.
Robbie, you've had a good look around the lake. Sometimes they fish small, sometimes they fish. Is Hartwell fishing small today? Are guys on top of each other? Has Cox had company?
Oh, my gosh, Tommy. I cannot explain to you the nothingness I have seen in this Bassmaster Classic.
Really?
So when you're fishing a Classic, you hate it when it fishes small and there's a lot of people around you. I honestly don't know if there's one angler within 5 miles of John Cox right now, maybe 10 miles of John Cox right now. So if you want the water to yourself, he's got it, but he's got to get them to bite. But, everything he's doing right now is making sense. He just needs them to turn on. But, you don't talk about having it to yourself. He does have it.
Don't hear that in a lot of classics.
No. Robbie, thanks. Good stuff. Good info right there. No, you do not hear a lot of that.
Or tournaments in general,
no,
I'll say.
That we are witness to, that is for sure. Let's take a look at a bit of a graphic that might help us understand that a little bit. Here's our top 5. That's how they're distributed over Lake Hartwell.
Exactly right. Taking a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, the dam down at the bottom of your screen right there. You see Caleb Summerall, Chris Zaldain. Really, Caleb Summerall from the lower end up towards as the lake really splits into the Tugaloo River, Seneca River. That's where a lot of the attention has been so far today, and really that's where the best mixture of watercolor is on this lake right now.
Well, and it also gives you the opportunity to catch both species.
Yes.
So it's a good play right there.
Well, from our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, now let's focus on Jared Miller, who we will dub our Humminbird Peak our Marathon Peak Performance player for today. Yep. What a great effort. Man, super solid all day long.
Tommy, you are exactly right. Your Marathon Peak Performance is going to be Jared Miller, who has done all of that damage in that little culvert tube that we saw him earlier today. And he was playing a little bit of defense. There were some other anglers around there, and we've talked to some other anglers that know that area very, very well. Sort of I don't want to say it's a community hole, but it is a community hole. But your Marathon Peak Performance, at least for day number 1 so far, solid morning for Jared Miller. Past Bassmaster Elite Series angler.
Sure is. He knows what he's doing. He's around. He's in his comfort zone. Oklahoma, dirty water. That's where a guy like Jared's going to shine.
Austin Felix just jumped into our top 10 there at 3rd.
First time to the Classic for Jared Miller. It's been a long time since a Classic first-timer. I think James Hall has been beating that drum a little bit in Bassmaster Magazine. Could this be the year when a first-timer? How hard is it then for a first-timer to win a Classic?
Man, your first time, it's all nerves, even though he's been on the big stage before. You know he's kind of starting to drift in his mind, Mark, thinking about that. Doggone, but it's neat to see. It's neat to see a young guy
do this. What do we need to help us? You've done this commentating gig before. What do we need to watch? The folks at home on Bassmaster Live, what do we need to watch for the rest of the day of day 1?
Water temperature. As that water temperature heads north, the high sunshine, the whole 9 yards, those largemouth are going to be coming, Mark. They're going to get this deep. They're headed to the shade of those docks to wait for conditions to get right to spawn.
Mark Menendez.
You love the fact, Mark, that they're catching them out there. That everybody's getting a little piece of the pie today.
Absolutely.
That's what we want, right?
That's what we want. Hartwell is a great place. It's got lots of fish in it. Lots of limits are going to be caught, and that's what we want to do. We want the lake to shine. As it did in 19, it may even shine brighter this time.
The great Mark Menendez.
Yes.
Mark, always a pleasure. You're so good. So I watched you first thing this morning lying in bed out there in the dark.
Honeymooning at the Classic.
That's right. No, that's not what
How about that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Dave and Davey, Height and Mercer are going to pick up the baton here in just a couple of minutes. Really looking forward to that. And, man, what a first half of the day at the first day of the World Championship. Bassmaster Live will be back momentarily. We'll see you then.
Bassmaster Live.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota. And by Berkeley.
That dock doesn't even have a first float. I mean, it's right too. The ditch turns and comes right there, but I mean, it kisses right in on the side of it. I'm gonna fish it and then I'm gonna jump up, I think, and well, unless I catch one, I might fish that next one, but there's another one out there in a pocket by itself on out there. I can't figure out if the wind is laying. It was supposed to, but not till, you know, a lot later than this. Almost felt like a bite then. Seemed like a good dock in a good place. It got deep pretty quick, but yeah.
Oh, man. Damn, that was off course. Covington. Huh? Me neither. That's bigger than both of them. I'm gonna say shoal bass days. Wasn't a big one. Huh? Yeah. It lets me know they're still here. I did this the other day, it was very tight.
I mean, I about lost it all right there. Oh no, I punched the guide out, didn't I? Yep, I did. Might as well. I punched the guide out of the rod when I punched it in there. I punched the glass out of it. I might as well change poles. Yeah. You know what? I got another pole in there. It's already got 16 on it. I'll just use it so I don't have to jack with this one right now. It'll be a little quicker. I know it's in here. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. I mean, it's on my 7.3 frog rod. I'll be fine too. Oh, I'm gonna put a new jig. That was the other thing I was gonna do. Let's just stuck that rod back up. Got it. Wait. That's pretty close. Pretty close.
Anything special about that jig?
That's a Hack Attack Select. It's actually a swim jig. It's an Academy exclusive. Oh, how about that? Bassmaster Classic, sponsored by Academy. And I just happen to have, but it is. It's an. Those are my rods. Everything's an exclusive at Academy. But it's just got a 4/0 owner jungle flipping hook in it, a real soft weed guard, and it's just really good with fluorocarbon. I mean, it's the head design on it. It's good for swimming and that's one of the reasons, honestly, I'm using it, because I thought that was going to happen. It's going to get to where I could catch them swimming, that jig on those docks. But like I said, today I've not had any chasers. Good. That's a high-speed loose reel, 9.5 to 1. I just like that fast reel for making.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is sponsored by Humminbird.
Welcome to South Carolina, the home of the greatest spectacle in sport fishing. The 52nd edition of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, and that is our playing field, Lake Hartwell, 56,000 acres of water, and man, they are catching them here today. What a morning we have had, and let's have a look at our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. Davey Height, is there anything coming together there?
The one thing, looking at the Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, Dave, is that this is probably the easiest unlock the lake we've ever done, because they have been catching them, like you mentioned this morning, and they have been catching them from about 1 foot of water all the way out till we saw Brandon Polnick, we saw Chris Zaldain, we've seen Gerald Swindle catch them out there 20 plus feet of water all the way out to about 50 or 60 feet of water. So you see the way the anglers are spread out all the way down around Lightwood Creek. You see some anglers in the Tougaloo, the Seneca, 6 and 20. A great fishery, and we're here at a great time.
From our venue on the water, we go all the way here to Greenville, South Carolina, which is where you find us at the Outdoor Expo, presented by Marathon. And this truly is the greatest day of the year, the first day of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, the Super Bowl of bass fishing. And Davey Height, let me tell you, I've done this for 12 years, and I was shocked by the takeoff crowd this morning. It was literally a sea of humanity.
It's really incredible. This is the 4th time we've had a Bassmaster Classic here in Greenville. So you always kind of wonder, wow, you wonder if we're going to have as many people as we had last year. The crowds get bigger every single year. It was great to hear from you at takeoff this morning saying 3,000 or 4,000 people, I think you heard.
Yeah, an officer of the law told me that. So, I mean, he said between 3,000 and 4,000, and I mean, it's just day one. That's the crazy part about all of it. It is just day one, and one thing that has definitely showed out so far today is Lake Hartwell. Wow. I mean, if you watched a previous classic here, you may be thinking this is going to be a little sleepy, slow tournament. There's nothing sleepy or slow about Hartwell this time around.
No, we had, typical winter conditions, but things have really, really warmed up here in the last week and a half or so here in South Carolina. So we expected good things, but it was even better than I expected, I'll be honest with you. Seeing the guys fishing deep and fishing shallow, both of them catch them, because I thought, they practice on Wednesday, so there's been a couple days there since they've been able to go out. But today, there's some guys, Jason Christie, Gerald Swindle, just multiple people landed right on them this morning and they put a limit in the boat really early.
Well, let's not just talk about it. Let's see what's been going on the water with our Toyota midday report, and let's catch up with what's been catching on the water. And my favorite, I got to be honest, who doesn't love Takumi Ito?
I certainly do love Takumi, and currently unofficially sitting in 27th place. Takumi spent a lot of time here pre-fishing. He said he spent 25 days on the water here, graphing Lake Hartwell, and he had a lot of deep spots. He said some secret spots that he thought for sure. The warming trend probably hasn't helped him a lot, but he's still in it. 27th place. This is one tournament that Takumi and others could really move during the day. I think we're going to see a lot of changes up and down the leaderboard. Always fun to watch Takumi. He's always a joy to be around. But I'll tell you one thing, Dave. I know you were traveling back from the takeoff and that sort of thing. You can see a different focus, a different kind of gear, I've called it, like they called an overdrive here at the Bassmaster Classic, and you certainly could with Takumi.
Takumi Ito has an incredible work ethic and an incredible attitude to the sport, but his work ethic, and he tells me the reason he's always working is because I spend so much time away from my family. I gotta work when I'm here. But here's a guy who didn't travel very far. 4-time Bassmaster winner, Patrick Walters.
Yeah, and he didn't travel away from his family either. Patrick Walters, one of the lucky ones that his family's always with him on the takeoff dock. They're always there at weigh-in for him. So Patrick Walters getting off to a good start this morning, but just not the size, as you can see right here. He started out offshore using his electronics like we expected. This fish here was a better fish for Patrick, currently unofficially in 17th place. But we have learned that Patrick Walters, he's a ball of nerves, so to speak, and to start any event, certainly that way at the Bassmaster Classic, but he deals with it throughout the day, and oftentimes you'll see him do better from lunchtime on than you see him in the morning once he really gets settled in on those fish.
Incredible 4 Bassmaster wins in his young career. 2 times he's earned a century belt, which means he won a tournament with over 100 pounds. Done that twice in the last 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. If you think about 4 wins and 2 century belts as young as he is, look out.
Uh-oh, look out for this dude. John Cox from DeBerry, Florida. And, man, he's a guy that you just feel is going to win a classic sometime.
Yeah, he's one of those people, you're exactly right, Dave, that you know that one day he's going to hold up an Angler of the Year trophy here on the Bassmaster Elites and probably a Bassmaster Classic trophy. And this tournament really sets up good for him. He's got a lot of good history here. He knows the lake well. He's had a tremendous start the first 2 elite events. He's currently just a few points behind David Mullins in 2nd place in Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year. But here's something. Don't count out John Cox. The days are getting warmer and warmer, believe it or not. It's almost 80 degrees on Sunday. He'll be around.
Don't count out Chris Zaldain either with a painful loss early, but he's throwing a shocker, a big giant bait, and he's keying in on those big bites. So big things can still happen for him.
Yeah, we saw Chris Zaldain unfortunately lose that fish that he says was over 4 pounds, between 4 and 5 pounds. He did get a good fish in the boat a little bit later. I don't know if it's this particular one or not, but he's got a good solid fish. No, that's one of the smaller ones that he says, I've got to get rid of those fish. Here's the bigger fish that he caught on a crankbait. Not so much the swim bait fish so far this morning, but he said, now I can settle down, go get 3 or 4 bites. And here's what he said, Dave. I guarantee you I'm going to get 3 or 4 bites over 5-pounders.
Wow.
He guaranteed us that. So obviously he had a great practice. He's got a solid limit in his boat, just looking for those bites. Here's one thing that I think needs to happen for Chris Zaldain to have a chance to win. Yes. He needs to have his heavy stringer today because he's got the wind in his favor. We've all known that watching him, he likes the wind with that swim bait. He needs to have his 20-pound day today.
Here's a guy that everybody is keeping an eye on, and another guy that it's not really a question of if, it's a question of when. Is this going to be the one for Christie?
And it really could be. Jason Christie has been close. It's incredible for his relatively short career fishing at Bassmaster Elites, how close he's been to winning Bassmaster Classic. He's one of the guys, and sure, every angler here wants to hold that trophy over the head, but you can see a different focus in Jason Christie. When you come as close as he has multiple times, he really, really wants to hold that trophy over his head. He is all business here this week. And when you see him fishing shallow with the jig like we've seen him ever since the sun really got up well, you know you better look out for Jason Christie.
Jason Christie, very focused, a 6-time Bassmaster winner. Took his last win in Orange, Texas last year, Sabine River. Let's get out live on the water with everybody's favorite, Gerald Swindle, 2-time Angler of the Year, and always a good guy to hang out with.
Got him. Big, big. Come on, baby. Stay on. Sweet Jesus, stay. Come on. Easy, easy, easy. Let's take our time. What? Come on, baby. Put me back on Bass Live. You give up every time. Freaking spitting on myself. I'm so fired up. I told you they followed me up here the other day. Woo! That's number 5. He's 3.5. Hey, I told you he's out there. I said, dude, they followed my stuff up here. Come on. Y'all know I got bad knees and a back, a big heart. Y'all gotta stay with me. Y'all acting like the old bull, young bull trick every day. I'm an old bull. I'm gonna get them cows, but I'm gonna get them slow and easy. Dude, I seen that top, and I jerked that bait up and just let it sit. It just, and them same fish followed me out the other day. I seen 6 or 8 really good ones right there. That give us a solid limit, man. Let's say we got a 5, a 3.5. Oh, let's see what we got here. I knew I seen this pattern the other day. I knew it. I said the key is if a guy can catch big ones without fishing docks, he can win. He can win. If he can catch big largemouth every day and not have to plink around on them docks, them little bit of get to good worms all day. No, if you can just fish and catch them, you can win. Problem is you're not gonna catch 100. You have to do it slow and easy. Lionel Richie had a song or something about that slow and easy, like, you know, slow and easy. Good God, he stopped. I'm so glad I got my signature series 6-8 jerking rod, soft tip, good drag on my reel. Whoo, y'all better look them up when they come out, because they just saved the day. This ain't over, son. It's not over. I've did my homework. It's just executing now.
Far from over. That fish puts Gerald Swindle into second place unofficially.
Another one of those anglers that just not catching the numbers, didn't get that quick limit, but he just put his 5th fish in the live well, moved him all the way up to second place. Get a look there at his Humminbird.
We ain't done.
Forward facing sonar mega live. Oh, that's Brandon Polnick's we were looking at.
Stay on there. I don't feel like it'll help. Stay on there. Come around you. Oh yeah, good largemouth, I think. That's more like it.
2 of the anglers that we talked to that said, I'm going to concentrate, spend most of my time a little deeper.
Gee, the drop shot, won't you? Big old
Brandon
spot.
Polnick and Gerald Swindle.
Oh my goodness. Got him that time. That's a spot. He'll probably recognize that. Green pumpkin blue deception worm from X-Zone. Same one I caught an 8-pounder on at Santee. Guess they like that one in South Carolina. Wish I could pitch out there and catch his buddy that's the same size. That's the ones we were supposed to be catching this morning. Almost a 3-pounder. About right at 3. Number 4. The white one. Yeah, that's good, Cole. That's a good Cole. That's a good one. Alrighty. Okay. Working with something. Oh, there's one right under the boat. Couple right under the boat. Oh boy, hurry up, drop shot. Let's get rigged up here. We got old Biggs under the boat waiting to eat. I see him swimming out there. See if we can get him. Might have landed too close to him. Oh. Kind of moved around it, but he's hovering. He's like, hey, you got my girlfriend. Maybe now that he's up high in the water column, I can catch him on this.
What a big move for Gerald Swindle. As we said, unofficially, he moves into second place, and it's kind of shocking the way he's fishing. You would expect that he's around, but maybe this is a different Swindle this time around. 19th Classic.
It certainly could be. He has a different plan. He had a little different look when we talked to him on Tuesday. It's working out for him so far.
Gerald Swindle has won just about everything in this sport, a two-time Angler of the Year, but desperately would love to win a Bassmaster Classic.
To say I haven't dreamed about winning a Bassmaster Classic would be just a dead lie. I think about it. I think about winning the elites and getting close. And one of the goals I had in life was to win AOY, and was able to do it twice. And to come to the Classic this many times and not be able to seal the deal, that's a tough pill to swallow. But do I think about it a lot? Yeah. I've stood on that Classic stage and been DQ'd in my own hometown with a chance to win. I've stood on that stage and zeroed after winning AOY. I've zeroed in the Classic and come in as humbled as I could be. I've took the mic from Mercer and had a rant with the crowd and got them all to celebrate and cheer. I felt everything on that Classic stage but that trophy. And that's really what I want to touch.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
Truly the Super Bowl of bass fishing, the greatest spectacle in the sport of fishing, and the goal for all anglers all year long, whether you're fishing the elites, the opens, the Bass Nation, or the Strike King College Series, is to get right here. The top 55 anglers only in the world compete here in this event. And man, we've got 16 newcomers to the Bassmaster Classic this time around. An incredible group of anglers, but in the lead right now, a former Elite Series angler that made it through the Bass Nation.
It was so awesome to watch Jared Miller this morning. Had his family sitting on the bank like, I'm going to catch him there. And for him to be leading the Bassmaster Classic and his whole family there watching, that's incredible.
Right on the cut line, you see Chris Zaldain with 12 pounds, 10 ounces, playing the big bite, big fish game this time around. No shocker there at all. And speaking of what's shocking, Tristan McCormick, our collegiate angler, an incredible head of hair, Davey Height. Wait till you see this at the weigh-in. I don't know if a head of hair so luscious almost has ever walked across the Bassmaster Classic stage.
Well, that is incredible. I saw him at the Night of Champions when Seth Fighter gave his speech. I saw the hair. He does have a full head of hair, no doubt about it. Looking at the field going on down all the way to 40th place, 7 pounds, 10 ounces. Usually these weights are a little light, but it is incredible to see. I don't know if I remember a Classic that you just see the weight solid all the way down to 50th place. I mean, and then a lot of fishing time left to go today. It's not even noon yet, so good to see all these anglers with fish in the live wells. Confirmation that a couple of these guys do not have service, so maybe those zeros could be 10 pounds or so with Drew Cook and potentially Ray Hanselman. But good to see fish in the live wells, because I'll have to admit, I drove in the Classic one time and got out with zero fish. I would have rather spent the weekend in jail than to get on that stage with no fish. So it's good to see everyone catching them this morning.
Shocker on that leaderboard is our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, David Mullins, in 50th. But like you said, it is early, lots going on. And speaking of the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the reigning and defending Seth Fighter. No, that is our Bassmaster Classic champion in Hank Cherry.
Hank Cherry, you see him going to the dirtier water. It's a little surprising, to be honest with you. We thought today is the day that the wind's supposed to blow. We would see Hank Cherry with the jerkbait in his hand. He's so good at that. But he's been mixing it up a little bit today, currently unofficially in 25th place. But We have learned over the last few years never count Hank Cherry out, especially on this biggest dance in our sport.
Let's get over to Jason Christie, hooked up live.
Oh, solid one too.
Going to be a good fish for Jason Christie. Back over to Brandon Polinick.
Oh, dang it.
Both Christie and Polinick have been so close to that title in the past.
They have, and I think you mentioned it earlier. It's with Jason Christie and with Brandon Polinick. You know, it's just a matter of time before you see them hold a Bassmaster Classic trophy over the head. Speaking of that, we were talking, had some video of Taku.
Oh, hooked up.
Saying he didn't know if he could hold a trophy over his head. It's a little heavier than the blue trophy that Trip Weldon told me weighs 38 pounds.
Now he's fighting.
Good solid fish here for Brandon.
He'll help for sure. Not going to help a lot.
So many surprises, and we talk about what we think's going to happen, and by this time of the day, we really thought the anglers that are fishing the boat docks would start kind of pulling away or distancing themselves, and we've seen Gerald Swindle and Brandon Polinick catch two fish that helped them tremendously offshore.
Do you think that is just Bassmaster Classic experience? I mean, between the two of them, they fished, 39 classics or something like that. 29, I guess. I'm not very good at math.
Yeah,
take their clothes off and
especially the way they're fishing.
Go to work.
They are counting on the dock
right
fishermen to cannibalize themselves.
Wind's blowing. Somebody's going to catch a big bag today. Maybe more, maybe 50 guys will. It's just the right weather. We got wind and boats running around and kind of, stirring the bank up a bit. So everything's lining up, and we got 3 hours to catch 2 6-pounders. But I just can't get bite on bottom. Like, what if I caught 4 off docks now and they just, like as soon as it goes in. Which is expected, but I mean, you would think that, what don't get it would follow it down and you'd get a bite on the bottom, because in practice, that's what was going on, but starting to happen. Come here, girl. Kind of kicked my butt. It got me off guard, off balance. I mean, don't. God, they look bigger than they are. was red, wasn't it? I think so. I think it's got to be bigger than red. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you get around a dock that's got something on it.
You said 2 or 3 swings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We have come so far in this sport to see the drone shot there and then the live camera in the boat with Jason Christie. It hasn't been that many years ago that we would see footage from the Bassmaster Classic a month after it happened. So this is great. And looking at this overhead picture, you can see just how shallow that is. There's a lot of slope to the bank there where Jason Christie is, that without this overhead shot, you would not realize that how shallow it actually is. The bank looks like it comes down almost at a 45, but then it just flattens out. It's on the inside turn of a creek. The back side of that dock is closer to the deeper water, which is where those fish are this time of the year. But they want to be shallow, so they'll be shallow but closer to the deeper side, the deeper turn of that creek where that dock is. So it totally explains where those fish are wanting to set up. And it's, it's not surprising, but you would never see this if you couldn't see it.
The shot also does a good example of showing why maybe Palnick and Swindle, so far we've seen them a little offshore, because as he's all by himself and it all works out good. Well, if a few hundred boats end up following you, as we've seen in the past with him, it can change in a hurry.
Absolutely. And this shot here is just obviously a different creek, a different section of the creek, a whole different area. And we've talked about that. That's one thing we saw Hank Cherry. I can't tell if this is him now or not. I think it is. But Hank Cherry has chosen to fish this dirtier water today. Yeah, this is Hank Cherry. And that's surprising to me because he seems to be more of a clear water fisherman for the most part. But there's different strategies at the Bassmaster Classic. You see anglers do things. It's been shocking to me to watch Gerald Swindle all day long fish deeper because he loves to fish docks. But these anglers, especially the ones with experience, the Jason Christie, the Hank Cherries, the Gerald Swindle, they have a different plan because this is a 3-day event like no other.
That a great view, aerial view of Gerald Swindle, who we were just talking about, and he's unofficially in second place in this tournament.
Good shot here. You can tell that Gerald is out over that deeper water targeting those fish. The bank, the slope of the bank very similar to what we saw Jason Christie in, but clear water and fishing out in the ditches they like to refer to them as here at Lake Hartwell. But Gerald's fishing cover. One thing that I have noticed, he's just not randomly fishing down these creek channels or these ditches. We saw him catch that last good fish on a jerkbait over a brush pile. We saw him catch a fish about an hour ago on a brush pile. This morning he was fishing isolated rocks. So he's targeting individual pieces of cover and structure, but just fishing a little deeper, hoping for more consistency from those deeper fish.
Back to Christie. And right back here to, I hear the music, Davey. I know what that music means. This is our power pole replay of the day. And who else can it be but the Zaldangerous one, Chris Zaldain.
Yeah, look, watching Chris Zaldain, we always like to have a camera on him with the weather forecast. You want to be with Chris Zaldain because he consistently fishes the wind when he has that ability. You see some other anglers that don't really do that, but Chris Zaldain, we've seen him catch fish time and time again when the wind's blown on these wind-blown banks with a crankbait and with his big swim bait. This particular fish here was on a swim bait. He caught a good one on a crankbait. And Chris Zaldain, you had to be our Power Pole replay of the day right now, but he has guaranteed 3 or 4 5-pound bites this afternoon. So Chris Zaldain, not only are you our Power Pole replay of the day for the moment, but maybe more to come.
Paying tribute to the late great Aaron Martins with that fish there. And this is day 1 of the greatest spectacle in sport fishing. A brand new leader.
Oh, wow.
Brian New, and you knew that he is one you want to keep your eye on here.
Yeah, Brian New is one of those that we've talked about. You better keep your eye on because he's good here, and he's been down in the pack a little bit this morning, but new leader.
New leader in Brian New. He won the very first Elite Series event he fished. But I got some more good news for you. T and Z will be back right after this. We'll continue.
Right down the ditch. I'm just keeping them honest every time because there's going to be a few new fish every day. Push up one of these ditches like this. They may not be bedding, but they're going to be up here just swarming. I think you take something subtle like this, you could trigger one. Yep, they just first start feeling that sun and they. We'll do the back of this ditch and we'll go hit some more stuff. I'm just keeping them honest. Probably have to go get that because that's got an exposed hook. Nope, got it. They say on TikTok, you better put some respect on my name. Make a few more casts right here, we'll be gone. There he is. Big. I think he's big too, man.
I can't tell. Could be foul hooked, I'm not sure. Foul hooked. He's hooked across the back, big crappie. Look at him, he's hooked sideways. Like reeling in a paper plate, son. I'm like, he just stopped it, and I'm like, that's heavy, and it ain't moving. I was ready for him to start backing up. I was gonna be, make a fine little old breakfast. A little breakfast biscuit with some crappie on it. One more cast.
What's that? Watching the struggle bus. Watch me get out of here. After not catching anything.
You're right.
really like it if you'd swim underneath it. Looked like a big old largemouth sitting up under there. Then I look out here and see one just suspended, just waiting to get caught. It's going back down to the bottom a little bit though. I got a present for you, fish. Said hit him with the glide. And there was something following it. Could see it on the Mega Live. Just looking at it. Still sitting under there. We gotta go try to catch big largemouth. I mean, even though it could probably happen here. I gotta go give it an honest effort.
We're not going farther. We'll be back in 45 seconds.
Freaking nose down. Look at that thing. You see him? Right there? That thing was chasing my buzzbait. That's him. It's a freaking 5-pounder, dude. He doesn't seem like out of this world scared. Oh my God. Dang it. It was right behind my buzzbait, came running out. Looked at my Senko. I seen him move in there too. That would have been the coolest buzzbait bite ever. I probably would have pulled it away from him though, because I could see him coming. He almost thought about eating that Senko. Probably would have broke him off right there though. He's big. He went right in that tree. God, the big fish. I mean, he come out of them bushes up there, dude. Like no water. Chasing my buzzbait. That was him. Oh, damn it. There's like another 3-pounder out here somewhere. He almost ate my Senko. He would have just ran me right into that wall. He would have been a nightmare. Oh my God. Why wouldn't it would have been so much cooler if he just crushed my buzzbait. So much cooler. Oh, damn it. Freaking 5-pounder, dude. All day. Oh my God, dude, he was like lifting up on his side and stuff on my Senko. Like almost ate it. It was like a 3 come swimming out right away. Yeah. I mean, he was there a couple days ago. He was out in the middle of that, out in the ditch in the wood. Yeah. I mean, I'll catch that dude sooner or later. Probably tomorrow. I kind of need him today, though. He was right behind my buzzbait. Should throw a frog in there or something, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, he was in.
I don't know where we're going. I think we're just gonna stay still. Is that number 5? Yeah. Wow, that took a while. Let me back off out here and regroup. Well, let me give him a little of that then, huh? Caught me 5 bass today. How about that? On one of the greatest lakes in the country. It's taken me a while, but I finally captured 5. I caught that one on a finesse worm with an 1/8 ounce Kevin Van Dam tour grade shaky head. Kevin didn't make the Classic this year, so we're just going to use his equipment. He got some good stuff. Let's call him a 2 3/4. You good with that? I like to be pleasantly surprised. Boy, I sure don't want a big eye. You know what I mean? Like, get up there and be disappointed. I mean, I'm not disappointed now. I'm disappointed in losing that one fish, but I'm like, realistically, we're around something a lot bigger than that one that I let get off, so we'll just get one of them. I thought it was one of them tubs. It stuck so solid. You know what I mean? Yeah, and when I picked up on it, it was just like a jig bite, just welded to the bottom. And then when I was already thinking before I ever set the hook, I was like, it's a big one. It's not the one that swam by the boat was bigger than that. See, I know that big one went on that dog. I mean, he could have kept going. I feel like there was so much activity going on over there. I also think that he was trailing whatever swam out there with me, I missed. I think that's the reason he came out, because he was trailing whatever fish that was. Back to the big fish dock too, with this worm in hand. Not in the boat. No, yeah. Bait got fouled up.
Your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
Oh, live at the Classic, live all day long. We are enjoying it. The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook here on Lake Hartwell. And Brian New, the South Carolina native, on top right now from Saluda, South Carolina, just up the road a little bit, a little north of here. Jared Miller had the lead for most of the morning. Former Elite Series angler and made it through this year in the 2021 Bass Nation competition. Steve Kennedy, within the past hour, has caught a 4+ and a 6+ to really upset that leaderboard.
Yeah, and I really think, in all honesty, Tommy, I think Brian New was a little bit under the radar and should not have been. A lot of people were looking at defending back-to-back champion. You were looking at Hank Cherry. You were looking at obvious guys like a Brandon Cobb, a Patrick Walters. We got to camera boat with Brian New several years ago on this
Right here on
body
this
of water.
lake, yeah.
And I can tell you with confidence, Brian knew about as much about Hartwell than anybody that was in that field. The other thing to really keep your eye on right now, obviously the spots were a big factor. We knew they would be early this morning, but it's the guys that have put big anchors in their live well with largemouth. And really, this lake started igniting with the bigger largemouth from about 10:30. And look for the next few hours for fireworks on this lake. A lot of the guys that saw big largemouth under the boat docks on Hartwell, they were from noon on. So look for this afternoon. And I'm going to say one thing about Greg Hackney. As usual, we don't really have a very good bass track weight of what he has. Greg Hackney is in the top 5 right now.
Okay.
Yes.
We will bet that's
Yes.
a good thing to bear in mind. Great to have you with us. We're coming to you, of course, from the Bassmaster Classic Expo, sponsored by Marathon. We love being here. We've also got Such and Ronnie, Mike Such, Ronnie Moore. And Such, I think you have possibly some alert that we need to be aware of.
Oh, yeah. You know, well, Brian New just finished his limit with a couple of 4-pounders to take the lead. He didn't do so hot at the open here, but he said he figured out what not to do. Big fish. Steve Kennedy was near 50. 2 fish, the 4-pounder, then he catches the 6-3. He jumps in our top 3.
Those are the Skeeter Boats BFAs from our little bit of a break, Tommy, Zona. And I'm going to show you guys those. A little bit of a treat there, Z, that 6-pounder. 6-pounder from Steve Kennedy. There's the 4 or plus of that as well. And then we also have that update. Not only a big fish, but it moved him into the top spot. A little bit of Brian New. And that one right there, if you zoom in on it, it says 4 pounds, 5 ounces on the coal ball. I don't know if you're going to call that one today, but I know Brian New is shooting to call that one on day 1. I can zoom in on it. Let's see if we can zoom in on it.
Skeeter Boats, BFA.
I'll show you that BFA. 4 or 5 right there. Looking good.
There
Brian
it is.
New, Steve Kennedy, our midday charge guys, while others went through a lull. Such said it best, I think. Skeeter Boats, BFA.
Awkward pause right there. But
yeah, that was a bit of an awkward pause, but a lot of
You
excitement.
didn't catch the ball. I
we
threw it
needed to
back.
catch our breath after all the excitement right now.
Yes.
How about our Yamaha Midday Report? Can
Why
we
don't
do
we do
that?
that,
Can we
Tommy
launch into
Sanders?
that for all of you who are joining us here? Day 1 of the Classic, our Midday Report. Very, very important one right there. It started out with a furious round of fish catching the first couple of hours.
Yeah, and really, here's, if you're just tuning in here on Bassmaster.com, Bassmaster Live. I just saw Ronnie's parents go by. That was fantastic. Your Yamaha Midday Report was guys that started these ditches really from 10 all the way out to maybe 25 to 30 feet of water. And it is fair to say, you made this comment, Tommy, during our break, probably more fish catches on Bassmaster Live this morning than a lot of classics, that not just classics that we've had here, cold weather classics.
Yeah.
It was about as good a fish catching that we've had on camera in a long time. But throughout the morning, a lot of the anglers probably hung out there for, call it, about 2 hours, whether it was suspended jerkbait fishing, saw a little bit of Demiki rig fishing, some soft plastic stick baits, some Nico rigs. It was bigger largemouth that started to show. And here's the cool thing about Hartwell. You could catch offshore ditch largemouth like this mixed right in with the spots.
That's one right there that lifted Patrick Walters from 29th, I believe, all the way up into just under the top 12.
Oh,
Boy, we
gosh,
spent a lot of time with Chris
Oh my gosh, stay
Zaldain
on
this
there.
morning.
Heavy one. Stay on. No! No!
And that was a critical bite that Chris Zaldain missed. Didn't miss it, just came off at the side of the boat, one between 4 and 5 pounds. That is like a piece of gold. Chris Zaldain backing that up with a couple spotted bass. And he has some better than average size largemouth in his live well right now. And look for later today when the sun start to position these fish on these boat docks. This fish right here on a crankbait. He kind of left this game after that bass right there.
Off there, bam, that's a 4-pounder. Aaron, look at that one.
Chris
dude.
Zaldain made the comment that wind was a big factor for his late day bite. Somewhere you feel like Chris Zaldain's swim bait on the boat docks is going to be a big player this afternoon.
Look at the line out and that boat flip that one. Yes.
Got one on the swim bait. His morning was complete at that point. Made him feel really good. Gerald Swindle, what a day for the man from Alabama.
Yeah, exactly. And really coming into this tournament, you thought this was going to be kind of a hodgepodge tournament, somewhere where Swindle would shine. kind of, starting offshore this morning with a Demiki rig style bait, switching over to a crankbait, catching this good largemouth early this morning. Yamaha Midday Report with Gerald Swindle, and it has been a lot of hodgepodge in his boat today. The one surprising thing, this lake is loaded with boat docks, and so many anglers said boat docks were going to be a massive factor in this tournament like years past. Swindle said, I am absolutely going to ignore the boat docks, and we all looked at him like, wow, you're nuts, man. He has done that to perfection so far, Gerald Swindle.
What? Come on, baby, put me back on Bassline. You give up.
Yes, we will, friend.
We're not giving up anymore. No, sir. We learned our lesson. Greg Hackney spent a lot of time with him today as well, and it was a bit of a slow start. It wasn't a numbers game for him.
It was. Greg Hackney said the reason he came back to the Bassmaster Elite Series, one reason is this tournament and this tournament alone, and he said, I will not play it safe in this event. He said, I've got a lot of offshore fish going right now that I'm not going to use. Greg Hackney basically all day long today has been about 8 foot of water and less. And here's the cool thing, if you really look at Greg Hackney's day so far, Tommy, he has not caught a lot of bass. It's taken all day to catch his 5 bass limit, but there is a lot of quality in his live well.
Big old spotted bass. Maybe I'll just have to catch.
Well, you said he's probably in your top 5 now. That's an unofficial ranking we see him at right now, and he could well be in our top 5.
It's a good fish for Greg Hackney. Just a few moments ago, I believe this bass right here that was number 5 for Hackney. And I really don't have him with anything under 2 3/4 right now. And like so many of our anglers that are targeting largemouth, he said the late day bite by far has been best this week. Good day for Hackney.
It's been pretty fast and furious for most guys. Almost everyone but 5 have a limit, but for Hackney to get just quality, it's taken him a little longer, but now 5 fish to his total.
Hey, Ron, you got to practice with this guy, Jason Christie. Had a good event here the last time we were here.
Yeah.
Bassmaster. Tell me about Jason Christie, Yamaha Midday Report.
Jason Christie was one of those guys, ultra focused. His game plan was very, very mature. That's the only way I can. It's not that he's had immature game plans, but sometimes you get stubborn with what you want to catch them on. This week he seemed to, I want to catch him on certain things, but I don't want to get locked into one thing that'll burn me. So he's really kept his game plan open. The big thing would be his discipline on his timing. When he goes from one pattern to another, if he times it correctly, he'll catch them all day.
Tell me about his discipline on timing.
Well, obviously, in the practice day, it's okay if you mess around and don't get on him exactly right. But he had about a 2-hour lull. But in that 2 hours, he really learned what docks they weren't going to be on. And then he kind of started calling his shot. And he'd catch one on every dock that he would say something about.
That was a sick Yamaha Midday Report.
Well, it really was. How about a Hummingbird Unlock the Lake? and a sick version of that, including everybody, all 55.
Tommy, don't threaten me with a good time ever during the Bassmaster Classic. Your Hummingbird bird's eye view. Really, a lot of the attention so far has been from the dam to mid-lake on the west side, an area that we have covered in years past. But the bulk of the damage early this morning is if you fly up towards the mid-lake where the lake divides into the Tugaloo and the Seneca River. So many limits in the first 45 minutes coming from there. You see Brock Mosley at the bottom of your screen. Your Hummingbird Unlock the Lake right there, Lake Hartwell. And here's the great thing about this tournament so far, gang. They have been caught from 1 foot of water out to 40 feet of water, and that is what we wanted. We're going to get out to Gerald Swindle right now, Bassmaster Live. One thing to watch about Swindle, he has kept the shallow bite honest. About every 30 minutes, if you notice that, Ronnie, He's wanted to be offshore, but with the changing conditions, everybody said there was going to be calculated risks with the warming weather that we've had through practice. Obviously, it's going to be through this event, is that Swindle is married to fishing deep in this tournament, but he is absolutely keeping that shallow bite honest.
That's something we saw. You know, I got to watch maybe Swindle will talk to us real quick.
We're still in this area. We're still doing the same thing. We're going kind of little old draw to draw or ditch to ditch, and I'm just kind of fishing everything in there. Like I'm got my flipping stick out now, and I'm flipping all these big heavy trees. I don't think I can catch many, but if I get one bite doing it as I'm drifting in, jerking, I just caught a keeper, it wouldn't help me. So I'm kind of just trying to fish a pattern and then fish everything inside that pattern. Don't just run in somewhere, make 4 casts and leave, because this is the springtime. These fish are doing. I don't know if he's on there, dude, but he had it. I don't know. Dude, he had it. I think I smooth missed something, because I can't feel nothing. No, he gone. I flipped it in there and he's just pulling the rod down. I felt it when I first jerked for just a second. That's why I'm saying you just never know right now. You flip in the right tree, you really could catch a big fish, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do, not distracted off my jerking bite, but trying to keep everything honest. And that was 100% a jig bite. He just had it. You know, well, he nibbled. I shouldn't say he had it. If he'd had it, I'd have had him. We didn't have a great relationship. I'm just drifting in and looking for the brush out of here and just trying to jerk over the top of it, slow. I don't catch near as many fish doing this, but I do think this is the way to catch the big ones.
What I was going to say, Z, was that this is his style.
Just pulling the rod down. I'm like, gee, you got it. But
junk fishing in general, talking about bait-wise, he often uses a bunch of baits during a day, and he's doing that with his game plan this week. He is sticking to deep, but he's not afraid to go fish a dock here or there or a laydown. He doesn't need to dedicate half his day to it, but just on his way to another spot, he's going to be opportunistic. And it's the same thing we saw with his decisions his AOY year, making the right decision at the right time. He's not locked into it, but he can do it.
And one of the things that I asked Swindle last night about this event is this is one of those tournaments. We've seen Hackney, at least for the most part today, and Christie for the most part, get on docks, live on docks. Gerald Swindle is one of the best dock fishermen, period. And when he said, I'm just going to really stay away from them, and I said, man, you know, back in the day, if we're on a warming trend on a lake like this, you're going to start, stay, live on boat dock fishing. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. It's just, he goes, if I get sucked into doing that, that bite is just not fast. At least for him, it has not been fast enough.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We will see something maybe at 11 a.m. on Saturday when the fish are not, he's not seeing them anymore out deep. You know, that's the thing. He wants to be out deep. He wants to be in the ditches. He wants to do that deal. But every angler is willing to change when they stop seeing bait present, they stop seeing bass present, and they may just slide up to those docks. So he's one that is rock solid enough on a game plan, but is apt to change in a heartbeat. If he sees the conditions changing, Sunday's going to be a totally different tournament compared to what we're seeing today, most likely.
It will be, yes.
And a couple guys just moved into our top 10. Matt Airy, last year's runner-up at the Classic. Sixth place with a 4-pounder. Stetson Blaylock up to 4th place. He just caught a 4.12. He's almost to 15 pounds.
So during our break, when Dave and Davey were up here, I looked at Tommy and I said, so we're going to have 10 cameras out tomorrow, your top 10 anglers. And I said, what is the weight that it will take? And I said 15 pounds. I'm with Tom. I'm going to be low on that. I think I'm going to be low.
16 plus. Heavy 15 or?
I think he 16? Said 16, and I'm agreeing with that. But best time of day's coming.
Yeah. And what's good is a lot of these guys who have 13.5 to 14 pounds right now, that would be outside of that number. They catch a 4-pounder, they probably have a 1 3/4 spotted bass in their live well, in their 13-pound bag, and they're going to jump up 3 pounds with one swing of the bat.
Gerald Swindle's 8th. He catches a 3.5 with his 1 1/4 pounder. He's leading.
That's exactly right.
Math checks out.
Yes, sir. Tommy Sanders, Bassmaster Classic, Greenville, South Carolina.
First fish of the day for Jason Christie. I wish I could remember what he said. I think it was pretty funny.
It was.
Yeah.
Jason Christie's first
I
fish.
want to punch someone in the mouth.
That's what he
Christie said. He wanted to punch somebody in the. And the other side of that is who doesn't.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
right,
glad he
exactly.
didn't say that on Wednesday with me because I was the only person there. That would have been good.
You probably complied, right?
Yeah, I would have.
Yeah, sure you would have. Hey, about some Striker Daily Trivia. It's been a few minutes since we've laid some of that on you. Here's the question before we go to break. Which of these anglers has not qualified to all 4 of the Lake Hartwell Classics dating back to 2008? Oh, would it be Steve Kennedy, John Cruz, Greg Hackney, or Gerald Swindle? Which of those 4 has not qualified for all 4 of them? Think about that, chew on it, and we will be back in just a few more minutes with Bassmaster Live from the Classic.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
We're here at Floor Field in downtown Greenville, and this is the kickoff party for the Bassmaster Classic.
This is the Super Bowl of bass fishing, you guys. This is the biggest tournament there is. We got great food, drinks, and there's fireworks later. We're gonna light up the city. Come join us.
Understand they had a big crowd at Floor Field. I could hear the fireworks.
We were
in my
already down.
room.
We were already done with
we had
dinner.
to go turn in early.
Yes.
And it knocked me out of the bed. I thought, okay, well, the hotel's coming apart, but that's fine.
Our Greenville host,
yes,
Neil Paul, said that party was off the chain.
Oh,
y'all.
did he? I believe it. I believe it. Striker Daily Trivia.
It's a tough one.
You remember the question, which of these anglers, these 4, has not qualified for all 4 Lake Hartwell Classics? Steve Kennedy, John Cruz, Greg Hackney, or Gerald Swindle? Which of those, Ronnie Moore? I'm going to go to you first because it was lucky for you last time.
I think that Such wants me to say B, and I'm going to say A because he's doing well today.
Okay.
I'm going to go C, Greg Hackney.
I'm going to go with Ronnie again. I'm going A as well.
He missed 2015.
Wasn't even close.
Go, Tommy, something different about Striker Daily Trivia at the Classic.
Yeah, you're getting them right. That's one thing. Even though you vowed not to pick Steve Kennedy for anything ever again.
I caught the sarcasm and I liked it, Tommy.
All right, let's take a look at the anglers we are with all day long. 10 of them we're with all day long. Plenty of bonus coverage to add into it as well. Everyone wondering how well Taku Ito is going to do here on Lake Hartwell. A lot of things match up with his game, but not really rising to the top as yet. He's had a couple of good moments.
He has. Caught a limit relatively quickly. His last fish, I believe, was just over 3 pounds. Kept the boat docks honest.
Yeah.
Maybe Cole. Hopefully.
Taku fishing his second classic. This is the first tournament he's ever fished at Hartwell, but by no means the first day he's ever fished at Hartwell.
No, Taku's got about 25 days of pre-practice under his belt and get ready for this 1,500 secret waypoints.
Wow.
So I wonder how many non-secret waypoints he has to add to that total.
The other thing about that, if you really think about this, Tommy, could you name a classic that we have covered together that has had this much diversity from depths of where they have caught them and
even close.
Techniques of how they've caught them.
No.
Especially not on the first day.
Right.
The first, I mean, we're not even, we still got 3 hours, 2 hours left.
This has been a joy
Yes.
to behold. That's what we want. We want as much diversity as we can get. 10 guys doing 10 different things would suit us just fine. Fighter's been doing a lot of poking around trying to find his sweet spot. Hasn't done it just yet. Hasn't got on him. Gerald Swindle, great day. So I moved from 7th to 5th just a few moments ago.
And you'll find it interesting. Seth thought that he could catch a big stringer buzzbaiting today.
Which is by far probably the coolest, or the best top water for cooler water. Like, it's the first top water you'll start to get bid on. Yeah, 55, 56, you know, even lower than that. But a lot of these guys have mentioned Hartwell's a fun lake to fish because it's a pattern lake. So you can hop on a pattern today and run it throughout the rest of the day in that region of the lake or farther away. And then tomorrow it could be a different pattern you develop, and you can run that as well. Like, it's not just a spot tournament. You don't have to worry about having the best spot on the lake and getting beat by someone.
I think it could have been a spot tournament 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a little colder for sure.
Yes.
2015, it was a spot tournament, you know.
Talked to our leader, Brian New, the other night. He said he used to hate this place. Really did not ever excel here.
Too much in here and around, you know. I said, I'll just run right straight back to it and fish right there.
Said he never found success.
That fire up there, I was like, I don't know how this is going to do.
And again, that does say currently 41st for Greg Hackney, but he is.
That is not.
Yeah, is not on.
I got to put the, get the money shot in there. I haven't had the money shot in there yet.
Anyway, Brian New said, I never got good at this place till I learned just to bite off of one smaller piece.
It just looks right.
Don't be running.
Don't
all
spread
over the
yourself
place.
out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it is 4 or 5 different lakes. I mean, you got a long way to go for the Seneca Lake and the Tougaloo Lake and the.
Let's make a move right now. Man who held the lead for the better part of the last 5 hours is Jared Miller. From Norman, Oklahoma. Oh, Robbie Floyd is out there with Jared right now, and I'm anxious to see where he is and what you've been able to catch from him over the last, say, 30 minutes. Have you been there that long?
No, I hadn't. Tommy, you know me. I go all the way up to Clemson because I'm following one guy. I go all the way down to find Jared Miller in the middle of the lake, and he goes, I'm about to move. Where are you going? I'm going up to Clemson. I'm like, so I get back in the boat and we go all the way. But it's a guy with a smile on his face right now. And there wasn't a smile on his face just a few years ago. A former Elite Series angler, he said, I just kind of got burned out back in 2015, 2016. Of course, he had the appendix issues and had an invitation to come back. But he said what really got him back to the Classic is his buddies giving him a hard time and giving him crap all the time, saying he can't fish, he can't do it, and he proved them wrong. I mean, here's one of your guys who qualified through the Bass Nation, and it's not easy. You have your state qualifier, the regional, the national. So he proved to his buddies he could do it. But can he be that next Brian Kirchhoff and win the Bassmaster Classic? Tommy, he's well on his way.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Robbie Floyd. Robbie, you were all the way up towards Clemson early this morning with John Coxon. You said there was not a lot of boat traffic up there, not a lot of competitors, not a lot of spectators. A few of the anglers that we have on camera to look, the expo is absolutely packed right now. A few of our anglers on camera said spectator boat traffic, especially with the guys fishing shallow, would be a big factor going into the weekend. What are you seeing with spectator traffic?
Zero. I mean, and I'm not talking about 1 or 2. I mean 0. So if you want to work your way up, towards Clemson or the Seneca, there is no traffic. But on that hand too, you can come up to water, and you've got to be catching them, because really it hasn't been as productive for, the amount of traffic that I've expected to see, and I don't understand, why he made that move from the middle of the lake to up here. Because I said, "Do you have any spots?" He says, "No, I've caught a few here and there," but he doesn't have that magic place to go to. I think, early morning, that spot that we saw him where it had that underpass, I think that's number 1. But he's kind of letting it breathe, let it do its thing, and he's just trying to upgrade that, 15 pounds or so that he has. But when you talk about spectators, absolutely none. I've never seen anything like it in 22 years of covering the Classic on this end of the lake.
He went to that spot.
But you know what,
yeah,
Mark? That's the same thing. It's not just spectators. It's not just the spectators there's none. The anglers. There's very, very few anglers that are up here. I for some reason, they think the fish are down lower, and not many wanted to travel up.
Robbie, does Jared, as he mentioned, any plan to visit any other, to make one more big move today, like the one he's made so far from his initial spot?
No, he picked up a jig. It's the same bait he was using, but you could see now, instead of he was actually flipping docks with a little Ned rig earlier, I think just trying to upgrade, but he's not finding any upgrades. So he picked up the jig. We've got a big riprap wall here. Wind's blowing into this point, and I think he really thought he would catch one on this front side. He's caught some here before, but what happens? You catch your limit. He's doing exactly like everybody says they want to do. If I can catch 12 to 15 pounds, then go out there and catch a big one. Well, he caught his 15 pounds. Now he's going to a place to help upgrade and turn those 3s into 4, 5s, or 6s. So he's got a jig in his hand, trying to catch a big one, and everything here is a bonus.
Robbie, what is your plan the rest of today?
You know what? I haven't seen enough of Clemson, so I think I'm just going to step out of the boat and go look at the stadium for a little bit.
You may need a pass. You may need a hall pass to do that, Ronnie. Just a heads up there.
I honestly, I can't believe I had never made the run all the way up to Seneca, and I've done it twice in one day. And I'm talking about, this is my 4th Classic, and I've never been up here, and I've spent more time up here than I ever want to again.
Well, you got it out of your system, Robbie. And not only that, Robbie, you have saved us many, many times on day number 1, and as always, you have again. So
yeah, not
Robbie
to mention days 2 and 3.
That's exactly right.
He also,
yeah. Hey, and I'm going to put Miami Dan in the boat, and we're going to see what he had to say. But again, Jared's looking good, unofficially inside that top 5 right now, and we'll hear how his day's gone from his perspective.
All right, Robbie,
awesome.
Thank you so much. That was great. We expect to hear some more good quality info from Robbie before this day is done. And
Tommy, listen, Robbie Floyd can't have his patented wind-blown hair at the Classic that we always see unless he makes that run up the Seneca today. So
That's
now
right.
He's in total form, hair and mindset.
Exactly. That's a good I've totally forgotten about that.
He does come back to the weigh-in a hot mess. He is a hot mess.
I mean, he's got his tops on where his bottoms ought to be. His hair's going 9 different directions. It's great.
A little bit of bird activity on Taku Ito's screen there.
Let me throw one more out there, Ronnie, real quick. Tommy and I were talking about this at break. I think one of the big surprises so far, and Davey got to hang with them, is Brandon Cobb.
Oh, yeah. But I will say Cobb, Jamie Rampey stopped by the booth during the hour break, asked where Cobb was on the lake. I showed him on the private map where he had made his way to, and he said this is really when I'd expect Cobb to put weight in the boat. He was kind of wanting to settle down on one end of the lake and then make a way up. And
doesn't have a lot of time to do that anymore.
And he hasn't really came in clutch with that. And remember, there's not a 30-minute difference for check-ins today. It's 3 o'clock for first flight and 3:10 for the final flight. Only 2 flights today. So Brandon Cobb is going to have to get it going. And this was earlier today, and really didn't fish nearly as deep. Like a lot of his local friends thought he would fish a little bit deeper earlier.
He did for about I was really watching his track.
Abbreviated, yeah.
Small, but bigger 12-incher.
About 20 to 30 minutes he fished deep. And one of the things Davey said, that he had a absolute 3-prong approach for every day of this tournament to fish different regions of Hartwell.
Let's see which 12-inch are smaller.
Got a lot of work the next 2 hours.
Well, Brandon Cobb, obviously probably more experienced than anyone else on this lake, than anyone in the field. Making those right decisions, so important.
I would love to win the 2022 Bassmaster Classic, but the angler that wins this week will be the one that can keep a most open mind, and I don't think you can win doing one thing. You're going to have to put 3 perfect days together, probably in different parts of the lake, doing completely different things each day. So it's going to be one of the most, I think this will be one of the most dynamic classics we've ever had, as far as having to have a flawless game plan, maybe putting it together as you go on the water.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Like this is the best way to get a big bite.
Your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is sponsored by Humminbird.
Ever since I made the elites, I've been in the stands for every single guy to win the last 12 years. Since 8 years old, I have dreamt, envisioned winning the Classic in my mind, right? Since you're a little kid, that's what you dream of. That's kind of one of those driving forces. It's those moments that you see happen in time that really, I believe, create this entire industry. Not just the tournament anglers, it drives the entire industry. All of the tackle companies, boat companies, motor companies, all of it is driven by those moments that happen when a guy wins. And the Classic is the biggest moment. So when you see a guy win, he didn't win in 3 days of fishing. He won in a lifetime of work and effort put into it. Watching that happen is fuel, because that feeling that you get when you win, right? The confetti, like I want to feel the confetti hit my face. I want to hoist that trophy. It's not the material things, it's those feelings are the motivating factor behind it.
Welcome back to our continued coverage, and as Brandon Palnick says, a lifetime of work. But these next 3 days could change your life, and a guy who desperately wants to win a classic told me that's all that matters to him when it comes to tournament fishing. Our brand new leader, Steve Kendi, was 17 pounds, 11 ounces. And as the day creeps on, the weights continue to climb on our leaderboard. I want to welcome everybody into the Outdoor Expo presented by Marathon. I'm joined by, of course, Bassmaster Classic champion, angler of the year, and all-around good guy, Davey Height. And Ronaldo, we are back together again, and I'm excited.
Stat Rat is here. We're up here with the big desk with you guys and excited. Lake Hartwell is showing out. Like you said, the weights are growing. 17-11 is the unofficial top spot right now. Probably going to be closer to 20, if not over 20, when it's all said and done today.
Yeah, Ronnie, we talked about it this morning. I really think at least one 20-pound stringer will be weighed in today, maybe several of them. And the other thing that we have luckily predicted right, the leaderboard has been changing each and every hour, every half of an hour.
It really is amazing for a body of water that some people might have thought, you know, when we were here when it was 8 degrees at takeoff, it was a little slower. Well, when the temperatures are right, the fishing has been right this time around. And that, a look at our playing field, of course, Lake Hartwell, the 4th time we come here for the Bassmaster Classic, 56,000 acres of water, and most of them seem like they're full of fish, Davey Height.
Yeah, when you look at this, you see that there's anglers up the Tougaloo River, the Seneca River, down close to the dam, Lightwood. I mean, they're spread out with only 10 cameras out there today, but we really picked some of the best people we could possibly be with.
If you've never picked up a bait caster or with topwater or a big jig in your life, you can find water this week that's for you and your spinning rod, cooler water. You can find that at the dam. If you want to get in the dirt and you fish those power fishing baits for 3 straight days, you can go up to Seneca. There's a lot of ground to cover, and this lake does absorb 55 boats very well.
That is really the coolest thing about this Bassmaster Classic, if you ask me. You always want an event that's going to be diverse. You want to see different, and really seeing Gerald Swindle fish offshore. Yeah. And, you would think one of the best stock anglers out there, but he's totally ignoring it. Is that 19 classics, and is that the experience of seeing how that bite can be effective?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit backstage, Dave. What he has tried has not worked for him 18 other times. You can see a very seriousness in Gerald Swindle, if you ever believe there's such a thing. He's so funny, he's so happy all the time and always cracking jokes, but you can just see a different level here for Gerald. He thinks he's got a good game plan, and it certainly has worked out so good for him this morning.
What's incredible is we've seen Greg Hackney, Jason Christie, and Gerald Swindle all catch fish on spinning rods today, and we also saw Hank Cherry in the dirtiest water of anyone today as well throughout our day. And what's good about this is, just like the whole St. Johns River and Rodman, you can lock into Rodman and get back into St. Johns and still have a day. You can go fish dirty water and still get back to your main game plan in just a short amount of time, so you don't have to dedicate and lose too much day by changing it up in the middle of your day.
Ronnie, I'm telling you now, you have turned it on. I don't know if it's because you're behind the big desk or because Mom and Dad drove all the way from Florida to come watch Ronnie's debut behind the big desk. You're doing awesome up here.
There's pressure. There's definitely mounting pressure, but it's the classic, Davey. You got to leave it all out.
You got to have a different mode.
You got to turn it up another notch.
Speaking of turning it up a notch, Dave Mercer, tell us this morning about the takeoff a little bit. It was incredible, we hear.
It really was. I mean, the amount, thousands of people showed up for takeoff this morning. And the guy we're looking at right there, our back-to-back Bassmaster Classic champion, literally had tears in his eyes. I mean, that's how much it affects you. And it was unique. There was actually one of the videographers that's here has only covered saltwater events, but the biggest events in the world. And she told me her experience from rolling up. She's like, when I first got here, it was like, Wow, there's a lot of cars here. What is, she had no, there is no event, and it's not just in bass fishing. There is no event in the sport of fishing that brings people out like the Bassmaster Classic. Hank Cherry has a unique opportunity to make history and become the first three-peat Bassmaster Classic champion, the closest ever, Rick Clunn. And he almost, I mean, he got 2 firsts and a second and a third 4 years in a row. That's a long, that's a, I mean, speaking of a good day, Takumi Ito.
Small.
I have no doubt he could win the Bassmaster Classic. I do doubt that he could hold the trophy over his head.
What's very crazy is Taku never fished a tournament on Lake Hartwell. Spent over 25 days here practicing in 2 different portions, like, 2 weeks one portion, 2 weeks another portion. But that he's fished more on Lake Hartwell than Brandon Cobb has in the last 4 years, because Brandon Cobb's been on the road. He hasn't fished his home body of water. And how those approaches will go, a guy who hasn't fished here a lot may do better than a guy who fished here a bunch, just with how much it's changing this week.
Here's a guy a lot of people talked about coming into this event. Obviously, he's been so close to winning a Bassmaster Classic title. And the whole reason he's here is to get that title.
Yeah, I asked him, Ronnie and I, in those interviews on Tuesday, we all remember the commercial, I'm here because I have some unfinished business. And you kind of leaves that to your imagination, but, he's like, yeah, this is the unfinished business that I have in this sport. I want to win a Bassmaster Classic.
Well, he said that on that first catch. Before he talked about punching someone in the mouth, he said,
the last hour or two, but
that's why I came back.
Somebody's going to go from 10 pounds to 20 in this last hour and a half. Just need a couple bites. A couple of them big ones. I'll start with one. Need one of those big ones and then work on the other one.
Four box, Christie, Swindle, Hackney, and Jared Miller. What a story that is. A former Elite Series pro, qualified through the Bass Nation, and man, this is a guy that you're going to want to keep your eye on here. I mean, this fishery sets up incredibly well for him.
It absolutely does. And I agree with what Jason Christie was saying right there. This last hour and a half, someone is going to make a big jump.
Can't get no information, even though you're telling me where they don't live. I'd sure like to prove you wrong.
Sounds like probably the local.
Oh, he's not talking to me.
Yeah, usually when the property owners tell you where they are or where they aren't, you can probably believe the opposite.
Yeah.
And for those of you that don't know, that's one of the most awkward things these guys have to deal with. They can't get any information, and people just want to say, hey, I caught a fish here, and you have to quickly, shh, I can't, and not seem like a jerk at the same time.
We discussed that on Wednesday of practice. Somebody yelled something, and he turns to me, and he's like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? I was coming in this creek to fish a jig, and they were like, I like to throw a jig in here. Well, so do I. That's why I came in here. And so none of that, what they said, helped him or hurt him. It's just exactly his intuition already.
I still think we're light on Greg Hackney's 9 pounds. A couple of those fish look better than that.
And he only has 3 on Bass Track. We will see more as well.
Let's check out our Mercury move of the day. And, man, I would love to see Steve Kennedy get this title. I mean, he was so close a few years ago. But, man, if you look at that right there, between that bite at 11:38 and the one before it at 11:08, 11 is the right time for Steve Kennedy.
Absolutely, and if you look, he only had one fish at 11:07 in the Bassmaster Classic that we all remember last year. He came so close, lost a big fish or two. I guess 2 really big fish. It certainly would have given him the chance to win, but that's all in the past. Steve Kennedy has made it kind of happen the tough way, but he's certainly got the weight that he would need to have a chance to
have another high finish in the Bassmaster Classic. We've seen him do it multiple times.
Davey, you and Dave Mercer both know Steve Kennedy well, and even if he's in first, maybe second, maybe top 5, he will not mention the 6-pounder or the 4-pounder. He will mention that I still had a 1.5 in my bag, because he is a big fish hunter, has not connected with those the first 2 events of the season, but the Classic's wipe it all away, no points, just the win, and that's the way he fishes.
If you remember, I believe he was the leader at last year's Classic on day number 1.
Correct? Yes, he was. And day 2 and day 3, if I remember correctly, lost a big one each day.
8-pound.
Kennedy makes no bones about it. This is everything to him. I mean, he said multiple times, I've had conversations with him, and I've said, but, the other events only really matter because I need to get here to win this event. What an incredible first day of the Bassmaster Classic. It's hard to believe that the doors just officially opened about an hour ago. We had life members in here a little early, but man, it is jammed here at the Outdoor Expo presented by Marathon.
Yeah, it really is, and it never ceases to amaze me. You think, well, maybe the weather's too pretty, everyone's going fishing instead of coming to the expo. They're coming to the expo.
What's really incredible is that we see a lot of new faces every year. We're breaking records. It seems like every single host of the Classic is, I want to break that attendance record. But we see a lot of the same faces. They come from Montana. They come from Ohio. They come from Arizona. Every Classic, they're showing up. And so it's very cool to see them here already this morning.
And not just the spectators show up. I mean, if you've never been to a Classic Expo, the who's who of fishing's here, and on top of that, the companies show up. I mean, they try to outdo each other and do. It is not like any trade show you've ever. It really is truly a celebration of the sport. I mean, and I love it. I mean, it's hard to believe. Just because you would think we've been here 4 years. Classic's been here 4 times. Crowds should get smaller, but they are not. They are getting much, much stronger. There, look at our leaderboard once again, and atop that leaderboard, the guy who led day number 1 of the Classic last year, Steve Kennedy, 17 pounds, 11 ounces. But look how Brian New right behind him, and Jared Miller. What? Look at that. You've got our leader, one of the most seasoned pros out there, Brian New, a guy who just came on tour last year, and Jared Miller representing the Bass Nation.
Here we are, guys, the 52nd annual Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, and we're in the Academy booth hanging out with Easton. And Easton, we're at the Magellan stuff, and it is the 52nd Classic. You guys are the title sponsor of this, and so we have some Classic branded apparel here in the booth they can get only here at the Bassmaster Classic.
We absolutely do, and this year we were really excited to partner with Bassmasters, put together a unique collaboration with Magellan Pro Outdoors and the Bassmasters brand. And what you'll see is a lot of unique merchandise that really celebrates the history and the legacy of the event. It'll also mention that we're in Greenville, South Carolina, where the Bassmasters Classic is taking place, and Lake Hartwell. So we've got some unique pieces. They'll be available here in the booth today and at 4 local participating Academy stores at academy.com. But very excited about having that this year. We upped our game.
And I know you guys have been upping your game in a lot of other ways with apparel, especially through the Magellan brands. And you got some new stuff, some performance apparel that these anglers, not only you can look good in the expo, but if you go out on Lake Hartwell, this will work for you on the water too.
That's exactly right, and we've had the opportunity to be at our 3rd year partnered as the title sponsor. In our inaugural year, we came out and we launched Magellan Pro, which is our elevated line for the fishing enthusiast. What we've done this year is we've continued to expand upon it in 2 ways, and one is with our Shore and Line collection, where we have pieces that are very comfortable, and they can serve as that technical piece on the water, but also for a lifestyle play. So I'm going to walk you through a couple of those right now, if you don't mind. We have our new Shore and Line collection. This is actually made with bamboo fibers. It's UPF 50, it is stretch, and it has very good hand feel, very soft, has hooded properties. You'll see the hand loops that'll take you through, keep that sun off your hands, but very comfortable in and off the water. What you'll also see, and this is an area that we're really excited about, we've seen a huge increase in the participation of women anglers in the sport. And as they've continued to increase their participation, we want to make sure that they have elevated products, but still at a very extreme value. So you'll see certain fits that are specific for our female customers. You'll also see some of our very technical pieces. Again, all of these are UPF 50, stretch, they have mag chill breathable properties, so very comfortable way to spend a day out on the water.
A lot of great stuff at the Bassmaster Classic. This is kind of like a bigger ICAST. We have really unleashed a lot of new products, especially clothing, here at the Bassmaster Classic. From the Academy booth, that was some of the new Magellan brands. Throw it back to you guys.
Where is Ronnie Knott? I mean, can that guy cover some ground? Well, welcome back to the 864, otherwise known as Greenville, South Carolina, the incredible host and former record holder of the biggest classic ever. And if you talk to Neil Paul and some of the fine folks from this part of the world, they're taking that record back this week. And I wouldn't doubt it from what I've seen so far today. But this tournament is more than just an outdoor expo. It's all about what's happening in Lake Hartwell, and this, our Hummingbird Unlock the Lake. Davey Height, it looks like it's been a busy day.
It has been a busy day, and this is a great sign of a great fishery when you're looking at Hummingbird Unlock the Lake. You can't ask for anything any better than seeing some catches all the way down around the dam and all the way up the arms, the Seneca, the Tougaloo, the 6 and 20, the Lightwood Creek area. When you see all that diversity, you really believe what the anglers have told us here this week. We've got anglers like a Greg Hackney. We got anglers that have fished all 4 classics, this being the 4th one, and say this lake is in better condition. The fish look healthier. There's more of them than any time we've ever been here before, and you can certainly see that looking at this photo.
And it certainly looks like it played out the way many anglers assumed too, with the bite increasingly getting better.
Yeah, it's really been good, and we just heard Jason Christie. We just heard Jason Christie saying, hey, the next hour and a half, somebody's going to go from 10 pounds to 20. Jason Christie doesn't have to go quite that far. He just needs one good bite.
Jason Christie has led 4 of 6 days of classic competition and still not won one. Man, he wants it so bad. And the bass community wants it for him too. Like, you walk around here, there's a lot of people hoping he gets it done this week. Let's have a look at Christie's day so far. Day number 1, the greatest spectacle in sport fishing. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic.
Jason Christie chose to start like in the ditches. A lot of people around Lake Hartwell like to talk about fishing a little deeper back in these small coves, not the main creeks, but what they call ditches. It just has runoff from the watershed, not a live creek. And he got around some threadfin shad and some blueback herring combination, put a few fish in the boat, and then a little after that, his next plan B was to fish these boat docks, and he has upgraded, got rid of, I think, 3, maybe 4 of his fish that he caught this morning to get his limit in the boat, settle him down, get some fish in. So a great plan for him today. He just needs that one big bite to give him a real good solid limit after day 1. I think all these fishermen in this event agree that you just have to stay in the hunt. You just have to stay in the hunt. A 10-pound day today would be very, very difficult to overcome. Although we'll see a lot of those, you need that 15 to 17-pound stringer to really stay in the hunt.
Christie currently in 7th place, a 6-time Bassmaster winner.
Not a bite on bottom all day.
You heard him say, I haven't had a bite on the bottom all day. These fish suspend under these boat docks, some days more than others. The practice day that I went out on Wednesday, those fish were down closer to the bottom. You didn't see them up suspended. But when they're suspended just a couple feet under the surface, even though it might be 7 or 8 feet deep, then you get that bite just when the bait hits the water and on the way down. So it seems that these fish are suspended more today than they were on the practice day.
Why? I mean, why are they suspended some days and not others?
I think that's a great question. I have some ideas, but I don't know if anybody knows for sure. Barometric pressure has a little to do with it. The warming of the surface of the water versus the temperature a little farther down. There are a lot of variables.
Floats over there. Sitting on a point. 2 walkway floats in the wind.
You look at the list of names in that top 10, and man, what an incredible top 10 is. I mean, obviously having Christie and Swindle in that top 10, but your top 3, Kennedy, New, and Jared Miller. I mean, all at different points in their careers and all incredible stories.
Yeah, very, very different points in their career. But the first picture I took when I got here in Greenville this week was picture of registration and said someone's life will be changed. No matter what point in your career you are right now, even a Gerald Swindle who is fishing his 19th Classic to someone fishing their first Classic, your life is going to change no matter what point in your career you're in. If you haven't held the Bassmaster Classic trophy over your head, it's going to change.
Speaking of Gerald Swindle, I can't get enough of the G-Man. Let's have a look at Gerald Swindle earlier today.
You see Gerald here starting out deep with a spinning rod in his hand. So I guess it didn't surprise us because we had talked to Gerald a little bit this week, and he said, I'm going to fish deeper than most people expect.
Come to the class. That's what it's.
You're correct, though, Davey. It wasn't surprising because we knew ahead of time, but it was surprising the day he informed us of that move because we're like, this is going to be a Gerald Swindle Spring Classic he's been waiting for a decade.
Yeah, his first fish looked like it was on a fluke. The second one on a DT8. You know, the next one I think was a DT6. I mean, he's cranking. And then he caught a fish on a jerkbait we're probably about to see here a little later. But just really incredible the way Gerald has been mixing up. But, you know, watching his career, you know, he started about a year or so after I did fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. He's always been a guy that is at his best when he's throwing 10 different baits. Some guys, when you see 10 rods on the front deck, you know they're a little spun out.
Come on, baby.
There's a jerkbait fish that I mentioned earlier.
Give up every time.
So a different bait for all 5 fish, that's when he seems to be at his best.
And it does feel like the kind of tournament where nobody's going to win this event doing one thing.
Yes.
Like it really feels like.
But I'm still surprised. We just talked about it, but I'm still surprised he's not fishing. He's fished a dock or two, but literally a dock or two, and I know he loves to do that.
We will see a key moment this week. He will roll up and do that piece of structure we expect and catch the fish he needs, and then we see it piecing together for him.
After the first 2 elites, Swindle shaved off his beard. Said it was a bad luck beard. He looked very much like Freddie Mercury with that mustache, I'll be honest, if there are any pictures out there. But by the time we got to the Classic, which was a week later, he grew a new beard. Let's hope this is the lucky beard.
I'm glad that I'm not gonna say he didn't want to embrace who he was, but for a little while there his beard looked a little different, but he's fully embraced the new G-Man, the elder statesman G-Man.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that he's hooked up right now. Came off. I'm just saying he's the eldest statesman this year in the Classic. 19 appearances, by far the most. Hackney right behind him. But other than
That's
that,
not what you're saying, Ronnie. You are lying right now. On the first day of the Bassmaster Classic, you are lying. But if you do look at that picture, two-box Gerald Swindle and Takumi Ito.
Yeah, I would definitely have expected the backgrounds to be flip-flopped if we were Taku on the left, open water, jerkbait and looking at his electronics, and maybe Gerald Swindle fishing some marinas or docks.
David, do you think that comes from, I mean, it's his 19th Classic, but he's had a few off. And in that time, you get to watch more of the Classic than when you're part of it. And you get to see how there's people that are about to win this tournament and it gets taken away from them because of spectator traffic and things like that that affect it. We play in a public field. Do you think that's what we're seeing from Gerald Swindle this time around?
It's a great point. I think it is. But here's something else. When you take a couple off, for whatever reason, he's not accustomed to that. But then I think there's a point in every fisherman's career that's ever made a Classic. You shouldn't take a single one for granted.
Yeah.
Because I don't care who you are, how good a fisherman you are. You know, we're talking about Gerald Swindle, two-time B.A.S.S. Angler of the Year, but I'm sure he has thought more in the last few years about, I don't know how many of these I've got.
Yeah.
When you think
and you really don't ever know that. I don't, if you're 20 years old or 50 years old, you really don't know that. It's just you never know what tomorrow may bring you in your life and your family's life. But I think you're exactly right, but then I also think there's probably some saying, hey, maybe I need to change things up because I'm not going to have 18 more chances like this.
And I'll say one of those Classics he wasn't a part of was by choice, and the other one was by performance. And I think his first year back on the Elite Series in 2020, he realized, like, I have to be on point and bring it to even qualify. Not even by choice, but just like
exactly what I was saying. One was by choice, the other one really wasn't. So you start thinking,
do I have it? Yeah.
Well, you just don't know how many more you have.
Yeah.
We all know Gerald Swindle could win this tournament, but you don't know how many more chances he will have to legitimately do it.
Over to the odds-on favorite coming into this event, currently in 43rd place, the COBB, Brandon Cobb.
I definitely wouldn't say you'd expect Cobb to be bottom 10 at this point in the tournament, but he's hooked up right now.
Really surprised to see him this far back, but we try to predict and say who's the odds-on favorite, and we never can really do. I mean, you can narrow it down to about 10 maybe, but I mean, I was in the boat with him Wednesday all day long, and he was not fishing what he thought was his good stuff. And thankfully, you didn't offer me this, but I would have bet you $1,000 he wouldn't be in 43rd place right now. I don't have $1,000 to start with, but I mean,
whatever.
You just
ring on your finger
blows me away.
Let me pull up the all-time money list real quick.
Hey, I won it. That didn't say my wife didn't get it. She's been great. She's been great with helping us try to take care of
You're
it.
throwing everybody on my parents under the bus and your wife.
I need to get away from this microphone. I will have no friends by the time I leave here.
Poor Davey Hyde's going to have to pawn some trophies.
But it amazes me. I cannot believe this.
Well, what is going on here? We're watching Hank Cherry, but that's not really
video game Hank Cherry. He's hooked up. Video game Hank Cherry.
Isn't that cool?
That is very cool.
But I will say this. Brandon Cobb laid it out, and I thought he was just being humble. He said, I've won a lot of tournaments. This is just he and I talking on Lake Hartwell, doing what I do. And at the end of the day, I say, wow, it would have been real easy if I could have just had 9 pounds. But somehow it worked out, and I got 2 good bites, and I had 17 pounds. He said, but I think all the time about how easy it would have been to just have 9. Well, hopefully it's going to change for him here today, but he laid it out that this could happen.
Well, we saw the same thing 2019 final day. He's going to catch stripers on schooling fish. He's not even, you know what I'm saying? He's not even doing his pattern. And then in an hour and a half time of wasting time, he's back in the lead, you know, on the final day. He can do that.
Look, what the? We're up here
playing video games?
And it was Such that's playing that video game.
That's supposed to be me.
Look at him.
I'm the youngster playing video games.
Come on, guys. I'm on my break.
Oh, come on now.
Won't even look at us. Look at him.
Yeah, he's focused.
He is a big gamer.
Hey, I will say the Dovetail Fishing Bassmaster 2022 game that debuted late last year, perfect time when everybody stopped having tournaments for it. They just recently added Lake Hartwell to their game before the Classic.
Cool.
And I will say these lakes are spitting images of the actual lakes. I can go to Toledo Bend, right north of the takeoff there in Manny, Louisiana, to the same places that you can fish in real life. Hartwell, the same thing. I mean, I caught some on the Pendleton Bridge the other day in the game. I'll admit it. I'm not going to give any info out, but yeah.
So are you as good at the dovetail Bassmaster game as you are at fantasy fishing that you always tell us about? The Rapala fantasy fishing is just like you're the king.
I may be better at the game, honestly, than I am at fantasy fishing.
Oh, that's scary.
So
that's scary.
It's I'm a dual-edged sword over here, you know.
You really do think you're something special. I mean, I think
that's what my
special.
mom tells me, you know, at least.
The self-proclaimed king, Ronnie Moore, and the financially strained Davey Height. Look at our leaderboard. Steve Kennedy up top the leaderboard. Brian New and Jared Miller, and don't sleep on the sleepy assassin Austin Felix creeping up that leaderboard. But look at the names on that leaderboard, and a visibly emotional Scott Martin this morning at takeoff after seeing that crowd. Look at him in his first Bassmaster Classic. He's tied for 5th place.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Rapala, and by Progressive.
16 rookies competing in this Bassmaster Classic, but we have our Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year race going on in the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're just 2 events into it, and look who's atop the leaderboard. Everybody talked about a lot of those rookies, but Jay Shakura has really showed out this time, and it really just proves why he didn't decide to be a walleye pro like his dad. I mean, he can catch bass.
That might be exactly why he didn't choose to be a walleye pro like his dad. He's a pretty good bass fisherman, and you've got to assume that he's going to feel very comfortable when you go up north and start fishing for those brown fish. Was he your pick for Rookie of the Year?
No, I kind of went with the low-hanging fruit. I really thought Cody Huff was going to come out stronger, but I will say we're not getting to the point in the season that Cody Huff, he should start to really climb the leaderboard now. Not
you
in
have
Florida.
So much confidence in your picks
Not
until you
Florida.
don't.
Yeah. Hey, I picked Josh Straisner last year. Let's throw it to Dave. He's got to lead us into something for sure.
Well, let's go look on the water here with the one and only Jason Christie. You see him back in the cut, and then Brandon Polnick. Both having a decent day, number 1, live on the water. But no, Brandon's not having a decent day. I was totally wrong. I thought he was doing a lot better than that. He's 45th right now.
Brush pile. I don't think we're exactly right on all these weights, which is not supposed to be an exact science. It's not official until they put them on the scales in the Bon Secours
We're
arena.
trying to help Dave Mercer out for his spectacle at the weigh-in today. See,
no,
you always complain we're so accurate and we tell him exactly what's happening. Now we won't know.
You're lying. You're lying. You guys will tell them everything. You'll ruin it all.
I texted all the marshals and said, after 1 o'clock, don't enter anything, okay? And they said, no deal. I tried.
The one thing, though, Brandon Polnick, when we talked to him pre-tournament before this morning, he was going to fish deeper than any other angler, and that really concerned me. He had a good practice, but those last couple of days when the anglers haven't been on the water, it has just gotten warmer and warmer and more fish moving up. He was talking about fishing over 70 and 80 feet of water.
Wow.
Some brush that sits out in front of this dock. Old crappie piles.
If you look at those 4 anglers on the screen, all of them having a tougher day than many would have imagined, why is the Classic so much like that? Like, we talked about Cobb a little while ago, but it is more often than not the odds-on favorite, the one that everybody picks going into it. They struggle. What is it? The pressure? Is it?
Our sport is no like no other. I mean, it's
has so many similarities, but it's so different. You're playing on public water. You don't know if a local angler just fished his pocket. The one common denominator, and now we don't see it, but Christie Hank Cherry just went around a dock. They're all around boat docks. Not any of them are out in left field, so to speak, but your timing and a miss, a catch here and there, and it's a lot like professional golf. Although I don't think we're as much like it as some people do, but there's a fine line between, just 2 or 3 strokes being at the top or being middle of the pack. And on day one, you see that. And you're just going to see that in our World Championship. These anglers are all good. And there's a fine line between being 40th and being 15th.
One big difference is there's nobody holding a shh sign in this sport.
That's one of many things. You're exactly right.
You're spinning the towel in this sport, getting them louder. That's the thing. I mean, I'm not saying no.
Not over
but
the rope.
Like you said, Davey, at the end of last year for the playoffs for golf, guy has a 6-7 stroke leak, makes one bad mishit. The next 3 holes he gives his whole lead back. Same thing in this sport. Steve Kennedy loses a big one day 2, and he was forever changed going into the rest of that Classic last year because of one mishit, one loss.
Do you think that'll ever change? You think, I look at things like rowing regattas and things like that. They shut down an entire public lake. Do you think that would ever change?
I don't see it changing anytime soon, but I'm not so sure I want it to. Because
really?
that's part of what makes this so interesting. And you just have to deal with that, and you have to learn to, I guess just deal with it mentally. And what Gerald Swindle is a great example. I think that his whole reason for fishing like he's fishing is I don't want to be fishing the same docks as Seth Feider is and Brandon Palnick is and Takumi, and you don't want to deal with that, so you come up with a plan B.
I'm really shocked to see Seth struggling because, and this wasn't an interview, this was a casual conversation, and me and him were just sitting there, and I said, I think you're going to catch him this week. And he looked at me without batting an eye, and he said, I know I'm going to catch him this week. Wow. So to see, and hey, there's time left. Gerald Swindle live. Oh, boy. That is a dangerous spot to have a jerkbait and a fish flopping like that.
So I'm just looking at the leaderboard go across the bottom. You see with Gerald Swindle in 14th place. And I just noticed Scott Martin in the top 10 unofficially. Both of these guys having a day that they need to have. No matter if they don't catch another fish today, they'll still be in the hunt. Can you imagine Sunday if those two guys are really just like
I'm
right there?
I'm getting all tingly.
If they're right there going into Sunday, what it would mean to both of them, either one of them.
And never mind them, what it would mean to me. That would be an incredible way.
Oh, no doubt.
Yes.
Sorry, I got selfish.
I mean, they're a third of the way there. They're both in good shape today, even if they don't. I mean, they got more fishing time, but mission accomplished day one for both of those guys. And they got a lot of people pulling for them here this week.
Just watching Gerald Swindle on his last fish catch, I just kind of thought 2018 we didn't have forward-facing sonar, or he wasn't using forward-facing sonar at least. And then we asked him, has it changed you? And he's like, yes, it's changed me. And it changes you in other ways, other lakes. I didn't think about it with his approach this week, but I think he knows how many fish are in this lake. And if you can see a whole bunch of them on your graph, it changes your perspective. And I think that's why we haven't seen him. He'll go to the docks and turn off the graphs, no doubt, at some point. But he wanted to make sure he gave it a shot early and see how he stacked up. And that's something I just thought. Maybe that one change in his boat rigging has changed the way he approached this Classic specifically.
Watching Jason Christie live, it's not only changed the way the anglers are approaching it, but the fish are rapidly changing. You hear Takumi talk about it a lot on stage, and a lot of people don't pick it up. But when he talks about chasing fish, that's literally what's happening. He's seen fish, and they feel that, and they're moving away from him.
Because we've talked about chasing fish our whole careers.
But we're just like, we're chasing ghosts. This is what we're chasing without the advancement of forward-facing sonar. Or 360. There's several tools there that just in the last few years have become tools of all these anglers. And you say most people, that just kind of goes right over the head when they hear an angler talk about, I'm chasing fish but can't get them to bite. I've done that, a lot. But he is literally chasing individual fish. And we've talked about it from the Alabama rig to forward-facing sonar. Those fish will adapt. They have an incredible way of adapting.
I would say this, in the last 5 minutes or so, I don't think we mentioned this. Maybe I'm stealing some Such thunder with a Skeeter Boats BFA, a big fish alert, that Joey Nania, really rock solid day. He was one of the first guys to 9.5 pounds, which was kind of the first mark to take the lead. Jumps up to 13 pounds and change.
Man,
a 4.9 just 5 minutes ago gives him 16.25, and now he's in third from the 15th spot. Every year we have at least one Opens angler rise to the occasion and do well. And when we say do well, that means make the final day cut, maybe top 15. Last year, Chris Jones getting third place. I think we're going to start seeing every year an Opens angler vying for it on the final day, and my eyes were on Joey Nania coming into this event, because this is what he does every single day, whether it's up shallow with a chatterbait or electronics spotted bass out deep. He couldn't have qualified for a better classic, and now he's in third unofficially.
Jason Christie, watching him live, he's a 6-time Bassmaster winner. But at this point, just like Takumi Ito's chasing fish, he's chasing one thing and one thing only, and that is the most coveted trophy in professional bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic title.
You have the Elite Series, and then you have the Classic. I mean, you can win 3 or 4 events in the Elite Series, and yeah, people are going to remember that for a year or 2 or 3. But when you win the Classic, I mean, it's just, I mean, you're etched in stone forever. And Classic's a very hard event to win for a lot of reasons, And I really think the guy who wins the Classic, or the past winners, you just have to fish off gut. Yeah, it's a big event. It's the biggest event.
Might not come out neither, maybe on somebody's fishing line. It's fishing line or something. Yep. Well, perfect. Seems like I need to retie, or something happens every time I get on the mix. I get mixed up. Oh, did I? I'll tell you what, whoever came to me when I caught that one needs to buy a lotto ticket, because they lucky. There ain't been a lot of catching. Not a lot of catching. The deal is I feel like I'm not fishing around any when I'm not getting bit on that shaky head, because them little ones will bite it. I mean, they've proved that, But I haven't caught a little largemouth on it, only spots. I lost a good one, caught a good one, 2 or 3 little ones. I don't know. I know there was a good one on this dock too. I remember it. Water's a little murkier down here. .204. I need to make the right decision. I need to make it quick.
You'd think most of them are just going to be on that shallow side. They swam up the bank. Oh, crap. Hank. Bunch of bluegill up under that. Oh gosh, there he is. Why do so many of them run from it? Try to go around the other side on that one.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
Day one of the Classic, they're all important days, all 3 days of fishing at the World Championship. Every minute is meaningful, depending on what you can get done. This is the 2022, the 52nd edition of the World Championship Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook and South Carolinian. Brian New back on top. Look at that, just about 20 pounds. He may be over 20 pounds. These are estimates. As per Bass Track, Steve Kennedy has had a great afternoon here. Joey Nania, furious move up the leaderboard for him. Stetson Blaylock, ditto. Jared Miller and all the rest. So great to have you with us. We got some more coverage, live coverage on your way before we wrap up this day one. So, man, look at the crowd. The throngs are here, guys, at the Bassmaster Classic Expo, sponsored by Marathon. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Tom Abraham, Bassmaster Radio. And Tom, thank you so much. You were telling me yesterday how many people download that show in the course of a year. It's a phenomenal number. And I told you it's because you get such timely guests. Now, if you did not see that leaderboard, you just watched what had happened today.
Right.
Who would you have on your radio show if it started right now?
Well, we'd have Brian New. We always get the winner. We always get second place, and then we get the Rapala Monster Bag winner as well. So, yeah, it's been fantastic, the show. And I got an email from Chris Mitchell, who does such a tremendous job at Bassmaster.com, and he said, oh, by the way, you'll hit 750,000 downloads of Bassmaster radio at the, that's just at Bassmaster. I mean, keep in mind, we have 130 radio stations across the country. They all have their own podcast platforms, and it's this guy that causes it. Every time he's on, it goes up by 100,000.
I don't doubt it.
In all honesty, you've been at every single Classic. You've been at every single Classic since 2007. And last year, the one Classic you missed was the Classic that Tommy and I looked at each other, and Davey, 10 minutes before we went Bassmaster Live the first day of the Classic, and we thought to ourselves, with everything that the country went through, is anybody coming to this thing? And last year in Texas was off. But this for a day one, you've been to so many. I came in after a midday break, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah. No, this is amazing. It's the epicenter of the professional bass fishing world, and they do it so well here at Greenville. They do a great job with it. They think that they will push Knoxville, not necessarily for, at the weigh or at the weigh-ins or at the takeoffs, but for the convention center, they think they'll push Knoxville for the record. So we'll see.
All right. Now, what's the most inspiring? You get the guys by the numbers to be on a show.
Yeah.
If you had to pick one inspiring character from today to also put into the lineup, who would it be?
At my age, I grew up a Roland Martin fan. I mean, everything was about Roland Martin and the agony of him not winning a Classic. So I think that story is right at the top of the list in terms of the great stories that we have here. But, man, the Hackney story is fantastic. Gerald Swindle story is fantastic. And then you got some new guys. You got a guy like Joey Nania. I mean, here's a guy who's trying to make it to the elites, and he won himself an Open to get here. And now here he is on the leaderboard, with day one. So there's some great stories here.
Oh, absolutely. We've got plenty more to come. Right now, though, it's time to hear from a guy who has favored guest status on your show. I know this for a fact.
I didn't know that.
That is the one and only Ronnie Moore. Is that not right?
Ronnie liked hearing that.
Hey, you notice he didn't say those 750,000 downloads. None of them were because of me. They would have been much higher otherwise. But I did want to bring it over to the screen of knowledge real quick to talk about a couple key guys that we don't have on camera. And one of those would be our VMC on-point angler today. And I'm going to go ahead and dub that as one Stetson Blaylock. Stetson Blaylock, not only is he great at Lake Hartwell, but he's doing great in 2022. Fourth in our Angler of the Year race after the Florida swing. Got out of there with 2 great finishes. So he's now going towards the lakes that he's more comfortable with, Santee, Chickamauga, and then obviously the Western and Northern swing. He'll be one to watch for Angler of the Year the whole year. But also looking at his 2019 finish here, people didn't dub him as a favorite. He got second, not too far from this time of the year, and it's kind of going towards his style. We've seen him today deep and shallow, catching them on bass track. A couple of the great shots from our marshals and media out there today, making some calls. His kicker today that helped him, and then landing some fish out deep, even spotted bass in his bag. So Stetson Blaylock, I'm dubbing him as the VMC on-point angler, and it kind of makes me a little sad because he was not on my Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing team. We kind of top-heavy stacked bucket A and bucket B, so I did not pick him. And I did pick Jason Christie and Brandon Lester in those 2 buckets. Not too bad of a performance today. My rap, now, Z, I told you, Mercury Drain the Lake, my game style, my game format. That's
your
what I'm
house.
going to excel in. That's why I'm the king of fantasy, is from Mercury Drain the Lake. But for Rapala, I've had a little bit of a tough time picking my 5-man. Joey Nania is definitely a bright spot. My 2 Coosa River guys, Doc Fisherman, they're in the 50s today, not looking too good. But it's the flip-flop because that team's solid. That team's pretty solid. This team, imagine all of these favorites, and there's only 2 anglers on my Mercury Drain the Lake above 38th.
Wow,
I'm completely shocked.
you
with
have
Hank
done
Cherry,
terrible.
Brandon Cobb, Gussie, Taku, Brandon Polinick, all of them struggling when this is their style. So I'm very disappointed with that right now, but tomorrow's move-in day. Top 25 will make the cut, and we'll be fine with that.
Ronnie, I would like a picture of you struggling this season.
I will. Yeah. And I wanted to show this real quick. This was the last thing that we saw from Brian New. The reason he jumped back in the lead, Tommy, the emotion of a really good one, Marshall and media member Roger Metz. So Brian New, it's the reason he moved to South Carolina. He's going to be one to watch the rest of this week.
now.
Yeah, he is going to be trouble as was predicted.
I just think it's so cool that Ronnie does that without looking. You ever notice that? He
will never look at me.
No, he also doesn't look at the pad when he's like flicking the screen from one page to another. He doesn't look at the pad. He's deft
You
when
can
it comes
ask
to the
him.
screen.
He's good. You can.
He's good. Now, what's not good is his fantasy picks so far this year. But he's got a lot on his mind.
He's had a rough year.
Right? He's got a lot on his mind.
The anglers are revolting against the king, I think, is what's happening right there. Let's take a look at some of our great catches from today, starting with Jason Christie.
Yeah, and really Jason Christie said he was going to start out deep to kind of just ease the day along. Caught a couple beat keepers out deep, and we did see him catch one really solid one out deep. The one thing we have not seen with look, Jason Christie has a very solid bag as of right now. Went boat dock fishing. Ronnie Moore, Jason Christie is on both of Ronnie Moore's team, and it's kind of the savior. It's the anchor of Ronnie Moore's team right now.
Or the savior.
God. Does it surprise you, Ron, that we've not seen one of those 4 to 5.5 pounders with Jason Christie?
A little bit, but I will say maybe he doesn't get one today, but he may get 2 or 3 in some of those little short pockets that he's been really focusing on. There's a definitive dock he's been keying on. It gets right in a hurry, and I saw that 4 straight docks in practice.
I think he's saving some stuff, too. I think he's really trying to manage his fish well. After what happened here in 2018 with him, that's one of the keys to this whole deal is managing his fish well. And, of course, this guy here, Gerald Swindle, I mean, this guy gave us one of the all-time epic speeches in 2018 from the stage at the weigh, and it was awesome. They'll burn this town down if this guy wins a tournament.
What? He would probably be part of that.
Oh, he would be leading the crowd.
There's
no doubt. Him and Lulu, they'd be leading it.
Gerald Swindle saying dock fishing was not going to be part of his game today, and he kept it a little bit honest, did it for a little bit. You get to talk to a lot of these guys, Tom, and one of the things we'll pull the curtain back. You like somebody that brings it when they're on the radio show. Swindle's not hard for you.
No, he's a 2-question guy for a 13-minute segment. I get 2 questions in with him, and he's good. I had Bill Dance on one time, 22 minutes, longest answer ever. Asked him one question about the T-hat. 22 minutes.
Yes.
I told him, I said, this isn't NPR. I got to take a commercial break.
Oh, that's the ideal guest, though, isn't it, Tom?
No, but he's good. You know, I'll tell you, Patrick Walters, we have a lot of great guys, great characters that come on and do a tremendous job. And you know who's sneaky good? Lee Livesey. Lee Livesey is going to be a star. I'm telling you. And
Speaking of Patrick Walters,
that mustache has got to go.
Oh, no.
But
I disagree.
It's gone. He shaved it.
Did he shave it off?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Patrick Walters starting early this morning, and here's the really, really cool thing that you're going to see throughout this tournament. Patrick Walters caught a limit really in about 15 minutes, but quietly, very quietly from late morning until now, keeping himself in the mix. And the one thing to really watch at the weigh-in today, I know Bass Track tells us, a few different stories. You're going to see a lot of guys that did not do this, that did not go offshore this morning. There's some of those ditches, some of those blueback herring chasing fish. You're going to see a lot of solid weights that look better on paper of guys that started shallow, stayed shallow. That was not Patrick Walter's game. Really what he did was start out deep, make upgrades through the day. He's had very good numbers so far today.
Well, that's what makes this such a great venue is you have so many options, so much diversity, 87,000 square acres out there of water to cover that you can do so many different things in. But, here's the deal. This isn't one of those tournaments where, numbers matter, like catching 1 million of them. You can catch 1 million of them at a certain size, but you have to do what Zaldain did when he picked up a couple of good fish. And I think it's the guy that's going to be patient enough to fish the entire 8 hours because they might catch their best fish at 2:15 this afternoon.
Tom, I love awkward. I don't like it. I love it.
Yeah.
You just told us who's good on your radio show. You talked about Swindle, Bill Dance, Lee Livesey. I didn't know that.
Lee's tremendous.
Talk about some of your more awkward shows you've had. Throw some names out there. Don't be scared.
Leave me out, please. I mean, come on.
I need to have all of these guys on. I can't. Could it be? Maybe it'll be a guy that's not fishing the elites anymore. I don't know. It could be one of those guys.
I tend to do that all the time, Tom.
They're tremendous. And I try to sucker Scott Martin in, to talk a little bit because he's got that theme. It's all about that. And I'm like, come on, man, it's about you.
It totally is.
He will
it
not.
Totally is.
And he won't. He won't. He's just so cool. You know what I mean? And he was like yesterday when I was doing the grid walk. I stopped by him and we were doing video interviews and so on. And he just kept rigging away and everything, and he wouldn't even stop tying for me. I'm like, give me a minute here.
It's not about Dad. It's all about you.
He's like, no, this one's about Dad, and then the next one will be about me. So
taking a look at Greg Hackney.
Another great guy.
Big one early today on a jig, and I think we are very, very conservative where we have him on weight right now. Greg Hackney is one of those anglers that did not pull the trigger a lot. He has stayed in one general region of this lake all day long. Said he didn't think he could catch a lot of fish, but they'd be the right ones. I'm going to tell you, as far as a 5 bass limit that we've had on camera, the best average is Greg Hackney by far.
But he's also a guy that will, he looks at a 3-pounder and says 2.5. He likes to do that. He's a sandbagger if there ever was, and he likes to come in with everybody thinking 13 when it ends up being 17.
Yeah, I have fished with Greg Hackney quite a bit.
Yeah.
Really, if you watch how he's managed his day to day, shallow backs of drains, and it's interesting, gang. I can't really get into the certain boat docks that he is concentrating on. There's something very, very key. There's a common denominator with the boat docks. Solid day for Hackney so far.
And you look at Jared Miller, he's one of the few guys that we've seen in the mud. I thought that with the recent rains that we had and so on, I thought that there would be more mud in the backs of some of these creeks and we'd see some more dirt fishermen. And we haven't seen that so much. I'm really kind of surprised at how many of these little drains and cuts are actually pretty clear.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting. Clear. But by tomorrow and certainly into Sunday, the big girls are moving up.
You're feeling it.
They're going to be up there. Okay. I think so.
55 anglers out there, only 6 or 7 that's unofficially that don't have a limit so far. We love that. We like that to happen on the first day of the Classic. We want everyone to get a limit. That's probably the best chance we'll have had in a while.
A NASCAR term. This is like plate racing.
This is
plate fishing.
Yes.
This is exactly what this is. You've got guys from 1 to 20 that are within a few pounds of each other. Bunch of guys with 15 in the beginning of their weight. This is like plate racing, and this is Talladega. They're all door handle to door handle in this deal.
Of course, the 55 are going to be taken down to 25 after tomorrow's round, but there's plenty of time to make a lot of moves between then and now. There's some time today, believe it or not. They're on Lake Hartwell. The story continues. We're going to take a quick break and come right back to day number 1 of the Classic.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Less than an hour's fishing time for our first flighters out there today on day one. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Lake Hartwell is a fantastic destination, a great test to find the world champion. Great place to set them up, the best in the world who worked so hard to get here. Brian New from just up the road in Saluda, South Carolina, declared when he won his first ever Elite Series outing. Said, I got two more projects that are coming on short notice. Angler of the Year and the Classic. Well, the Angler of the Year didn't work out that year.
He shot high.
He shot high. He may land high here at the Classic.
Quick story about Brian New. We were texting back and forth, and I said, hey, man, you're one of my favorites. I made the comment to you, Tommy Sanders, and he texted back. He said, you can let Patrick Walters, Hank Cherry, and Brandon Cobb have all of the attention throughout practice, and he said, I really like my odds.
He's been outstanding. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And, I heard we see, Hank Cherry in here in tight, and I heard Davey talking about possibly by Sunday we could have some sight fishing. But I got to tell you, we're going to come up with a new word for that, because now with this forward-facing sonar, everybody's sight fishing. There's sight fishing out in the middle of the lake. It's crazy, and this is a lake where it's really comes into play. I'll be back here in October for an open. I'll be fishing an open here in October, and the guys with the sight fishing there, it's incredible on this. Like, you find those schools of herring, and then you find those spots.
Hearing right now that Robbie Floyd is still hanging in there with Jared Miller. And Robbie, we look to be, are we in the same place where we saw you last time? Has Jared moved, or is that that's just in the inside part of that same bridge?
No, my friend, we have moved down to mid-lake now, and kind of the same area where he started today, kind of his juice spot. It's a little further in towards this pocket, but he's trying to find a pinch point. These bass got to get into the back of those pockets somehow. So, again, this is where everything kind of narrows up and comes through the bridge here. And trying to get those transition bass that are working their way back deeper into those pockets. But it hadn't been very productive. Other than this morning when he had that flurry and caught his limit, he did admit to me, and I know you talk about how Greg Hackney's been known to slow play his weights a little bit. But he said he does have more than 15, but he didn't have 20. So he might be slow playing a little bit as well. But he's trying to get those bass that are working back into that area where he started at this morning. He's just not having much luck. Now, he said in this particular bridge right here, in this pinch point, when he was coming in here first thing this morning, and I think he's like boat number 12, he said he saw some fish blowing up, or he threw a jerkbait in there and caught like an 8-pound striper right off the bat. Now, typically you would throw back in there and see if the big bass are around there as well, trying to tear up those herring. But he said when he looked back there, he saw 2 boats coming his way. He put his rod down, and he went to his spot. So this spot might have been better this morning if there weren't those other boats following him in.
Robbie, for somebody that has not followed us today on the first day of the Classic here on Lake Hartwell, here's the best way to describe it, and correct us if we're wrong. There was other anglers trying to get to that pinch point that he was fishing early today. If somebody beats him to it tomorrow, it kind of appears that is his only game, is that spot.
I think you're right, Mark. I mean, that would make him sick. And again, when you're 12 and people that aren't familiar with the Bassmaster Classic, you start from 1 down to 55, and then the next day it's flipped around. So we work from 55 down to 1. And if there were 2 trying to get in here after, and I think that they would probably watch how everything went down today and read all their information because they're able to do that. You would think some of those guys that really wanted to get in here probably will. So, yeah, his eggs seem to be in this basket, and I talked to him earlier, and I said, where's your second to? Where's your go-to? Do you have one spot? Is there a dock? And he said no. So he's hopping around trying to find bass, trying to help out his cause a little bit. But, yeah, I think you're right. This is his spot.
And Robbie, does he have – this water looks a little clearer than one of the other spots that he was on earlier. It seemed to be much more stained. Did you see whether or not there was much other success from anybody else that was trying to fish these areas?
Well, when they were in here in this area, I was way up north and it was dirtier. But, yeah, the water is clearer than where we just left up near that Seneca, and I would think it'd probably be even clearer when we went even further. it's definitely more green, more stained in this part of the water. I've seen a couple of guys as I came in towards here. Jacob Rosnick's out there in the main lake, another pair of anglers. So this area definitely has more activity than the northern part where it is much dirtier.
Robbie, thank you very much. Great stuff all day long. I don't know if you're probably going to have to start heading back pretty soon. I don't know if we'll have time to get with Robbie Floyd again, but great work as always.
Yes, sir.
At the Classic. And here we go. Brian New. There's our guy. Incredible day, Brian. Tell us how it's gone down.
Awesome. Come in. I read my notes. Read my notes today. I did.
Oh, Brian, we're getting a good picture of you, but we can't hear you. But we will get to see Brian tomorrow. There's no doubt about that. We're going to spend the day in the boat with Brian New all day long, and that is a lot of fun. We've done it before.
It is.
He's so confident. I want to say almost cocky, which I like, because that first year it wasn't just about I'm going to win a tournament, I'm going to win Angler of the Year, I'm going to win the Bassmaster Classic.
And he has the game.
Does.
The only thing I will say, and I think Brian would agree with this, is we covered him. He was trying to win. Obviously, was not in the running for Angler of the Year. We were covering him for Rookie of the Year. He does have a little work when we get up north. He needs to fill that game in.
Think they're 3-pounders?
Gerald Swindle, this lake, it's so much of it is mental too, Mark, because it's one of those deals where if you're doing one thing, you wonder, should I be doing the other thing? Are they behind me? If I'm out here in the open area, do I need to go into the back of a creek? There's so many options. You almost just got to determine what are you going to do. Clear some of that water out of your mind, eliminate some of that water, and just do what you're going to do. Just stick to what you're going to do, because this lake will screw at your head the whole time.
I appreciate you calling me Mark, Tom. It's not often I hear that.
Well, everybody calls you Z. When you're tight, like we are, when we're, brothers from another mother, I go with your first name.
One thing
we called you when you were a kid.
Chris Zaldain, bottom left-hand side of your screen, who said he was going to, Tommy, fair to say, he was going to lock a swim bait in his hand the rest of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Shock.
He has, he has backed off of that.
Yep. And that's hurting him. I can tell. It always does. He would much rather be fishing that swim bait.
He's a one-question guy, by the way, for Bassmaster. One question. One question.
Now we have our own number one question angler. Can you guess who that is?
We do.
A one-question angler that you guys have.
We don't even call him by his first name. We just call him one question.
Really?
Yes.
No, who would that be?
That's Paul Mueller.
That's right.
Paul Mueller.
Paul Mueller.
Absolutely. I don't know if he does it on radio.
He's pretty good.
You get it to him on TV, and he will take control, and we like that.
Brian New's joining that team too, isn't he?
Well, he didn't get much of a chance when we visited to him just a minute ago.
No, Zaldain's a great ambassador for the sport, though. I mean, he's wonderful for his sponsors as well, and he likes to talk about them, and he likes that swim bait. You're saying he went away from it a little bit, though?
He has. He was throwing a 6- and an 8-inch swim bait earlier. He's throwing a smaller
6-inch
one
fish.
now.
No, there you go. He's got a swim bait now.
Yeah, he was throwing a tennis shoe earlier.
Zaldain's at 24th place, 12 pounds, 10 ounces. He's got a 1.7 small fish.
Now, see, that's the other thing, Mark. That's the other thing with him is that you will see him on camera, and he gets a decent amount of camera time, and he should. But when I was watching, I thought he was leading the tournament. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a guy that you watch, and he talks, and he gets excited and everything else. I'm like, oh, God, he's got to be. And then you look at it, and he's like 17th. Right. But that's his emotion. He's
keyed up.
He's keyed up.
Yes.
He'd be a great winner, too. We got such a great group of guys right now. Yeah. I mean, it's
very good field.
Great
good
field.
To work with. Very good to work with.
Good to work with. Talented.
If we look at our top 10 right now, it is about the wildest mix of personalities that you could ever put together from a full field in the Bassmasters.
And if you really look at top 10 to 15, here's the one thing for everybody watching on Bassmaster Live. When we are on Fox tomorrow, as far as how, and this is what we were praying for in this tournament, how they are catching them will be so all over the map tomorrow morning.
So where do you think, all right, we get the cut, where do you, how far down would somebody be able to come from on Sunday? I mean, would it, you know, normally we only have 10 on Championship Sunday. It's a Classic, we get 25. Do you think with this, as I call it, restrictor plate fishing, that you possibly could see a guy come from 15, 16 and shoot up the board? I don't think we're going to get that 20-pound bag today, but it's coming at some point.
To me, the way that the weather is setting up in this tournament, somebody that's desperate on Championship Sunday, okay, somebody that burns up what he has today and tomorrow and says, you know what, weather's warming, I'm going to put my shades on and I'm going to go eye spy up shallow and maybe fall on 5 big spawners. A lot of times, the biggest ones that come shallow are the dumbest ones. That is what makes this tournament on Hartwell so different from ones we've covered in the past. Absolutely somebody just in the top 20, not the top 10, the way the weather is predicted right now. Somebody desperate could be a handful.
Brandon Cobb told me the colder it was, the more they would bunch up. That the warmer it was, they might actually spread a little bit, and it might be a little more difficult.
Tom Abraham, Bassmaster Radio. It has been a pleasure. It always is. I'm so glad you make time for us at each and every Classic. It's fun to see you, not just hear you.
When I had the opportunity to be with Tom and Mark.
Tom and Mark.
The Scott Martin story was your best ever. I'm not going to lie. That was the best.
Never again
ever,
to appear on Bassmaster Radio. Thank you. I appreciate
it. We appreciate everything you do, all the exposure you give all the anglers in the best possible way.
Yes.
You get the timeliest guests of anyone in the media for Bassmaster. Well, we got more to come here. There is some fishing time left, especially for the flight number 2 guys. There's time to get something done. Brian New knocking on 20 pounds. He might get there today. Steve Kennedy, ditto for him. Joey Nania, what a great rise up the leaderboard he made. Stetson Blaylock has proved himself in South Carolina before. And Jared Miller, another one of our great stories. Bassmaster.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird.
Got a few more minutes of live coverage for you from day 1 of the Classic 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Here at Lake Hartwell, our TH Marine Weather Watch. Look at that, 65 degrees, mostly sunny. It is a perfect spring day, even though by the calendar says it is not spring yet. Wind east at 7 miles an hour. I think it's fallen off considerably from that, though, in the past little while.
And tomorrow, you could pretty much predict no wind. It is going to be a sheet of glass. And if you look at, even when it's cold, we'll have a bad blow here, maybe through practice, stuff like that. This time of year, that wind does suck. When it dies for days, not hours.
Yeah, but very similar to the Harris Chain tournament.
Yes.
It just, with 3-4 days with not a breath of wind.
Davey Height back in with us. Arizona Tom Sanders here with you.
That's right. Hey, something that Tom Abraham was talking about. This is one of those weird tournaments that we could see. You talked about it, taking a look at Lake Hartwell right here. A lot of the anglers that we have had cameras on all day long here. Great pictures today. One of the things that we talked about, this is one of those weird tournaments. A desperate angler, if they do go to locking on, if they decide to start spawning by Sunday, this is one of those strange tournaments. You could see somebody out of nowhere just because of desperation just go do something like that.
Absolutely. You see a big change here with Hank Cherry from what we have seen him doing all day today. You see these anglers make adjustments, and a lot of times those bigger fish are the first ones to lock on, and we certainly, in my opinion, we'll see that by Sunday.
Come here. Gosh dang. Yes. That's a good call right there.
Oh, that's that colored spot you were talking about, Davey, earlier today in the broadcast.
That's the bigger ones. You see him caught in that shallow water. I think Jason Christie, you know, that's the kind of fish he was talking about right there, and a Greg Hackney. When I catch them in shallow water, they look like that.
Watching Hank Cherry make a call right here. Big late day call. Yeah, that'll help. Davey, real quick, you have to have blank pounds to win this tournament today. What is the low weight?
Minimum?
Yes.
11.
You think somebody could come back and win this and have 11 pounds today?
Possible, not likely.
It's bold. I like it.
I was scaling down.
Well, right now we're going to show you something that happened just a few moments ago. This is Jason Christie. Now watch this.
See how shallow that fish was?
This was just moments later.
So not giant upgrades, but he's going to have just across the board a very, very solid bag today.
Absolutely.
Back-to-back culls hit him, no doubt. Saw a lot of fish paired up on Wednesday.
Really?
That doesn't surprise me to see that.
Yeah.
You know, back-to-back under these docks, paired
Little
up,
wolf
getting ready
packs.
for what's going to go on come Sunday. We talked about.
There's been a flurry of nice 3-pound fish. John Cox, Chad Pipkins, getting inside that top 25. Getting over 13 pounds around there. I think that's where you need to survive, around that weight. We've had 20-pound bags on the first day of the 15 Classic. There were 2. 18, there was only 1. Neither
We'll
of those
have
guys
one today.
won.
We will have one today.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely one
new.
already, but I think it might be 2.
Phoenix Rising.
What?
Could be a late riser here, Z. Exactly correct.
We will see at least 1, maybe 2
Yes.
VMC monster bags.
Yes.
Ooh.
That'll give Hank something.
His running mate Brock Mosley also with a nice late catch, a 3-pounder. He's up to about 14 pounds, 50th place.
That is so cool. You can catch a good spotted bass off one dock, the very next dock catch a largemouth.
Shoot.
And we're talking about the minimum today to be in the hunt. Those 2 fish right there for Hank Cherry, very critical.
1, 2. 3.
A little bit of help there, gets him within 10 spots of the cut, 10 places of the cut, so that was timely. I'll have work to do tomorrow.
Just busted. Did you hear that?
John Cox, 2 3.5 pounders in the last 10 minutes to get up to 11th.
Oh, it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
It is happening.
Oh, maybe no.
Did you hear that fish bust right before?
I did, and I was going to mention something about that.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
With their electronics and these fish cooling out a little deeper in these ditches, it gets you caught up, and you need to be up there like Jason Christie and John Cox and catching those largemouth. Yes, if you know what I mean.
1 and 4.
Oh, yes.
Hmm?
Number one's biggest.
Takumi Ito trying to get every ounce, if possible. Everything that's on the table, you want to grab onto it and take it to the weigh-in, which is coming up. I think the first fish maybe going to hit the scales around 4 o'clock, something like that, over the Bonsecure Wellness Arena. Brian New, though, South Carolina native, holding on in the top spot. We have got a bit more fishing for you when we get back.
Ronnie Moore here in the Bassmaster Expo here at the Academy booth, and I've got 2 special guests here, the 2021 High School National Champions. These guys beat out all of the high school series, which is one of the biggest growing series in our sport, and you guys got the honor, Gage Banks, you guys got the honor to idle out and lead the Classic field this morning. What was that like? Huge crowds, and you guys got to lead out the 55 anglers.
Yeah, it was a great experience, and representing Academy Sports and Outdoors, that was even a more great experience, and just like getting the whole like rundown of what they do and everything, and actually like get behind the scenes of how everything goes, and getting the attention they do. It was just great. I mean, I couldn't even express it really.
Gage, this is obviously a big moment. Is this your first Classic that you've attended?
No, sir, it's not. I attended one 2 years ago at Lake Guntersville when Hank Cherry won his first Classic, and that was just cool. And it seems like now we're going to get to go on that stage, and it's coming together. So even though we're not fishing, it's still awesome for Academy Sports and Outdoors to be out here presenting us and stuff. And so we're real happy to be here.
What an amazing opportunity that Academy has done for the high school series to be able to honor you guys in this way. We saw Tucker Smith kind of hogging the awards for a while there, year after year. But for you guys, you're now in college, fishing at that level. Does it fire you up a little more to see Tristan McCormick, idling out from the dock, the college representative, that, hey, in a few years, not only could I lead them out, but I could be boat number 1 in the Classic competing?
Yes, sir, for sure. Like, all Tristan had to do was win the college national or the Classic championship, and now he's fishing in the Classic. So all I've got to do is make it to nationals and hopefully win it, and then get the same thing. So, it's very hard to do, but if you can get here, it kind of sets you up for a good path. So it definitely fires me up, and I'm ready to go.
Banks, you have a great opportunity. You've got your boat wrapped, rigged up in nice Academy stuff, and you get to represent, just like the College Series Classic champion does, gets to represent all year. You get to represent that. What an honor. Does that fire you up? You'll probably only have like another year or so of college to knock it out of the park, or of high school. You want to win another national championship in high school with a new partner?
Oh yeah, I would love to. That's what I'm looking forward to. Like it's gonna be out here on Hartwell, so I'm trying to learn as much as I can while I'm here, and hope to go back to back, just kind of something like Tucker did. I know he was a 3-peat, but I'd like to do it back to back and be able to represent Academy Sports and Outdoors, you don't get that opportunity as a high schooler very often. I think Tucker was the only other person that had the other wrapped Academy boat, so it's a great feeling.
It is indeed a great feeling. Hey, these guys are going to be studying Lake Hartwell. You'll probably catch them over by the Bass Live booth at the expo watching it all go down. But here we are, 2021 high school national champions. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Gage and Banks. Big day for those two guys, our high school national champions. Got the weigh-in now. Don't forget, coming up right here on Bassmaster.com. I misspoke. First fish at 4:30, but the weigh-in, all the festivities, the pageantry, all those faces you see from the bass fishing community, you'll enjoy tuning in at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time for the start of the weigh-in festivities. So a lot to look forward to today. It's a big day. We'll see who made big strides toward becoming a possible new world champion or possible, maybe three-peat champion. Hank Cherry's got a lot of work to do if he wants to achieve that dream and sort of start a new category in the record book for the Classic. Brian New, if you're just tuning in, just wanted to check in on the Classic. Brian New, a Lake Norman guy, but he's from South Carolina here, and he spent his time on this lake, and it shows. He has got a great lead here. Steve Kennedy, who came so close 2017 in Conroe, had a great position after 2 days last year's Classic at Ray Roberts. In second place, Stetson Blaylock. He's won in the state of South Carolina in a very different sort of environment, but there's our guy, and I think we got a little award to give our man Brian New.
I think it is fair to say your marathon peak performance is going to be Brian New, and here's the one thing to really, really watch. He was consistent with quality from start almost until finish, and you cannot stress this enough with your marathon peak performance, Brian New. Tommy, we have been in the boat with a lot of camera boat drivers throughout the years, throughout the decades. You knew when we were on Lake Hartwell with Brian New a few years ago, that dude knew this lake in a big way. Marathon peak performance, Brian New, and he is going to be, no, you didn't, Tom Sanders.
What? Yeah, oh, back to back. I love it. Yeah.
The power pole replay of the day. Such, tighten up. Hit it for me. Go on now. Don't tighten up like that.
Chris Zaldain throwing his big bait, but changing up on us.
Stay on there.
Catching our power pole replay of the day on day one of the Bassmaster Classic.
Come here. Come here, come here, come here.
Exactly right. Little bit of a wind-blown secondary point. Chris Zaldain said he was going to live with a swim bait all day. That damage right there on a small crankbait. Got to see him lose one big one. But the power pole replay of the day is going to you, Chris Zaldain, and I'm going to give it to you twice today, Such. Picked it up right where you needed to. The power pole replay of the day is Such and Chris Zaldain. Yes, sir, Tommy.
Well earned by both, I must say. I must say. Just one of the stories we will be watching tomorrow as the full field of 55 anglers gets ready for the takeoff tomorrow. It's going to be a big day, and it's going to be moving day. You've got to make it past 25th place or better if you want a shot at the championship.
Great.
And you heard Z and Davey talking about it. Hey, there's possibilities that guys can come from anywhere on that final day and make some noise and possibly challenge for the win.
And straight up, we knew this. They were biting out there today. I'm hoping they're biting as well tomorrow on Fox. Today was awesome.
A perfect morning, the best morning we've ever had at a Classic. One of the best mornings, maybe the best morning we've ever had on Bassmaster Live. You can't beat it. We'll be back here same time tomorrow on Fox, 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. The Fox Network. See you then.
Let's go.